On God, on God.
Wait.
Fresh from defeat in his latest
Alright.
battle,
We good.
Prince Harry is now asking for peace.
I would love reconciliation with my family. there's no point in continuing to fight anymore.
His father's ongoing cancer battle has so far failed to mend the family's fractures.
Oh, I got the ping. You were going.
Here we go again.
Australia. 6 hours.
He won't speak to me because
Surely not, right? Surely they actually have competent elections, right?
And I'm only gonna be up for half of it, bro.
From being full-time royals and moved overseas. Prince Harry
Hell yeah, dude.
downgrade in the High Court and lost. He appealed, flying to London for the 2-day hearing where his lawyers argued the decreased protection put his life at risk. The court found the prince made powerful arguments about the threat he and his family faced.
Getting back into rolling again.
Was dismissed.
Crikey. Crikey. British elections. They're the same thing, right? Like, yeah.
They're racist.
Probably. I don't know.
It probably is. Yeah, man, well, everybody gets one, so that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
On the streets of London, opinions are divided.
He's gone to America, he's made his life over there.
Did you see Reform winning British local elect? Yeah, I saw Evesy was talking about that.
Sky was talking about that too.
I didn't see it talking about it. I saw Evesy posting it though, like a bunch in the park. She was like, yeah, bro, we're getting cooked right now. Yeah, fascism wins again. It's kind of going on a tear right now. It's like 2-0 right now. It's kind of crazy.
2-0.
Yeah, it's 2-0 right now, bro.
We got America and UK, I guess. Or just England.
Canada won.
Yeah, Canada won. We'll see if
Canada,
Australia, right?
Yeah, right now we're 2-1, but we're getting kind of cooked right now. Cause like those are big losses.
The wind was blowing a gale in Ballarat, but Port Adelaide didn't make the most.
Blowing a gale.
What a great country.
Second term gave the Bulldogs a 26-point lead. As Port struggled.
I thought they were talking about a dog show. Oh my god.
The Bulldogs lifted further after the break. The captain leading the way.
You'd think they'd learn. Oh my god.
Nah, bro.
Nah,
never learned.
They think the treatment of Hitler was unfair.
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro, but the unexpected return.
Liking Hitler is cool again? I mean, that's been a thing, dude. Right? So.
Bro, it's been a thing for like... Have you seen certain people, bro?
Have you seen Charlottesville, bro?
Yeah. Very fine people on both sides.
On both sides, guys.
Fucking hate that dude, bro.
On Thursday, ABC News.
The Knights have snapped a 5-game losing streak, hammering an undermanned Rabbitohs 30 points to 4.
Is this rugby? I don't know.
As Magic Round continued in Brisbane.
What's good, Wiley?
Yep.
It is Australia.
Let's
It
go.
is Australia. Hey, is this?
Let's go. I pinged Chiller that you're requesting their support.
We are Australia. Everyone rise for the national anthem of Australia.
I don't even know what that is.
I was just singing the fucking Russian anthem.
I should like, what do you call it? I should like play the anthem and bass boost it to all hell and back.
In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Yay! Australia!
I have no idea what
Now,
any
where
of
we
those
go?
words, but meant.
We're
But
all
yeah.
real.
Are you?
Is
So,
that like
I
is
have
that
for
like
the class some things I want to show, and you can put these on stream if you want, but boy, you don't have to.
I could
But
try.
I have the papers they gave me when I walked into the primary school that I know. This is scary amount. That's probably bad. But
For the
I have
polling
papers
place,
they
right?
give me.
Right?
Oh, it's just where I hang out.
Oh my god.
I just spent some time. I know it's
That's
the
so
architecture. I didn't attend there. So they give, do they? I don't know if they do this in America or Canada, but they give you papers before you vote, like to tell you about the party, because I guess they want to convince
Oh, that's
people who
cute.
don't know anything.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cute.
so I got these papers.
Voter
here.
education
we'll get that.
before?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
you're
Do you want to see
funny.
this? It's so cute. Hang on, I'll chuck these from the papers.
Yeah, hold on.
I got my parent. I can send photos because they're double-sided.
Look at the national weather now for tomorrow. Possible showers in Brisbane.
Oh, that's my country!
Cloudy
That's
days in
my
Sydney,
country! That's the round boy!
Canberra.
That's the country that looks like a
Partly
dog on the
cloudy
left and a
Melbourne
cat on the
and
right.
Hobart.
Oh, that's so cool.
Clear day on the way to Adelaide.
Let me.
Showers are expected in Perth.
Do I even have? Am I even able to show Discord? Maybe if I.
Make it happen. Make it
Let me. Let
Look
me.
at it. You got her head stuck in the
You gotta capture the source, you know.
I'm gonna pop out the VC window and then capture that.
Sometimes you gotta pop out.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, right.
Before we go, let's take a final look back. There we go.
Okay,
Some of the
there's
most
that.
memorable
Just like Kim's
moments of
before.
this federal election ahead of polls closing.
Are you funny?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Yeah, you're,
Citrus,
man.
welcome to Australia. Advance Australia Fair. That's me.
Wait, there you
Yeah,
go.
this is like this is Tetris braided grifter.
I am the Tetris board. Hi guys. It is me. Hello.
Alright, there we go.
Welcome. Oh, that's
Jesus.
me. So when you walk into the voting places, which I don't know how they do it overseas, the way it works for us is that you go to a primary school and they have like the gates open and there's people there. It's a weekend, so there aren't any kids. Yeah. I just had to think about that. And then you go into their gymnasium or their cola area.
Little
And on the way in,
gymnasium.
there's people with shirts. And they have colored shirts. And they give you these things. So what these are, right, is you can see this one here. It's how to vote for
Oh, look at that.
Carol
Carol
Berry.
Berry.
That's a shit name.
It's alright.
Labor for Whitlam. What the fuck is Whitlam? Is that like our area?
That's your area, dude. I was about to say, like,
That's
did you
what
just like? Are you sure?
I've never heard of anything called Whitlam, so I don't think it's actually like. I guess it's our voting area. I don't fucking know.
You've never okay.
Like I'm in the Illawarra, but like that's not. So there's this, right? And they show you like, oh, okay, here's an example of how to number. And I don't know why they put their main person down there. And they have like a thing. They just tell you how to do it. And on the back, guys, what they've done and what they're gonna do. Crazy,
She's
right?
single.
Let's
It's
look
crazy.
it's crazy. I think probably
I mean, that's important information.
this guy. Look at him. Nathaniel Smith. The same thing. They showed a number. And look at this. Get Australia back on track, gamers.
So
now I want to.
do the parties do this on their own, or does the government
I
like
don't
mandate
know.
this actually? Because I'm pretty
They can
sure.
just do it.
I don't think they're allowed to do that here. I think like.
I think they're allowed to do it as an educational thing, but they can't like. There'd be probably heavy restrictions on what they can put on these. But like they're allowed because they do it every year. Also, by the way, I do want to make it clear as we go into this stream. I've told this to several people. I can fix it. Nice. Just keep in mind that while I'll try to be very nice, I am slightly liberal. I'm not massively swinging either way. I don't care who gets in. It's whatever. The country's either okay or fucked, regardless. But you know, some of my opinions might be a little liberal. But like, let's compare the two, shall we? So
you got to clarify what labor and liberal mean because.
Oh yeah.
Those mean very different things.
So weirdly enough, red is blue and blue is red in America. They're switched, which is so Australian, but our colors are the opposite of you guys. However, like they're not exactly analogous to like Republican and Democrat. There's not this. They're not quite the same. I don't know. Mari did more research than me.
Hi, Chiller.
Good Chiller.
So, guys, guess what Labor's gonna do for us? Deliver new tax cuts for every taxpayer. Oh.
Australian politics.
Yeah, Medicare. Look at this, Medicare, which we already have. Build more homes and deliver new standards of rent. Okay. Capping medicine at 25, so more medical and cheaper energy. Wow. What's Liberal gonna do?
Did they steal Medicare from us? I'm pretty sure that's already like a term.
No, Medicare's a term and we came up with it first. And we're like 6 times younger than you. So we have tax,
I'm calling cap on that, but I'll let you go through.
No, I win. Fucking no you, dickhead. So on the Liberal, on the Labor left, I think we have taxes, medication, homes, and energy. Cool. What do we have over here? We have tax. We have tax. We have cheaper fuel, like cheaper energy. Cool. Medical, cheaper energy, and cheaper home and rent. So they both want the same fucking thing, which really confuses the shit out of a lot of people. They literally say the exact same thing.
That's
like
great.
It's just doing, yeah. And also, at least, I mean, the Liberals are a little more detailed in like their specifically what they want to do. These guys are like, we'll do more tax cuts, but they at least say what they've done, which is nice.
That's like that's some rep, I guess. Who would I vote for?
It's what they've done, but then they don't go into detail.
Ty, I'm so glad you asked that question because ABC News, not our ABC News, but the one in Australia, has a thing in on their website where you can, I guess, see where you would probably compare to.
You do a quiz.
Yeah, you can do a little quiz on
Can we do a quiz? That's sick.
Let me turn off some stuff.
I have a this might be like controversial, but I'm okay with saying like what I voted for because I think pretty sure I fucked my vote anyway by drawing a stick man on it. But like what I will say is, I remember doing something, but I didn't really vote for anything in specific. I think I just voted for like the Animal Justice Party, which is like. If you look at the bottom of like
the fuck is that?
The what?
Yeah, so we have these things, right? But then there are like sort of subgroups of like certain camps. Hang on a sec. Bloody.
Just to like be sure that we are still in the category.
What are we talking?
Don't worry. So youth 2000, youth 2000. I got a random code.
You got a random
from Maddie. Yeah, she said youth 2000.
2000. Okay. Oh, Sydney, I see where they're going with this. Okay.
What do you? Sorry, I just got back. What's up?
Look in the text chat.
Can you put your suburb as I think it would be 25. It'd be 25. Is it 2506? 2506. Try 2506.
Is it yours or?
No, it's close to mine. 2506.
Funny.
I just think it's a funny word.
Yeah,
so,
probably.
What should Australia spend on its military?
This is apparently the little quiz that ABC News gives to people to see where.
This quiz. Can I see it?
Yeah, no, it's in
Why
the.
don't we have this in America, bro?
It's in the chat in the throne room if y'all can like see it.
Oh hell yeah, I want to do this. But yeah, I was gonna say like what I basically voted for was there were 3 main things I actually give a shit about. So, we have on the papers and like on the things the way we vote is like you vote for like your local people on the sort of in the local election, and then you do your big one, which is where you have a big long. Imagine like an A4 piece of paper that's about 1 meter long, right? And has all the numbers and shit on it, right? And you can vote for either like 6 groups or like the hundreds of people and mark the boxes individually. No one fucking does that. Last time I did, I drew pixel art. So the parties that I voted for on the top line, yeah, you can do pixel art with the boxes because then
their ballots are huge. Apparently, I guess.
No, they're really wide. Like
why don't you guys just do back and front? Question mark?
And multiple pages? Because the idea is like Okay, for one, imagine the counting process physically, having to get people to flip through pages and flip it over. It's quicker to just have one big long page and just quickly pick
We do that.
Yeah. So like we'll have all our votes counted in like a few hours. But the ones I voted for specifically was Animal Justice Party, Legalized Cannabis Party, because my brother is someone who would benefit from that, as it's a medical thing, and Family First, which is not as religious as you think it sounds. It's a good time.
Why do people think that's religious?
Because like I think it used to be more religious than it is, but now we have a group called the Australian Christians, which I don't know why that's a political thing, but cool. Yeah.
I don't know what Australia Day is.
I always voted for a group that's like pushing pretty heavily for nuclear power, which I'm very passionate about, being the future of the country.
I'm neutral on that issue actually.
I have no opinion.
I never really cared for it because it's mostly like
it's really clean and while it's not renewable. It's like
it's probably good. I don't have too much of a strong opinion on it.
We need to use nuclear power.
I think it's more like in conjunction with everything else, you know.
I mean, yeah, you shouldn't rely on one form of power. Like, I'm not saying to like make everything nuclear, but I'm just saying like it's a good like primary source of power for a lot of people. Because if you think about this, right, we have a lot of people clustered in small areas, and then we have a lot of people spread out. The people spread out, they can totally rely on like a couple of, a little bit of solar power, a little bit of other things that maybe aren't so renewable. But near the coastlines, you've got limited area to generate power, and you don't want to have coal and shit like that, ruining the air over there. So it's best to do it nice and clean. Have some nuclear power just adjacent to the population centers.
How much funding should non-government?
What the heck is Australia Day?
Australia Day is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know.
Okay, so we have like Australia Day. Now this has never been like, how you guys have like 4th of July. It's not like that, but it's used like that. So the difference, like you can imagine, is like a day where you celebrate the country, but it has no historical significance. To my knowledge, Australia Day is just the day we designated to go, hey, yippee, we're in Australia and we're Australian, woohoo.
Columbus Day.
What the hell is the point of that?
That's Columbus Day.
Just to have fun, like, because like we want a day to celebrate being cool. No, it's very different. However,
I agree with that.
I'm gonna search up Australia Day controversy because I need to make sure I get this right, or else I will be scorched by my Aboriginal relatives.
You'll be cancelled.
You'll be cancelled.
By your relatives is a crazy word.
No, honestly, honest to God. Okay, so the controversies surrounding Australia Day, celebrated annually on January 26th, stem from the connections to the British First Fleet and the subsequent displacement and dispossession of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. For those who don't know the history of Australia, when they were first coming into the country and sort of moving out west, out near Western Australia, and sort of going into the sort of the desert and the bushland, the way that they sort of got around the whole other people living here thing is they would take the kids and then they would match them up with other families. They would take the ones that looked more white, literally, this is on the level of they didn't technically genocide, but they might as well have. And so we have just this thing known as the stolen, we have a thing called the stolen generation, because there was a generation of Aboriginals who grew up without their culture, and now we've lost a lot of Aboriginal heritage and culture because it was just didn't get passed on orally. And so the idea of celebrating the country is kind of weird. In 2001, our Prime Minister at the time, Kevin Rudd, apologized publicly on the news to the true descendants of the land. Aboriginal land is something that whenever we do a big thing, we acknowledge that we are on native soil. That the country belongs to Aboriginals.
Already better than what we're doing.
Yeah,
that's literally just Columbus Day.
It's just Columbus Day.
Theory or some other.
Yeah, no, it's a really touchy topic. However, here's the thing, right? That wasn't enough. Apologizing to the descendants
of course not. Yeah.
Who our ancestors did, right? Wasn't enough, right? It's also a case of they're still very upset about it. And so many Indigenous and non-Indigenous people refer to Australia Day as the day of mourning or Invasion Day. And so there's like a sort of split where a lot of people, the majority, like to celebrate Australia Day for what it really is, just being happy to live in the modern day, a good country, and enjoying Australian sort of norms and funny stuff. You know, stereotypes. We have fun, right? Some people treat it as a lot more than it actually is. That's what Australia Day is. It's fun, but some people don't like it.
I see.
Yeah.
Get to know the
Like,
lore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Australia Day for me is like,
So,
this is like I will go to Bunnings and get a
basically the reparations debate. Maybe.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like have we atoned for the damage that our ancestors did? Definitely not. No way. However, in my humble opinion, I think that the answer to this is Australia Day isn't that deep. I'm not celebrating the erasure of your culture. I'm celebrating the fact that I have a funny accent and that my country's kind of like where I live. I don't know.
That is Columbus Day, except we don't feel sorry about what we did. We were justified here and what we did here. So
yeah.
Pro has left the building.
I think it's
He
the
did
date.
vote.
Like I think that maybe January 26th was like the date they settled like on.
wait, join VC.
Yeah.
More
Join VC, bro.
Aussies, more Aussies.
Australia
Join
Day
VC,
have
bro.
no
and
idea what's
Justice
going on.
Commission. Wait, is there an Aussie in chat? Hang on, who?
Yeah.
It's Co. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, jump on in because I have no political knowledge or like very little, and do you know anything?
You have very little. You've been yapping for 10 minutes straight about what's going on in your
Oh,
country.
but
I'm waiting
everyone-
for my
Did you hear?
results. Wait, okay.
This is surface level shit. Like everyone knows about
Join
Australian
VC.
Day stuff.
Join
Look, the
VC
thing is,
and
here in
also
America, people don't even have that baseline knowledge.
join VC chiller as
Actually,
well.
okay, I missed it.
We
I mean,
need
it's more
all.
history than politics, but like you know.
Yeah, well, here they call history conspiracy theories and rewrite history, so
Wait,
we don't
so
have the
who?
privilege of having
So who is it? Yorku?
Your
Yeah,
Oh, no,
yo.
yeah, no, dude, keep. Oh, they can use political knowledge to this. Okay.
it's crazy.
Wow.
we know who you voted for.
Here's my thing, right? Okay, we do have other parties like America, like their independents, and there's a group called the Greens. Like there's a lot of different sort of other parties, but just like America, the main two are Liberal and Labour. So when you say who did you vote for, the L's or the L's, you say I voted for the L's, and then most people won't get mad at you, which is cool.
Who more property should not receive.
Yeah, join up Co and chiller. It'll be a good
People
time.
who own more property, property tax breaks. That's complicated
yeah,
because
just me.
a lot of people that own more than one property don't live in the
Right
country.
now.
So the tax being in this is weird because like okay, Australians are paying tax, right? Like this is for Australians. However,
Yeah.
like there is a significant percentage of people who don't live in the country that own more than one property, right? So the people that this is
Oh, it's
probably
all good,
targeting
chiller.
aren't even going to see like much of a like at least people in the country who have more than one property that benefit and keep the money flowing in the economy are getting taxed, while a lot of people won't get taxed. So there's complications there.
I have no
yeah.
idea if the bar should be 1 or maybe a bit more, maybe like 2, but I think
Why
think
is it not
3 is already
like
pushing
a
it.
valuation thing rather than like a number of properties? I think if you're someone who has like 10 $100,000 homes and you're doing renting stuff compared to someone who has like a really nice like $1 or $2 million home, like should they not be taxed similarly? Like the valuation seems to me to be more reasonable.
I hope that at least their valuation is more nuanced than this. I do think that like that's just one of the bars that they want to like at least raise or not. Or
We'll put it this way,
lower
right?
For this.
You can buy a house in Sydney for around, on average, an average house in Sydney, 1.1 million, 1.2 million, sometimes 1.5, 2 million. Like these are average homes. In the country, currently in my hometown, there's a house available, 2 bedrooms, one bathroom, two car garage. It's like $110,000. Like, so if I buy like 5 houses out there, should I be taxed a lot more to someone who has 1 Sydney house?
Hold on, I got it. Messages too.
Also, stamp duty. Do you guys have that in overseas? Stamp duty?
No.
When you buy a house, I believe it is 5% of it you pay on top of that house price as essentially the processing fee for all the government work that goes into property acquisition and things like that. However, it's a bit weird because you think, hang on, if they're just doing the same amount of forms each time, should it just be a fee? No, no, no. It is stamp duty, aka a hidden little tax, 5% of whatever it costs. So, you know, $100,000 house, $5,000. $1 million house, $50,000 on top. Amazing. I love it.
What the fuck is this? What is this final?
They're gathering data, dude.
Oh my god! What is this?
I mean, look, they're thorough. They're really thorough.
Can I just skip?
You want to plug in? You want to plug in what, like, my data?
Let me just skip that. I don't know. I don't care enough. Wow. Okay.
He said, "What?"
This is a really interesting way of putting it. Okay, so yeah,
this is the normal political compass.
So this is why I'm not a massive fan of the Greens, because I don't like how far they are out to you are very social.
I'm a little bit.
He's a little social dog.
I'm a little red.
This is why though, like there's nothing wrong being progressive. I think progressive is really nice. I like things moving forward with the world. However, the breakneck pace is kind of terrifying.
It depends on how it's implemented, I guess. Depending on how if it is like
very much
if it at least like the plan is over like 10, 20 years, then like yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, then it's interesting that you landed so far in the progressive sector rather than like landing somewhere like in line with liberal, because that's where I place myself. I place myself like below you, like sort of in line with like, you know, in line horizontally with the liberal coalition, but like sort of down, like sort of like, you know, over more to the left. But I'm not very solid on my opinions. Yeah, no, wow. Pauline Hance's One Nation is so far down. That's terrifying.
I have no idea who that person was, bro. I was like,
also, wait, Australian Labour Party's kind of centralized. I thought they were a little higher up in the progressive.
I think they're more just mixed on some stuff. We got very similar results. Where are you, bro? Where are you?
They sell themselves as a bit more progressive than that, but that's because they tend to work with the Greens party, so it probably just averages out a bit, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, like that's fair, and honestly, like, unless you're like on the very far extremes of either corner, like, fucking A, it's all just opinions.
Yeah. I mean, I told you why. You know where I am.
Bro, I'm like, you know who this guy is, man.
You already know.
See, I tend to align like conservative people with like intolerance. So I'm kind of like, ooh, what does that say about me for not being like sort of in the progressive section? Oh boy.
You DM'd. Oh,
I'm a very intolerant man. I hate differences. I hate people who are different to me.
Wait a minute.
People should go over. People should have their own space. Oh shit.
That's it.
Anyone who doesn't have, and let me tell you, anyone who isn't a man, who isn't anything that strays from my life is not.
Do you not have like your graph, Ty, or does it not show?
God damn.
Yeah, we have very similar stuff. Like, if I move my little doggo here. Look at that.
Doggo Mari.
On that. I didn't save that by accident. Skull emoji.
See, what's also really interesting is that the Green Party is so far on... Because, in my opinion, the Green Party, like, this is my perspective on them, they aren't that social, like, they aren't that far on the socialist side.
No, I don't think Green Parties usually are. It's more like they're very hyper focused on. Let me move myself back. They're just more kind of proactive in what they want to do.
It's interesting because you see a lot of people arguing that Dutton, who's from the Liberal Party, is moving in like sort of socialism, right? Which is not, like, I don't know where that opinion comes from.
I was gonna say, I don't know if that's
claiming
true.
that the Green, yeah. And a lot of people are claiming well, today they had this thing where Dutton's office got spray painted. Our acts of terror and harassment are very small compared to America.
No,
they spray painted his door.
We have the occasional, what do you call it? What is it? Just Stop Oil, right? That's the guys that do like
this
the
is
orange
more like
stuff.
Just a one-off thing. Yeah. So so it said what was it say? I'm trying to read what the actual like ground said, because the photo's kind of blurry. Oh yeah, fascists don't represent us. Sprayed on the door of the guy who like. Do you know what I mean? Like fascism's usually like pretty far right.
Pretty
sort of,
big. I'm sure people can elaborate on.
I'm pretty sure like fascism is like a very far right thing. And so if you look at the graph again, like he's kind of not that far. Like the Liberal Party's not that far right. It's like barely to the right. I don't know. Like I think calling him a fascist is a little wild. But
I think from what I can at least usually tell with this, it's more of like a enabling fascism rather than being a fascist, because no one jumps to fascism like willy-nilly. Like Hitler didn't rise to power in like that sort of way.
Oh, 1 sec, hang on. Sorry,
where is my, there it is. Trying to. Ooh. So hi, Ranny.
Hi, man.
So
Yeah,
what did you get, Tyler?
For like 30 minutes.
He was what?
You got very similar results. Okay, cool.
I have to. I gotta drop my brother.
Okay, I must go help bring liberal. We can okay.
Yay!
Okay, fun.
I gotta drive my brother to the train station. In a few minutes, but I'll only be gone for like literally less than 5 minutes.
Let's go.
Maybe 10 max.
Chiller is opposing Wiley.
See, here's what I don't like. You guys have very memorable looking politicians. We have egg and we have white man. Like it's just like it's so boring.
Literally, I call Albanese like budget fucking Ducey or whatever. That Fox News guy that I showed you.
Yeah, like it's just our politicians are boring. Like it's so tame.
Which is good. That's good.
It's usually a good thing. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, like people claim some pretty crazy things about both sides. I think that generally, I think it's.
Thanks for the raid, bro.
Welcome to the political stream.
Like,
We're talking
I've always
about
heard though, that nobody really, nobody cares about the politicians in like Australia.
Yeah, it's not like the thing is, while like they're very
except
important
me
outside the fate
or
of our
something.
country, except Mari, like ultimately like this stuff is very important and we should care about it. However, I personally don't think the stakes are nearly as high as America.
No.
However, like my lovely father believes that we're usually about 3 years behind America in terms of like things happening into our own landscape. So like the direction that your country's going could be indicative of like, like a larger swing to ours. So some people are afraid of some okay, so I think generally speaking, Dutton's a little more inclined to sort of go with Trump on things and like work with him in a way to get things back on track for our country. However, Anthony Albanese I think is a little bit more hesitant, a bit more sort of keen to to butt heads with him. Some people like that, some people don't. Obviously, butting heads with America, kind of terrifying. You guys are pretty important to the global sort of international.
Just a little important.
Yeah.
I can't
just a little
butting
global
heads with
superpower.
that could be problematic. But obviously, I think a lot of people do not agree with Trump and his methods in the current presidential sort of system.
Just a little slight disagreement there.
I can't brag
and so do I. I also do not like it. Sorry. However.
None of us give a shit about.
Yeah, I really like. I think I'm not the only one here to say that I really don't like the way things are going over there for you guys. And we should change.
Yeah,
however,
none of us do.
With Dutton, he's more inclined to go with it, and obviously some people like the fact that would be good for us long term, but also like that would, what would that say about the direction things go? Like it's all
that wouldn't be great here.
Yeah, what's good for those?
Yo, hey.
Fidox, we are talking about the politic.
Yeah, we're talking about Australia.
Yeah,
Australia this time.
Not Canada this time.
Not Canada.
It's not us this time. Let's go.
Marty, did you do something like this for our election?
Yeah.
Yeah, the US one? Yep.
He did a bunch of these actually.
I was watching it like while working.
He did a bunch of these for our elections.
So many. So many like primary streams. So
primaries, RNC, DNC, bro. He was doing anything.
So what do you usually do for these again? Like, do we have to do anything?
We just kind of watch and see the polls. Yeah.
I mean, look how
because we're not about to give like highly, educated political opinions.
Yeah, we don't live there.
Like we
don't live there, yeah. Like,
look at her.
That's why you exist, because you live there.
Everyone's old. Everyone in Australian politics looks fucking old. Get some youngins in there.
We also have old ass people.
Yeah, we have that problem.
Yeah.
Okay. But Jesus Christ, Mario, you better live this.
Can you give us any more information about Australia? If you're still here. Co. Yeah, if you're still here.
Honestly, like, I am, like...
Code, like, dipped.
I'm really, like, uninformed. Like, I am very far removed from this stuff. I saw a lot of young people.
Yeah, that's like, pretty common just across the world.
Well, it's more like, I think at least, like, the minimum that you guys can have is, like, a lot of people, young or old over there, at least know what party they want to vote for. Because I think that your leading politicians do a great job of optics. Like, they're very good at making themselves look good and making everyone else look bad. And that's just whoever you think looks less bad or more good. In Australia, we don't really have that. The identities behind the people and the way they sell themselves, unless you're really paying attention, it's not too in your face and it's not too distracting. You've got to actually give a shit. So, like, me and all of my friends, my four like mates that I hang out with in real life, none of us actually had any idea on who to vote for about a week ago. I said to everyone, I was like,
I think that's a normal, like...
Is that normal?
For a lot of people, yeah. I think for at least some of us, we're kind of like... We're always kind of like... We kind of know, like, a little bit of what's going on. Because the stuff that, these guys do is kind of, like, egregious. So it's not like we don't want to know. Sometimes... It's just that bad.
I'd like to know as well. Yeah. I would like to know, but frankly, I find a lot of politics to be like I'm more of on a need to know basis for a lot of these things because I know that it can get quite depressing when you get so far into it because people that you don't agree with, you can take that kind of personally.
Yeah.
So I learn what I need to, and I sort of keep semi up to date with the big stuff. But locally, I'm not too like my local stuff. I don't really give much of a shit about, and I'm privileged enough to not have to worry, which is again a privilege, but. I said to my friends, I went, hey, like, do you guys, like, know anything about, do you guys have any, like, sort of preferences or, what, any idea of what you're going to do? You don't have to tell me, but, like, what are you going to do? And so all my friends said, we don't know shit. And we made a joke about saying we're going to cop the flying instead. But,
What's good, Tyler?
In Tyler
okay, so I decided to do some really big research for this election so I could provide meaningful context.
All right.
So I opened the Wikipedia for the election, and I've noticed a couple of things.
Already great stuff.
I've noticed a few things here. First of all, my party only has 4 seats. What's going on?
Yeah.
I'm a devote greener all the way. Like, what's going on? What is Adam?
Wait, okay. So let me ask you this: like which green? Because are you the legalized party or the actual green?
It said I'm real green. It said I'm so green they call me broccoli Ty. That's all I know.
Alright, Ty, we need to have a chat. We need to have a big old chat.
I have a more important question, though. This is like the big thing I got from this deep dive into the election is every single leader for all these parties lack the same thing, and it's hair. Where is it?
Yes, they do! Where's their hair?
Whoa.
We've been near this.
Yeah. Aussies are known as having like long, luscious locks to protect them from the sun. Meanwhile, these guys are out here like burning. Like, what is this?
No. I also have to follow up. They all have, and I mean all of them. One of them's wearing a hat in their picture, but I think it's to hide the fact that they all have maybe the biggest foreheads I've ever seen. I own a helicopter.
Peter Dunn has a really big fucking forehead. I can agree.
His head is all forehead, Mario.
It's all.
Yeah, there's like a common thing in Australia is just lacking hair and having big foreheads. Like, what's going on?
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's a little thing, and this is not like this is less to explain the balding thing, but it's more to explain the hat thing because a lot of people will be wearing hats.
It's a cowboy hat,
our ozone layer is fucking non-existent, basically. So the sun is way more powerful here. You will burn way faster when out on the beach here. also higher temperatures. So we actually highly encourage hats and sunscreen here. In fact, there is a rule that is put in place into almost every primary school I've ever been to, which are many because again, I hang out. I gotta stop making that joke.
You gotta stop, bro.
Yeah. However, that rule is no hat, no play. If you don't have a hat, you're not allowed to go out in the sun and play sometimes. Like to go hang out with friends or play stuff. You got to bring a hat to school, or they'll give you a hat. So, yeah, like hats are sort of a thing that are very important here. Not a cultural thing, just more like a don't die thing. Don't burn in the sun on a hot day.
That's so cute. Y'all follow like instructions without asking if it's like, you know, a violation of your rights. That's cute.
Literally. Or if it's a conspiracy theory made up, bro.
Wait, what do you mean I gotta wear this hat? I have the right to not wear this hat, and throws it on the ground and sets it on fire.
It's my religion, actually.
I think the difference is that like when you guys object to something, it's like, okay, cool, there's gonna be a fight, but like, you know, nothing actually happens immediately. If we don't listen, our skin fucking blisters. Like there's an immediate.
Oh no, like it's still bad because if we, you know, if we said no to like the vaccine, I think people will still bitch about it, but like maybe like once down the line they'll like get hospitalized or something like that.
Yeah, eventually, but like I mean, within like half an hour, you'll be red.
Like, is Australia really that much hotter compared to like Southeast Texas?
Let me tell you okay, so like
Not
again,
about
it's not that
hotter.
much hotter.
Yeah.
It's that the ozone layer is like 20% the thickness as it is in like America.
But is that real?
So
What do you mean? Is that real?
Is the ozone layer real?
what are you? Can I ask? Like, what are you?
He's
so
a
it's
broccoli
still pretty
Thai,
hot,
bro.
Like,
Broccoli Thai.
Yeah, broccoli Thai coming out with the straight facts. Is it real? Love it. Yeah, well,
Okay, and then
welcome to the country.
also, why does another one? Why is Australia stealing stuff from us? Like, they stole Medicare, and this guy has a cowboy hat. That's a Texas thing. Like,
I'm gonna figure. Okay, Medicare, Australia, created. Okay, Australian Medicare was created in 1984. America, Medicare.
Surely we have that first.
It was like
1965.
Roosevelt.
However, how does it work for you guys? We just get free everything.
Yeah, we don't have that. Here, it costs money to live and breathe.
So the way Medicare works, or at least how it's intended to work, because there are like things. Medicare is publicly funded universal healthcare insurance for Australia. What this means, right, is that not everything is free, but like the common things, like usually most general practicing doctors, like, you know, you just go in for a checkup, that will usually be something that is free. And also Medicare, all it requires you to have is just go into a Centrelink, which is like our government building, a Centrelink. You go and say, hey, I live in Australia, here's my proof. Okay, here's your Medicare card. Now you can get a bunch of discounts on shit. For instance, without Medicare, my ADHD medication would have been $120. It is now $40. Big cut. And like, that's available to anyone with a diagnosis, a prescription, and Medicare. There's really no downside to having it, because even if you have it, you don't get locked out of other programs. And like, you know, all you can ask is like, hey, does Medicare work here? Like, can I get Medicare on this? No or yes. That's all. Also, it doesn't stop you from having private healthcare. You can actually claim on both private and Medicare at the same time. It's pretty cool. I don't know what benefit they get out of it, but it exists.
Not being a greedy shitbag is what I hope is happening over there.
One time someone I knew went to an urgent care place because they had a tummy ache that was really bad and it cost them $1,000.
Yeah, that person was me. I paid $10,000 and my appendix exploded and I was in the hospital for 3 months because I just
that was a pretty heavy
It was a pretty heavy stomach ache.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad one. That lasted several months.
I Google, right? I just Googled, so like, because I looked up what date Medicare came into effect. And then the follow-up question on Google was, what happened in the year 1984 in Australia? And this is what it says. Medicare came into effect. A 115-gram jar of Vegemite was the first product in Australia to be electronically scanned at a checkout. Advanced Australia Fair was proclaimed as Australia's national anthem, and the green and gold colours became the national colour things. What a weird combination. What a weird fucking year. Like, Jesus.
1984 is very important. It looks like.
Yeah, I thought it was like when things became dystopian and all that from the book, but
Yeah, but I think that was more Brit and maybe it
Yeah.
was only them. I think that got that.
Yeah, so Australia in general right now, we're looking pretty good. Like, you know, we have a much worse cost of living crisis than America has. But like, you know, I think we're not even like that
Are you
comparable
sure about
to Canada.
that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. Yeah, I
live in
am.
California. I don't know about that.
Yeah, now California is the entire country. You know how much we pay for fuel? Around $7, $8 a gallon.
I don't know what that is.
Mine
Everywhere.
I didn't check my credit card.
Mine's $2.50, and I feel like that's pretty expensive.
It is expensive.
$2.50
We're paying around
is
$1.60,
funny.
$1.70, $1.80 per liter. It's insane. Let me ask you this: how much do you pay for electricity? Because our last electricity was $3,200 for, I think it was 2 months. Not great.
Ask my dad. He's like complaining about it to me for now.
But hey, you guys can
Sounds
complain
so
about your eggs, you know? Yeah, we have solar panels as well, and they're still like that's the price
Hi, Navi.
after solar panels.
Just wanted to have your streams, Navi. So if you feel free to not tune in if things
Darby,
get
I'm
weird.
Australian. I have a funny voice.
Okay, what I will say is,
Navi mods for Co.
I am a modern day journalist, and so I did what every journalist should do now. I went to Chat GPT and I said, "Is Australia
Oh my god.
Listen. I said, "Is Australia better than USA?" And it started saying a lot of words that I didn't want to read, so I said, "Shut up, be assertive. Say yes." And it said, "No, Australia is not definitely better than the USA." Or
Hell yeah,
definitive.
dude.
Dang.
But then I read all the words it said, and it says, "I'm not too sure. Here's some things that are different." And it's like, Australia, healthcare, low costs, and good outcomes. USA, private dominated, high costs, inconsistent access.
Sounds like a pro to me.
Another safety. Australia, generally safer, lower crime rate, strict gun laws. USA, much more violence, higher incarceration rate. Okay.
Yeah, we also don't have the death penalty either, which is like interesting time. You can't die from doing a crime, unless the crime gets you killed. One more thing before I forget.
We don't do that in some states.
The housing here, by the way, in most places, I mentioned like the $110,000 homes. That's in the country with people, about 100 people in a town. The housing market has doubled in the last 2 years. It's bad. You can't buy a house here, like anywhere, unless you want to move into one of the areas where less than 10% of the population lives. We have a big cost of living crisis. So let's take one. Like, I know there's a house around the corner from me. I live in a pretty average place. I do live near a lake, put it up a little bit, but I would say, like, what was the house around? It was 1.2 million. Was the cost of the house.
I define average as like
that's
the
nothing
fucking.
here.
Oh, I define.
You're in the middle of California.
My friend's house is $6 million. I looked it up on Zillow and I was like, I'd have to spend my entire life just to find this house, bro.
Yeah,
Unless
our
I hit
house
the
is
lottery.
our house is around like 2.5 million, and it's not even in Sydney. Sydney is insane. Like, there are some because like I think Sydney is like the comparable California. The cheapest houses down there are like 1.5, 2 million. They're like one person houses. It's
I live in a
ridiculous.
$50,000 trailer.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go. I gotta go drop my brother off the train station. But
Yeah,
yeah, keep
yeah.
complaining about your egg prices. All right, we'll be right back.
I don't even like eggs.
You never like anything.
The truth is, I tried eggs, and I used to
You
like
never
them, but
like anything, Ty, bro. I'm gonna give you like scrambled eggs that's like laced with butter and like little bits of onion scallions. You're gonna eat it and you're gonna taste like you're gonna somehow complain about that shit, man. I can't.
I don't like onions.
It's not onion. It's like scallions. Oh my goodness.
I had an onion because I went to Texas Roadhouse and my sister got onion rings and she said, "Eat an onion ring." I said no, but then she forced me to. But I was like, all right, let me experience the onion experience. So I took off the crust and I just ate the onion.
Bro.
Whatever you're on,
Bro.
can I get some?
High on life.
I'm not taking any trip anymore. What were we talking about? I forgot.
I have another
Ty
question about
doesn't like
Ty's on,
onions.
I'm on.
Whatever. I can't.
How do you take any politician seriously when they have a silly accent?
I agree. It's fucking funny, right? Like,
Yeah.
listen to the way I
True.
sound. Like, how do you not like burst into tears?
I would vote for you though, to be honest.
Would you?
But only if you're a green.
Only if you're painted like Shrek, and then you get the vote.
If you
Only if
become
I have
broccoli
the-
Y,
If
if you
you're-
become broccoli Y, Dude, we could form a band, dude. Broccoli Ty and Broccoli Y.
Broccoli Ty and Y.
Dude.
Ty
That's
Y.
actually such a fucking yeah.
And then get Violet in. Broccoli Vi.
Okay, wait. Just quick question, Wiley. So what's going on here? What are they doing? Like, are they?
What do you think I know?
Who's gonna
it's
win?
our guy. It's Manu's. I know this guy. He's cool. I don't know his name, but he's kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't know, like, if he's saying anything important. I should probably turn on.
Read the subtitles.
I can't read that during my game. Yeah.
We can't read in America.
Yeah, we have an educational crisis going on too.
Okay, so it's very clear to me. So there are some squares, and they need to be filled with colors. Here are some lines. They need to go up. That's what I think. So as you can see here, this guy's talking about the lines. He's saying that the top line is the highest line, but see the middle of the graph is empty because the lines are on the top and the bottom. He's talking to us now, and now he's gonna gesture. And he says, look, the gray line is kind of it's not too far away. But at the end of the day, like, we're looking at the sort of where the line goes down to here, and see the ones up here. These lines, they are up high. That's good.
What am I listening to, man?
So okay.
Now, look, the line at this point goes along. But look way up there. Look at where it is. And look, they go to here, and look at these numbers where the lines are.
Oh, wait, Other is almost at the same place. We could win.
So there's a chance, guys. Okay, so to actually kind of break this down, are they basically saying the independent vote has been increasingly become a big factor in these sorts of things?
Yeah. So interestingly enough, right? Like if you were to scrap out he's saying here the gray line. Realistically, like the Liberal Party would win by actually quite a lot, but the Liberals don't tend to. I think they don't do a coalition as much with because the Liberal Party is already a coalition of things. The Labour Party is less of a coalition.
What is it called? Like the National Party or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's the National Party, but it has other parties, right? So while the Liberal Party is like sort of the Liberal Party is its own thing, the Labour Party, aka the Red, isn't as big of a thing. So they tend to work a lot more with the independents, and that's actually how they won our last election. They won our last election because, as you can see here, right, they're showing the results of the 2022 election. This is what they were, but guess what? Blue didn't get in. Fucking Red did because they sort of partnered with some independents. Now, this year it looks like it'll happen again, but less so. It looks like that Labour could win with an even closer margin, and so they need to like work with less people. However, a lot of people are sort of hoping that like if Labour wins, they'll work with certain people rather than like a lot of them. And that guy agrees with me. Look, he's nodding at me. Yes, and this woman is talking. It's very good.
Can I interrupt to ask a question? Is it true that in Australia the definitions for liberal and conservative are swapped to what it is in America?
Yeah, 100%. Like the colors are backwards here, so it's like Canada, I think, if that's correct.
We're kind of going for Labour. Some of us are going for Greens.
We're going for Green. We're going for Green.
Yeah,
like
so Green. I think the majority of the country's in agreement where Green is, unless you're like a very sort of, and I mean absurdly progressive, sort of young person who thinks the world is going to end and is packed to the brim with mental illnesses, right? Like the Greens are very radical. I don't know if that's controversial to say. I could be wrong. Don't kill me. But they're pretty crazy. And a lot of people don't like them. I'm sure they have good reasons to be elected. However, I don't really see them. So the Greens genuinely are probably not that good for the country long term.
I think we'll see. We'll definitely see like how much of their influence has gained since 2022. Now that with Trump in office over here.
Yeah. I expect a lot more people will vote for Green, but it'll still be a bit of a minority. They are essentially the biggest independent sort of
vote
party
right now. Yeah.
Yeah, the Greens are big enough to be shown there, and it's because they're the most likely to sort of essentially partner with the Labour Party, and that's something that a lot of people don't want.
Clearly, the gray line is the bottom of the ocean, the blue line is sea level, and red line.
Oh yeah, and it's the
shark
yeah,
attack.
Yeah, that's fucking smart. Yeah, look, like I said this at the start of the stream. I'm only liberal because technically the Liberal Party benefits me and my family in certain ways, but ultimately, like, both parties have, you know, pros and cons, and I'm not too worried about either one of them.
Wiley, if I may get your kind of Australian expert opinion here. I mean, as you can see on the stream right now, Mari is currently playing a game of Tetris. Kind of just wondering what the implications are of the outcome of the Tetris games are to the
absolutely. So, as you can see here, there's a lot of blue on the screen. There's a lot of voting for the blue here. We're not seeing a lot of red votes. But ultimately, red might end up partnering with the white pieces. And then you might see sort of a coalition. Like, look at this. You can see that the reds are really overtaking. However, there's a lot more white pieces, and if they partner with the reds, this could be big for them.
If you don't mind, Broccoli News, Tyler Como here. Kind of want to follow up. You know, not really what I'm asking. You know, so basically, if there's kind of two unrelated things. There's the election, there's the Tetris. So I'm kind of wondering, in your opinion, if let's say Mari, I mean, it's kind of an out statement. Mari gets a 1.2 right now. You know, is that going to affect the outcome of the election? You think?
You're probably going to support the government.
You ever take a break, Tyler?
Bro is crafting his response right now.
Look. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Look at the guy behind Mari's board. He looks half asleep. Okay.
Big forehead, like I mentioned.
Large forehead. So we have white man sleeping. We have white man with big ears, right? As you can see there. Look at those. Like, look at the size of them. They are like he can hear.
He is an elephant of a man.
Yeah. You have white woman in just disgustingly white clothing. Like that's just stupid.
I want to intentionally be a worst version of Hassan, bro.
And then you have Nan with slick back hair in blue suit. Look, I think that ultimately, Mari, if he loses this game, it will send my country into turmoil, and so I really hope he makes it to 50 lines. But at this point, it's looking pretty bad. Oh, nah!
Alright, so kind of following up on what I asked, Mari did actually have 100%. I'm kind of wondering what the implications are for, you know, we're not too biased here at Broccoli News, but we do kind of favor the Green Party here. So kind of wondering what 171
They're so real. This network's so real. They're so
Yeah. So what are we thinking, Broccoli boy? What are we?
So I'm just kind of wondering what the 171K top out here kind of means for the Green Party. Is that going to help us? Is it going to hurt us? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so like ultimately the score was determining the budget of their party and how much they have to work with for the next 4 years. And Mari cut him off at $171,000 real bad. We needed a bit more than that, and I think it doesn't bode well for the party.
Just tax more. I'm not gonna lie. Just
I hate you.
Like, if you're broke, just buy more money. I don't understand.
Just print more money, dude.
If there's one thing that
I also follow up, just wondering. Not sure I ever got an answer earlier. Can you have those sheets of paper from earlier with the candidates you had voted for or potentially voted for?
Oh yes, of course. So I did find her Facebook.
What is she single?
So not only is she single, she's in my area, which is incredible. I'm so excited.
At your house.
Oh, mate.
There
Get your own. Get your own.
Ooh.
She's mine.
I can't afford that. I'm
sorry. Yes, you can't afford that.
Dang.
I spent my life savings farming Broccoli News, and it's not very profitable. Oh no.
The grift is crazy.
I might make Broccoli News a thing. I can't lie.
Do you even like broccoli, bro?
I've never had it.
God damn it, bro.
Broccoli's delicious. You don't have.
I mean, I'm can I be frank here? I'm actually a little bit confused on the concept of broccoli.
What? What?
How do I word? Do you just eat the leaves, or do you eat the tree?
What?
Like, what are you on?
Okay, wait.
What? So broccoli is like a
what
miniature.
What are you talking about?
So broccoli is like a miniature tree. You have like the trunk. And you have the leaves. Do you eat the trunk or the leaves?
The trunk.
You cut it up.
Sorry.
Wait. Yeah, you eat.
Go back. The trunk.
The trunk.
Like on a tree. Like the trunk on a tree. You know the wood.
What are are you?
No, I kind of understand. Okay, it depends. I feel like it depends on
No,
the
you
broccoli.
don't say you understand this person.
A little bit. Wait. So like, are you talking about like if it's like the big broccoli? Because a lot of times we eat like the
Is there
smaller
big
version.
broccoli? I thought there was just small broccoli.
Well, there's like the big ones, but like
know
you usually
there's
like
broccoli
you take
puree.
pieces out of like the big broccoli because they're look like little versions of the broccoli, and then you eat that.
I'm gonna have to try broccoli at CTWC.
I'll make you eat fucking broccoli. We're buying broccoli at the goddamn
You
Costco.
can buy broccoli. I'm not paying for fucking broccoli. Fuck you.
I can share my
I'm not
broccoli with you.
I'm not playing into your fucking scheme, dude. Oh my god.
This is broccoli, man. Relax.
Trust me, bro.
Honestly, like I think he thinks it's more than what it is. That's concerning to me.
He didn't have a raspberry until like last year. Blueberry too.
I had my first strawberry, raspberry, and blueberry last year.
I haven't had a strawberry in like 6,
They're
7 years.
so bad.
Yeah.
They're so bad. Your opinion's invalid.
Your opinion's valid. I don't know what you're on about.
Wait, hang on. Did
I had a cube too, and I kind of liked it.
Is it bad? I don't remember the last time I had a piece of fruit. Like, I'm just trying to think back. Like,
Bro had too many chocolates, dude.
Oh, look, votes. Here we go.
Oh.
Here's a map. Oh my god.
Oh, 0.
What? I had 0 votes.
I'm tied. I'm tied with them. I'm tied.
Nobody voted.
I can't believe I'm tied for. I'm running.
Sorry, guys. Nobody voted. Better luck next year.
That's so funny.
I am claiming victory in this election. I'm claiming victory.
Yes, the first one to vote is just gonna immediately decide the election.
Oh my god. God,
Wait, what happened to my camera? What happened to my camera?
Oh fuck, that's so funny.
That's abstract art.
What did you do, bro?
Bro,
Oh, you knocked it. You knocked it, bro.
Bro's the modern day
No,
Picasso.
look, check the secondary camera. It's fine, bro. It's still here.
No, but you're fine. It's me!
Oh, I get that shit off. Ooh, no, my bad. Oops.
Oh, nobody likes Wiley.
If you vote green, I'll like you.
I voted fucking. What's the opposite of green? Fucking. I voted the opposite of whatever you.
Red.
To be fair, I can't really blame you because blue is a great color.
Blue is definitely not the opposite.
It's not the opposite though.
Never
I
said
think
it.
opposite of green
I
is
said
like
it's good.
Shite.
What is the opposite of green?
I'm looking it up.
Like magenta.
Grandma, maybe?
No,
yeah, I guess
red.
magenta, yeah.
Red?
Yeah, it's
the
yeah,
opposite?
It's
like the blood of angry men, yeah.
Or
No,
what?
I don't believe facts anymore.
Yeah, it's green.
I don't like that fact. Can we change it?
Or what color system are we deriving your opposites from?
Roy G. Biv.
Bro,
It's the
I
color of the
looked up
rainbow.
what's the opposite
Okay.
of green, and red showed up.
Well, red shows up in.
motherfucker.
Okay, that's for paints. For like prints, it's like magenta. All right. So,
I don't know, bro.
White Murray,
similar to
Being
colorblind.
a nerd.
Yo,
So,
true.
okay,
Get
we're looking
Bella
at
in here.
RGB or CMYK. Is that what we're looking at here?
Crazy straight.
Wait, what the hell kind of a tie is that?
Oh my
What the-
god!
What is that?
What is that?
Wait, you know those water? What are those water things you put under your pillow? You know the fucking the warm water things. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Like
No.
the little like the packs, right?
Yeah, the little packs. Like water. Hang on, let me.
They're
look
like,
at it.
compresses, right? Or something.
I think so. Like
Wait, that actually makes sense though, because like that's a tie, and I'm a tie, but I'm really big, and so that tie's really big. That's like
So that tie represents you then.
that represents me more than any party in Australia ever will. I'm pretty proud Australian for
I
that.
mean, you're not Australian, so I'd imagine.
The hot water
kinda-
bottles,
wait.
yeah, the hot.
yeah,
compress.
that's it.
Is there
The hot
any-
water bottles. It looks like one of those. That's
Is there
so.
any party in Australia that's advocating for the eradication of spiders and snakes?
I would support.
Kind of
I would
actually.
support that.
There are some parties that obviously are dedicated, because like a lot of things like that we have in Australia are more dedicated towards services, right? And one of them is land care out west, which is sort of important. And you could argue they're keeping populations in check to maintain the integrity of the bushland. So you know, there's that.
I don't want the population to be maintained. I want it to be eradicated. Like most animals have animal rights, but like snakes and spiders have animal wrongs.
Can we eradicate you or like?
Animal wrongs.
Nah, I like snakes. They're cool.
Some some snakes are cool. I think boa constrictors are like awesome.
We have a map.
All right, let's see. Is it 0 votes?
No, we got a map here.
Holy shit. What? 50 votes,
Avery,
guys.
Let's go, Avery.
Oh wait, hang on, wait. So Mari, we can't really see it, but this is only just in like one certain area, and this is a.
Yeah.
This looks like it's saying foul. That looks like a
That's
section
foul.
of Sydney.
Yeah.
Oh, foul. So that's gonna be very
Fowler.
Very
New South Wales.
Well, okay. So good rule of thumb for you guys. The Labour Party it plays towards the strengths of like it really helps out big population centres. So when we look at places that are sort of Sydney, Melbourne, they're going to be more Labour swinging. But then if you go out sort of to the country, which we saw on that big map where a lot of the bigger sort of larger spaces were blue, that's more catering to Liberals. However,
that is
we have
50 votes, yes. Just 50 votes in from one area right now.
We have the problem though of like, you know, the very common statistic that is known that 90% of our population lives within 60 miles of a coastline in 5 or 6 large population centers. You could think of like the California and the New York, and that's it. That's sort of like what it's like for us. So those big population maps that show you like, you know, who's voting where, it doesn't really tell you anything at all. Like they're really not that helpful.
I've just discovered 2 things. One thing I love and one thing I hate about Australia news.
Oh hell yeah! The guy
One
on
of
screen right
the
now.
thing I love is that since they still have 150 seats to go, there's 150 seats in doubt. That's fire. That's badass. What I hate though is I think it's why the Green Party is kind of failing. That's kind of like look, I mean,
you hate that they're losing.
No, I mean that's true, but they're not gonna lose. They're gonna win after they make this simple change. Look at the bottom left screen where it says 150 in doubt. If you go above it, a little to the right, it's green. That's lime.
Oh, Geelong,
Not
my friend's
green.
from there.
I don't like lime. Broccoli ain't that color.
Oh my god. Why? What about lime? Lime
We're
can't.
not the lime party. We're the green party.
Lime can't
The
do that
lime
bad.
part.
Do you
Sorry,
just
I think you should be the lime party.
is
Like look. There's red, there's blue, and there's lime. That needs to be green.
Where's yellow?
Yellow doesn't exist because they're bad.
Oh, okay.
all right?
Yellow is like, look,
Damn,
yellow is like
okay.
the water boy on the basketball team. Like, no one wants him on the team.
I guess I can leave again.
This is like
That's the pea party. We don't like that.
That's racially.
We don't support the pea party.
the pea party.
Actually, racially true.
Oh my god. I mean, look, like Canada had the writing jokes. All right, we got
the lime jokes.
we gotta see like what is gonna be the thing for the Australia one. All right, what thing do you call
why
weird?
is Australia shaped the way it is? It's kind of odd.
There's a few different ways you can sort of learn to draw Australia.
They're just kind of shaped like a McDonald's chicken nugget.
It's shaped like a fucking Have you seen the thing where it's like it looks like a cat and a dog?
The only thing I've seen is that the world is shaped like a cat playing with the arm.
No, ours is like Mario. You should look this up once your game is over in about 3 seconds.
Oi.
There's this thing, right? No, trust me. Like, just wait a sec. Watch.
Yeah, I see the world is a cat. Oh wait, cat head, dog head. Wait.
Yeah, the
have a
sort
good
of
one,
body-
Nabi.
Yeah, you see it, right?
Holy shit. But the cat is like vomiting or has a hairball.
Yeah, like it's weird. So Queensland, sort of New South Wales is like a cat, and then the Western Australia is sort of like a dog's head. And
Well, come on
that's how a lot of people learn to draw
in
the country.
on YouTube. What is that? PA.
Welcome in.
That's a name.
Dude,
Yeah,
who's
PA.
The
I'm so
whole
excited for
state of Pennsylvania is watching.
Oh,
I'm
you
so
had
excited
a
for the
tuck
Russian
there.
election stream.
You had a tuck there with the fucking.
I'm not really.
with the L.
I'm not really watching my fucking board right now.
You should be paying attention, Mari.
Mario, are you still gonna stream in 2030?
Yes.
I don't know.
Because the Russian election will be in 2030, and I want to see that.
You already know what's gonna happen with that shit,
I looked
dude.
at the 2024 results. It was actually really close. Nikolay Karitonov got 3 milli votes, almost 4 milli, and Vladimir barely won with 76 milli. I think he could be seen a blockbuster. And I'm not talking about the winner.
He nearly won with a 76 milli.
That's a close one, dude.
Oh
Yeah, Vladimir might lose his presidency.
Sorry, say those numbers one more time. I only heard this.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I only heard.
Nikolay got 3.7 million. Then Vladimir, I don't like that guy. I'll be honest with you. His face, I don't really like it. And anyway, he got 76.2 million. So he got about 88% of the votes. Nikolay only got 4.
But it's pretty good.
I think 2030 will be a lot closer, similar to maybe Al Gore, George Bush era levels of closeness. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you think they disappear people if they vote the wrong way still? Or
yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, once you lose the Vladimir, once you lose the Vladimir, you can't ever drink a glass of water again, or you're just gonna.
Yeah, it's now a risk.
Actually, wait. Actually, though, dude, no, I can't talk about this. It's too much, probably.
It's too much hot take.
It's not about the Australian election. It's a tangent for another day.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
No. Hold on. We're here to.
Do you want me to do it? I'll do it.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll bet. What is it?
All right. So the Russian-Ukraine war, right? This is a tangent I have. All right. So there was this. Okay. So the war happened. Ukraine kind of started kicking their ass a little bit. Like they thought they were gonna take it over soon. Then they didn't. And so Russia started hiring these mercenaries or whatever, like these militias that go fight. And then I don't remember the guy's name, but he was the leader of it. And he was like, actually, fuck you, Russia, and just started invading Russia, took over a city with 1 million people. And then Vladimir Putin was like, yo, please stop. We'll give you some money and we'll let you on a plane and you can go somewhere else. And he was like, okay, deal. And so he accepted the deal, and then he fucking died in a plane crash. Why did he accept that deal? It's Vladimir Putin. Why did you do that?
It's yeah.
Why does this guy look so tired on the TV? By the way, he's either about to cry or he's really tired. You see this?
He has such an unnatural looking head.
He does, right?
He's just
round. Why is his chin all the way out there?
He's just round.
He's got a star for a t-shirt. What the hell was that? And she, the moment that any dirt gets near her, she's gonna fucking.
I'm not gonna lie. I should rank the TV stations that we look at for each country, because we're gonna do the Philippines next. I can't remember.
Is there a Philippine election?
There's
soon?
a Philippine election soon. The midterms for that are coming up soon.
Goodness.
And so
dude.
it's not like a federal election, but it's still something to talk about.
Are we even gonna understand the language? What language do they speak?
I'm gonna Tagalog, but they've been colonized by America, so they speak English enough. I know where to get.
I forget that fact a lot. I do forget that a lot. You did own them once upon a time.
You did own my people at one point.
I didn't mean. Oh
my god!
What did he say?
Bro fell in right into that one, bro. That was crazy.
That is crazy. Holy shit.
But yeah, no, I know where to get the English.
Hey, look, it's your
stuff.
Greens. It's your green people there, man.
The Greens. That's broccoli green right there. Yes, sir.
Those are my personal correspondents from Broccoli News. That's Albert, Josie, and James.
Just a bit more than that, dude.
Josie and James, are they sister and brother?
Why'd you forget Albert? He's the most important part of the crew.
Wait, who's the fucking turquoise guy? Look at the fucking guy over here.
That's our opposition, bro.
Oh no!
I thought that was
the rotten broccoli.
Well, wait. Oh, Wiley, I've heard.
They're fighting. See? That turquoise had with some fighting, freaking movements. He was
what have you heard?
So when I was looking up this sort of stuff, I've been hearing about this other thing called the teals, and I'm pretty sure it's just another word for independence, but I just wanted to make sure with you.
Okay, this is kind of complicated. I'm being how do I hang on? Sorry, I'm figure out how to explain this. It's gonna sound a little bit insane because it's not really something that we see in the fuck, I don't know how to explain it.
No pressure.
Okay, this is my first time hearing about it.
My bad.
Teal is a color.
With words.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It's just no idea who they are. I was like, okay, I bet. I just.
Yeah, I literally have never heard of that. I'm assuming it is a party There's one of the independents. One of the others, the OTHs.
Yeah, someone look that up real quick so I don't look like an asshat.
Wait,
Do you guys do
the
this
best
thing, right?
idea ever, bro.
What?
Yeah.
Next year for the U.S. midterms, I gotta land an interview with John Cornyn for your stream. I gotta do it.
Ooh.
I gotta be your personal correspondent to John Cornyn.
Yeah. That sounds like a great
Wait,
idea.
he's running for election, yeah?
Is he running for re-election? I thought he's not.
So he's only like 78, so or 73, so he's
Yeah.
a young
Only
guy.
73.
Only
Alright,
73.
yeah.
Yeah.
When you guys vote, do you guys get free food and stuff?
No,
We get free depression.
That's in some states. I think that's straight up against the law.
It is, yeah. You can't hand out water.
Well, because like
You
all
can't
we do
hand
is,
out
like, what
water,
it is like
damn.
when you walk out of the fucking when you walk out of the sort of voting building.
Oh my gosh. Oh
they
my
give you free sausages and whatnot. Like it's just part of the thing that the school sets up.
Yeah, no, I can't do that.
Mari, I
Why not?
forgot. Holy shit.
It doesn't matter who you vote for. It's just did you vote or not?
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
We just get an I voted sticker.
Yeah,
That's a bit shit.
yeah, but
That's America in a nutshell.
I'm proud of it. Well, shut up, Ty.
I mean, to be fair, though, like voting for us is mandatory. So
Ken Paxton is running against John Cornyn for the Senate.
Oh,
That's gonna be cinema. Oh my god.
Oh, we're so fucked. We are actually so fucked.
wait, have we got any funny names of people on the TV right now? Any funny names? What are you looking at?
I'm not seeing anything.
Names. Oh, polls closed in Northern Territory and South Australia. So those two states are like the middle ones. We only have 7 states and 2 territories.
Got a free pen. Yeah, no,
Can
I
I
just get
interrupt
stickers.
again for a question about Australia? You just said voting is mandatory, so what do they do if you don't vote?
Wait,
Throw you in jail?
You get a fine of $120.
What?
Yeah. So like that's why my friends and I made the joke of like we don't know who to vote for. What if we just copped the fine? Just like thought it'd be really funny if we just straight up didn't vote. However,
we're the
of course,
opposite.
you can
We're
just
trying to get people not to vote. We're paying people not to vote.
We're paying.
No, it's a thing of like
or at least the other
We're making
way.
you pay to vote.
Yeah, they
you're
pay
making
to
them pay to
vote.
vote. I mean, words are hard.
No, it's a thing, and like the thing is like we will get really good voter turnout. You'll probably see, despite having a population of I think around. Are we at 29 million yet? Hang on. Australian population.
Wikipedia said
27 million.
98% eligible.
Yeah, so like we're 27 million people roughly, and in 2023 we're 26.
I just didn't have good form.
Eligible
772.
voters in Australia.
Where am I? Where's the score? There we go.
Yeah, so I mean, like, there's a BBC report on why it's compulsory in Australia. Yeah, so there's 18 million eligible voters, and like we'll probably see at least like 17.5 million votes come in. I wouldn't be surprised if 19 and 20 vote. So
wait, but what if you can't like? What if you like can't vote? Like, what if you can't get there?
Oh, we have early voting, so like mail-in voting, which
Oh, mail-in. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, mail-in.
We also have like yeah, we have several different things.
They're trying to kill that here,
so-
but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we also have this thing where it's like
I actually can't early vote because I'm not like sick or anything.
There's also rural voting, which opens up I think a week early. So there'll be certain places out in the rural areas where you can make the trek out to then go to some place a week or so. Like it's open for a week before voting. So for instance, like while I voted today, my dad actually voted over a week ago back at the farm, and my mum and brother voted yesterday, I think it was. Like our voting isn't just on the day. It's the.
We have that too.
So, is that normal? Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if that's a normal thing or not.
I do mail-in voting sometimes when I'm lazy.
Yeah, it's convenient. Like, and I've just checked it up here right now. So since 1924, voting has been compulsory for all Australian citizens over the age of 18, with a failure to vote carrying a fine of $20. Just $20. So like,
20.
you might as well vote if it's just $20, right? Like, it's you go in, you get a free sausage, and
Trumpet
maybe
to
you learn
patriots.
something. Yeah. So
And I would not vote. F that.
Nah, you know, it's like a sausage snack. Like you go to a sausage.
I mean, you have to vote
If they
though.
give me a chicken strip, that's
I'm
different.
vegetarian. I don't want that shit.
They have veggie sausages. Don't worry.
Speaking of breaking news, bro, or chicken strips, bro. Breaking news: McDonald's dropped chicken strips, and they're mid as hell.
We never had. Yeah. Oh no, they
They
dropped
did?
them. I thought you said they dropped them off the menu.
Yeah, they have chicken strips now. They're
Oh,
called
wait.
They're called McCrispy, except
Guys.
they're the softest things I ever ate.
Yeah,
I
they
need to
probably
tell you
are.
this story.
Oh,
I
no.
need to say this.
You need
Oh
to. You
my
absolutely have
God.
to.
Bro really needs to let this out.
It's a must. It's
Guys.
a must.
So
I
we
believe
went
you.
to McDonald's. Right? We went to get 3 medium fries and 3 drinks.
That's it?
Guess how much the price was?
Wait, that's
for
it?
that?
You went to McDonald's for
That's-
sides
How
and
much?
drinks?
For fries
Can you
and
repeat your
drinks.
order again, please?
Wait, what?
Three
Repeat your
three
orders, I can
medium
guess how much it
fries and
was.
3
Yeah, 3 medium
drinks?
fries, 3 medium drinks. Yeah, guess how much
Okay,
that
let me
was?
count. Let me count in my head.
I'm
It's
gonna
probably
guess in US. I'm gonna guess $20.
Fries, 3.
It's not $20. It's also
No.
Canadian. Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh, Canadian. I'm gonna guess like 30 Canadian.
30 is insane. If it's 30 and you bought that willingly, I'm gonna like maybe not be your friend anymore.
We gotta do what I do,
Guessing
which is probably legal.
$29.54.
How do you
I'm
know
gonna say
that?
15 and it
Did
better
you
not
just
be
pull
a
it up?
cent more.
No, I
What?
just pulled a random number out of my ass, to be honest.
Okay, so what
Watch
was the
Max.
final number?
Why were you guys almost dead on? It was $27.
Called it.
Well, it was
Like-
3
So,
fries,
right,
bro.
Can I
And
have
3
tax
drinks.
included in that?
Oh, fuck off with your taxes. Oh my god.
Paradox? Paradox?
Yeah.
You act like we have a choice, bro.
Bro,
The
what?
way you guys do taxes
You
is
said $27? You
Yes.
said
Bro.
27?
Yes.
27?
Bro.
Bro, my meal at McDonald's, I'm talking 20 nugs, a large fry, and a drink if I'm feeling crazy is $9. What are we doing?
I'm saying, like, what in the
What are we
hell
doing?
is that meal?
What are we
Like,
doing?
not even just
What are we
talking about the price. 3 fries? Really, bro?
Yeah, 3 medium fries and 3 medium drinks, bro. I get a large and 20 nugs and it's $8. If I want to drink,
No,
it's
like-
I
No, we
I
were
don't
at a
really
store.
mean,
So we were just getting fries to share for like our family and just a drink for all of us.
Bro, I could go to the airport and get 3 large fries for less than that. What are we doing?
I mean, like, I don't be rude,
That's really
guys, but like,
expensive, though.
I
that
really don't want
would
to
be
step on like
smaller.
America
Hey,
here, but
your money.
in my
No,
like,
do. Please
I
do.
mean, American Macca's was so shit when I went there. Like every Macca's I went
Oh
to.
yeah,
was
no, they're all
It's not bad.
they've been kind of mid, but like if you're
Like,
willing to take
You
it,
guys didn't
you
have
know.
Angus burgers, which blew my mind. You guys didn't have like I thought Angus burgers were universal. Like that's crazy.
We had Angus
Angus
beef
burgers.
at like some point, right?
Bro, McDonald's nugs and fries when they're fresh are still.
Some of your
peachy.
Macca's don't have McCafes, and I looked this up. Like fucking like McCafe started in Australia. I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, no,
nothing
they're
more
just
from us.
the coffee,
Yeah.
isn't it?
No. It's like the whole breakfast menu is like McCafe. Breakfast Macca's started in
Oh.
Australia.
I don't believe
like
you. We start everything.
no, you're just shit. The McFlurry. was,
Valid
I think, was an
argument, to be
Australian
honest.
thing first off, which just made the jump.
The McFlurry
I think.
is dull.
No, the McFlurry in Australia, we partner with local with sort of Australian brands. Like we have a Tim Tam McFlurry. It's fucking sick. It's so good. We
sounds
have. It really is. It's so good. Like I didn't realize how because most companies that make the jump out to Australia, they really struggle to sort of. We're very hesitant to adopt new things into our culture. We're just like that. So like Taco Bell is on its last legs out here. I think Carl's Jr. is on its last legs. Like all of your famous brands, like they don't really adapt to what we like, and so they just flop. Like Macca's though was I think the exception here because they like when we started calling it Macca's, they played into it. They know that we love our coffee, that we're big coffee lovers, so they invented McCafe, which then became a staple of Macca's. We also were quite pushy with like sort of tech stuff, so we were one of the first countries to actually roll out the sort of self-serve machines. I think we had them sort of fully in our Macca's before I think any sort of UK or America did. They're fucking sick as well. I love them. I don't talk to people anymore at Macca's.
Y'all like eliminated like 25% of service jobs with that funny move.
Oh, we love the self-serve things. They're great. But yeah, like a lot of companies struggle when jumping out to. I can't think of another one, but there are quite a few of them that I see. Starbucks really struggled to get out here because they just didn't change their menus. We have a very specific sort of palate that's very different everywhere around the world.
Starbucks is like sweet, right?
Yeah, but we like sweet, but like there are certain things that like we love. Like we invented the latte. Like lattes are Australian, and like Starbucks didn't have that sort of stuff on their menu at the time when they jumped out to here, and so Australians just said, "Nah, this is shit." We very much love our local sort of. We're the kind of people that love like a local coffee shop, or we're very local, we're very prideful of that, and so big companies not embracing that sort of culture, it just doesn't work. And Macca's did that with McCafe. Yeah, we love local things, and so big corporation.
That's usually a good
Fuck
thing.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the thing I'm thinking of that I used to have in my brain and I'm not. No, it was oh yeah, it was chicken. How's Jollibee doing over there? If it is.
I don't even know what that is. That's how bad it is, probably.
Oh, Wiley.
You're good. You're chilling.
Oh, Wiley, I'm about to take you on a journey when we go to the B&B.
I mean, Wendy's really
No,
struggling.
Tyler, you don't have a say.
You don't have a say in this.
It's right. It's my bread and butter, baby. What do you mean?
Yeah, chicken strips, bro. Like, that's it.
And I got the bone in too.
Yeah.
Yo, Fire Up. I'm actually offended that you would say that. I'm offended that you would say that.
Yeah.
I'm offended.
Good.
That hurt me in my heart.
That's okay, dude. I don't take it.
Oh
back.
yeah. No, it's not for you to decide. It's for me.
Jollibee's is a wonderful
I heard Tyler was
brand.
offended and I had to join.
Wow. Look at this guy on the TV. What's this guy doing? This TV man. Look at his fucking. He looks pretty good, doesn't he?
He looks so oval.
He's so. I was thinking he's ovular.
Ovular is not a word. No shot.
Ovular is apps. I'm just looking it up.
I'm googling it, and if you're right, I'll give you $1 million cash.
No fucking way you're gonna do that.
Cash? Wait,
Ovular.
let me get in on this.
Ovular is. I'm using it in the wrong context, but it is in fact a word. The word that I think I was trying to use is oval. Right? We like
ovular is not what you think it is. Yeah.
No, it's not. It isn't.
Is, very
An ovular is an adjective, being or of the nature of an ovule, and an ovule in botany refers to the part of the plant that develops into a seed rather than fertilization, which, if you think about it, is kind of like the plant that grows broccoli. Green.
I don't think that.
I was just gonna say that, dude. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the
Look
greens.
at these people counting right there. Look at them go.
Oh, that's cute. Y'all still have human counters.
So Mari.
Yeah.
So there's holes cut in the beanie for your ears.
I'm thinking that there has to be holes in the beanies.
Yes.
Okay, but that kind of ruins sometimes people want to share hat, and if someone shared your hat, it's gonna just show their hair. It's gonna look funky. You can't share your
Mari,
hat.
can I wear the beanie?
You have an unshareable.
Oh, you don't really want to share hats. You want to get lice. You want to get lice.
I was gonna say, like, I don't think that should be a thing.
You want to give Mari? Can you give me nits? Like, fucking. Wait, do you guys call them nits? Hang on.
Like
nits are like the eggs, I think.
No, nits are just lice. Or whatever they are. Fucking. I think they might be dead. They might be.
They're just called lice then. Yeah.
We call them nits.
Yeah.
Or mites.
That's what we call the eggs.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are the eggs. Like, hey, look at them nationwide. We got votes coming in, gamers. Or
Dude,
is this
the green's 12%. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Let's go.
I think we knew this.
We have a yellow. We have a yellow part. I didn't even know. That's sick.
That's so ugly.
What is that? Hold on, I'm throwing. Damn it.
0.3% of the votes are counted, and so far we have the Labour Party in the lead. That's quite surprising. So I assume they started counting the. Oh, you know what? No, the South Australia would have a lot of Adelaide. Yeah, that's fair. Curious. Oh, changing vote. Wow. People don't like Labour. We got a swing. There's a 1.8%.
I don't see no green on that TV.
There ain't no green.
Hey,
Green's struggling a little bit.
They call us
RGB?
comeback green. We always come back when it matters.
Is Sydney included in this yet, or are they still counting?
No,
more
this is. They probably haven't started counting Sydney, or like the sort of. You can imagine that we're going from west to east, sort of with the sun. So Western Australia, like Northern Territory and South Australia, they're currently being counted. I would say that not a lot of Sydney is being started counting. They haven't started counting it yet. Sydney's voting is still open, so you know. Oh,
I can't believe I'm saying out loud I want the Green Party to win. That's a crazy thing I never thought I'd say.
Well, I think
if Hana was still alive, I think they would be like, "No, that's a third party, like split the vote." Oh shit.
I think I should honestly, Mario. What do you think about me running for Congress in 26?
I think it'd be really funny.
Okay, but here's the thing, bro. Do you think I could beat Brian Babin? He's a dentist. Like, I feel like if you said
Wait.
to my
Which Congress are we? Are we talking national Congress? or are we talking about state Congress?
National Congress.
No,
District 36, bro. I could beat
surely,
Brian Babin.
bro. From with what credentials?
Or popularity.
Are you talking about me or are you talking about me or him?
I mean, either of you at this point, but like, yeah, you.
Here's the thing. Here's the first thing. I have an ethical decision I have to make first, Mari. So if I run as a Democrat, I'm cooked. All right, because I live, you know where I live.
Oh, I think
I'd have to run as a rhino.
Yeah,
and that hurts.
You can see on the HUD that New South Wales is starting to be counted. See, 0.1% is being counted.
Oh,
that's cool.
Yeah.
So we do have votes being counted around the country now.
They're all coming in.
Bean! I think I can beat Ryan. I think I can beat it. Here's the thing, Mari. He spoke at my friend's college graduation, and I watched him and I booed him. Like, I know how he speaks. I could debate him. I could win. I've analyzed. It's like, did you ever watch Captain America: Civil War?
What does he do though? Blair. Oh, that's not.
It's Blair.
It's not Tony Blair though.
No, it's Brandon.
I don't see the number. I don't see the number 65 on that either.
I want you guys to try and pronounce the funnier names that come up. Bradfield. That's an easy one.
That's not.
No.
Bradfield, mate.
Ramations, would you vote for me?
I would have to think about it. I would have to sit on it for at least a week.
Well, you don't have that much time. Whenever it's time to vote, you just gotta vote. You gotta do your thing.
Where are you from?
I would have to research at least like every single Tyler video to see.
What if I gave you
a green person?
Do you think they'd
$1?
They'd have to like. They'd have to like pull up your like diss tracks on like me and like King.
Wait. Oh my God, Mario, you just made me throw the item in my hand out of excitement. Bro. I can make a Brian Babbitt diss track. Oh my God, dude! Imagine I pull like a Jeff Jackson, go viral on TikTok, and then I get popular and get votes, bro. I beat Lion Brian by just rapping. Oh my God,
bro! Does people still talk about Jeff Jackson anymore? I assume he's been dying down ever since for a while.
He kind of died. He kind of started getting hate. Like everyone loved him. But then he voted to ban TikTok while getting all of his fame from TikTok, and never started hating on him. But then he ran for attorney general in North Carolina and won. So now he's just like.
So it's not.
I think he just made the TikTok comeback. I think he just made the comeback recently.
So he's not in the House anymore?
No, he's the attorney general in NC.
Oh, that's where he went. I was wondering where that dude went.
Yeah, no. So his last TikTok, because I was a follower, bro. He was like, "I hereby resign because I'm becoming attorney general, bitches." And then like he stopped posting forever, and then like a month ago, he's like, "I'm back, and I'm taking on these people who are."
I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Well, like, hear me out, bro. If I pull a Jeff Jackson, and also here's the thing, bro. In high school, all my teachers loved me, and they're all conservative. So I can convince them. I can fix them.
You can fix them. It's crazy.
Like, bro, I think I could be a generational candidate for Congress.
Oh, that's
and
what
then hear me
Whitlam
out.
is. It's the name of those fucking weird groups that we have that aren't fucking.
So in 26, I'll be 24. But by the time I get inaugurated, I'll be 25, which is perfect. I do 3 terms in the House.
You're gonna be.
31,
You're gonna be like. What is it called? Like you're like gonna be like
Joe
Maxwell.
Biden.
You're gonna be like Maxwell Frost. That like.
No, I'm gonna be like Joe Biden.
Be like get in the Senate. Like.
No, here's actually what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. I'll be 25 when I get inaugurated. I'll do 2 terms in the House, run for Senate at 29, get inaugurated at 30, and then I just do a term in the Senate. I'm 36. You know what that means? President time.
President time.
Oh
I may
my
have to
God.
go for a few minutes again. To finally do this train thing. I'll be back shortly.
All right.
Keep it on the country. Okay?
We're gonna see how Green does for you, buddy.
What's up?
You got to do mine and trunk.
I'm not gonna do mine in chunk.
Bro,
Dude,
the video's already made, dude.
I think the value. I think he values his time, and you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I value my time and I play RSG.
RSG.
Dude, Ramations, imagine
You
if
have
you
no idea what
endorsed-
that means, dude.
Dude, if I got the Ramations endorsement for United States President, I think I'll just win. So I gotta win your vote.
I think
Would
you
I,
do.
could I be vice, whatever, of your position?
You cannot be vice
Okay.
president, unfortunately. You would not
Why?
fit the age requirement whenever I plan to run. You have to be at least 35. But I do have a good plan for vice president. I've kind of
I
have
can be
this all planned out.
35.
No, you can't. That's not how it works. Time-wise, personally, but
Okay.
no. But here's my plan, right? Look. So the big thing that everyone fails to understand is that as long as your VP is from a swing state, you win, right? Bro, like if Kamala just picked Josh Shapiro, she would have won everything. So like, I'm gonna pick Josh Shapiro.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if people even cared about that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, if Tim Walz ran by himself, look, he probably had a better shot.
Here I've been telling people this forever. If Walz was the presidential candidate,
That's what I agreed with you. It's like, bro has some riz, dude. Bro has like charisma. He's so jovial, bro. I love him.
Yeah. He felt like an actual real candidate. Like
he felt like a real person, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not just some satirical bullshit.
Mm-hmm. We all, or what the fuck did Kamala say? Like, we all come something context that surrounds us.
I was balls to the walls for Harris, is what we say. Get it? Because it's a wall joke, like, you know?
Not really.
Oh, okay. That's
Alright, I'm gonna go.
Oh.
Yeah,
get it?
Because of his name.
Yeah. Wait, Firedogs, are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm going to sleep.
Firedogs.
No, Firedogs, dude. The night's still young.
Firedogs.
What?
A penny for your thoughts. Who's gonna win the election?
I don't know the candidates at all.
Bro, I said a penny for your thoughts. You have to give them. There's no option.
I gave you a thing to like choose from, bro. To be
just say Green Party. Just say it.
I'll say that blue one. That one blue
Yo,
one.
get this guy out of here.
Oh my god.
We're voting for the big forehead party. Get him out of here. What are we doing? It's crazy. Bye, Firedogs. Bye.
It's over.
After a while, crocodile.
Alright.
It's like an Australia joke because they have a lot
Bye,
of them.
Firedogs. We will miss you.
Yeah.
Viva la something. Leave! No,
Get out!
Get out!
It's not working, dude. This is bug. Okay, wait.
Alright.
Wait,
I'm just gonna close Discord.
Got a vote, bro. The blue one got a vote. There's only 149 in doubt left.
Oh wait, we got one.
Now that he's gone.
We did not get one. We did not get one.
We
They
did not get one. Alright, wait. Let's see what party or what district that was.
No, I actually got so invested in this election, bro. I was half asleep in bed all comfy, and then I saw this. I was like, oh,
no,
fuck,
like you
it's
saw
happening.
me like
I was invested, bro.
yeah, like okay, wait, what fucking what was the one thing? In doubt. Is that elected? It's Are they interviewing? Oh wait, that's two now.
We're so cooked.
Is it probably NSF or whoa
Wait.
One by liberal. No.
Did I go cook a second bag of
God damn it.
popcorn, or have I had enough for the night?
Probably good.
Do what your heart desires.
How about you cook a good taste?
My heart desires a heart attack. My doctor said, so I don't know.
Oh, don't do that.
It's a yearning.
I mean, then she took some of my blood, like she stabbed my arm and then said, "Let me investigate your blood." And then she did that. And she was like, "All right, so heart attack." I was like, oh,
Heart attack tomorrow.
well, she said 10 years.
She said.
Well, she said within 10 years, so really it could be tomorrow. She didn't really specify.
Yeah, you got 10 years to worry about that.
Like, I don't want to flex. She said I'm a perfect form.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden. You got.
She said I fit the criteria perfectly.
You got two
She said I'm a
deal.
perfect storm, bro. Like I don't think she's ever. I think she's into me. I don't think anyone's ever. I don't think she said that to anyone before. I'm a perfect
What
storm.
a camera move! Did y'all see that? What the fuck?
Wait, that was kind of cool.
Wait, damn.
I missed it, unfortunately.
Dude, they got the 3D animation going on.
No, they got like it was like a studio cam and like it, pushed into like the view of like their Capitol building. and like you can see it like peek around the corner as it did that, and then like it suddenly did like the whole 3D push thing. It was so cool.
I might have to move to Australia after that.
To the coalition's
Where you want to go? You want to split a house?
This does represent a swing.
I'd
go to
be.
Tetris house. Like there's like.
I've been saying this like Tetris house in like the middle of fucking. I don't know, California.
Can we do
Middle
one
of the
like
desert, right in the middle of the desert.
Make it like Utah instead.
Sitting member Melissa McIntosh.
Maybe, yeah.
But like, maybe we should go to Wyoming.
New Orleans.
But you keep picking expensive places.
Yeah, North by California. Yeah, maybe. What's like a good cheap place that like doesn't
have a good sleep?
You have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging. I don't know what's a state that's like cheap and like won't take away my rights in 4 years.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there's there's cheap and there's the cheap without taking away your rights, and that kind of like takes away a lot of cheap.
A lot of places. Yeah.
So we're probably looking at like
Labor's projected at 34, the coalition at 32, Greens 12.
California.
Now I want to go and have a look at Tasmania.
Northeastern states also feel okay, but also y'all have snow. And that shit's annoying to deal with, I feel like.
2 times I've ever had it for real.
Dude, when like it snowed when we, or at least when I came back down, right? It was so weird because it was literally like I literally just saw this form of snow in Boston, and it's like happening right here.
It's only 1.6% counted.
It's actually so annoying though. It was like
The Murray said, "I hate everybody who likes snow."
It was like 4 to 6 inches or something crazy, and it went from that to being 90 degrees within 2 or 3 weeks. And that took me off.
Yeah, Texas.
Only time will tell whether these figures are indicative. Now, what
It was such nice snow too. I don't think we'll get that ever.
It was great. It was great.
This one's, I think it was one on Braddon. Mal Hingston's on 36.
All right, Mark, I'm looking back at the VOD to see that camera thing. I think I missed the beginning of it.
I'll look at this. I can I look at the percentage wise? Yeah, 10.5. We've got One Nation on 8. It's the change in vote here.
One Nation.
The Labour vote's well up. The Liberal vote's down. We're projecting
Green's up.
God damn.
That percentage.
Yo, Green is up, baby. Green is up. Liberals down. You'll love to see it.
You'll love to see it.
Something I also thought I wouldn't say in 2025. The big 25. Liberals down. Hell yeah.
Labor doing pretty good.
Oh, I knew Ty would say that.
In the big 25. Oh, man.
In the big 25.
Yeah, no, that camera move, dude. Oh my god.
That was actually fire though.
There was like no need for them to go that hard, bro.
Dude, Australia's actually still like they have like no people there, but the ones they have, they do good work. That was good.
They're pretty alright.
Yo, Ramation, I mean, I don't want to brag, right? But you saw that Cobalt video today.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't want to say that I'm the GOAT, but I discovered the digging under the slime strategy before Super Gamer did. Like I was 5 minutes in the video, I was like, oh, dude, why don't you just dig under them so they can't get down? And then it took till minute like 20 of the video to get that idea. And I was like, that was my idea.
It'll take a long time to do.
Super Gamer stole it from me.
Just some thoughts on that. I know these are early numbers, but there's evidence move there in Labor's favour.
Anything else?
Wait, fuck! I have to get up to do fucking community wrap up.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I up at 4 in the morning?
Dude, only 3? It's only 3 in the afternoon. It's like...
Yeah, but like...
You have time.
I don't want to get up like before that.
Yeah, but like... You have time. You have like...
I mean, I have time, but like...
You have a couple more hours.
Look, I mean, like, look, we all have time, but we're all gonna die. I gotta be productive with said time. Right? Dude, okay. I get so confused with Enskelite. I always think Enskelite is British.
Now, the thing that's a little bit different about Tasmania is the difference between Scott Morrison.
Like up in the early British morning to watch my streams. How committed.
in Tasmania than elsewhere. They are less.
Because like
keen, much
Equi
less
and
keen on
Enscalate
Peter
joined
Dutton than they
wars
were on
like the
Scott
same
Morrison.
time,
So
and they
if
were
you
like
take
pretty
Bass,
similar in skill at the
which
time.
has a well-known
And I know one of them is
local
British and one of them is
Archer,
not British.
the Maverick Liberal member of Parliament.
And I always think
Our
Equi's the
campaign
not
in
British
Bass has
one.
been to say, you can like
But
Bridget
Equi's
Archer, but if
the
you vote
British
for her,
one.
you get Peter Dutton. It's been a very, very.
I low-key didn't even know where Equi came from.
And so, if there is a world where we go backwards somewhere, Victoria perhaps.
Your
WA perhaps,
boyfriend
maybe
isn't
Murray,
British, but like
then
they're
we
just
would be
up at the
looking
same
to
times.
Northern Tasmania in particular to try and pick something.
Tasmania.
Just bring you in there. Do you accept that Peter Dutton
I'm kind of. I tried thinking of a joke and again. Bless you.
Kind of a rap card, if you will.
Circumstances there. I agree with
Formations. I'm maybe the best rapper of the generation.
Okay.
She held the seat at the last election.
Like you, like I mean, I just like you give me a topic and I'd rap about it for 10 minutes straight.
For 2 elections. And in
All right.
Do cheese.
Okay, go ahead.
Retiring, and
You didn't give me a topic. You just want me to freestyle off the dome.
The issue
Yeah.
there is
Is that what the pros do?
I mean, I suppose, but like it's more fun if you just like tell me what to do.
Tonight we may not know it until the week after next. It's
What?
going to be a close seat.
You don't have anything in mind?
In line shows the brutality
You know,
of
everything
the Labor
awesome?
Party, which we could never get away with in the Liberal Party.
All right, I'm gonna drop some bars for you.
The sitting member there was tapped on the
Yeah,
shoulder.
please.
Said,
Go ahead.
Raw Nations is playing ranked. He's really good.
who I agree is
Ranked.
a popular
Get fucked.
member.
Oh.
As the candidate.
Ultimately, though,
Whoa.
This just in, Tyler Tetris threatens to rap.
Oh, no, God, no.
That was great.
I don't. I mean, yeah, if I threaten it, then all my ops will be scared because I'm a.
That was the
Boy, I
wor-
really like that one.
No, that was just the worst beginning of that word to be used. Like Jesus.
I really just listen. I'll do anything.
Tim Wilson will kill me otherwise.
Oh my
Nice.
god.
Oh, we got chairs in there.
Just
oh,
add
we
an
got
E
chairs
to the end of that
down.
word. That's what I was thinking. That's why.
I thought it was going to be another trivia one.
We got chairs coming in there.
Yeah, I still don't understand. It's okay, I don't have to.
48%, so 3.5 but up 3.
Ramesh, I think you're gonna lose this game.
Yeah, I
wait,
know.
it's
This guy has
4-7.
freaking sub 8, and that's like not fair.
Do you not have sub 8? Are you bad?
No, I don't even have sub 12 in ranked yet.
Oh goodness gracious!
I might be cooked here.
Of Tasmania and
So
salmon.
That's
Tyler, how do you feel about
Peter
about
George,
every
who's running
single
instead of Franklin.
party
He's actually got
having
more primary votes
seats
at the
on
moment than any other
Greens?
candidate, with about.
I mean, look. I mean, we're.
3%
I mean, the clock is ticking. We're down, but we're not out. We're not out at all. That's what we say. We're not
Yeah,
out. We're down,
no,
but we're not out.
100%.
And we can always go back
100%.
up. We can always get back in. So
Yeah,
we may be
no,
down
shut
and
up.
out, but we're about to get
Shut
up
up,
and
yeah.
in.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah. So
Not
like,
down that, but okay, I get it.
Yeah, shut up.
so like, we just need to rally our troops. No people can take $20 fine. We gotta get
Yeah,
everyone together.
100%.
We gotta get
Yeah,
them
no,
to
shut
vote.
up,
We
bro.
gotta get them
Fuck
to
up.
you
Yeah,
know,
no, 100%.
tell their
Yeah.
Oh wait, what is happening right now? What is happening?
a little bit of disrespect. I might have to.
No, I
prime you.
100% agree though. Shut up, though. I love you.
I'm getting mixed messages here, Wiley. What do you?
I'm officially declaring my presidency for
100%. Like,
Australia,
don't even
so I
stress,
can
like, shut the
put
fuck up.
Wiley in
Yeah,
jail.
100%. Like, yeah, I agree.
That's a little
You
bit
agree?
of abuse of power.
What is going on?
Oh, they're
Look,
flying!
he's got his
Wait,
papers!
wait!
He's got his papers!
It's the same like flyer thing that you got. It's like that
Yeah,
same
so
guy.
they're all localized. I think they must have. Maybe they are like I think they just do. I guess I don't know. Like, yeah, authorized by Seastone Liberal, Macquarie Street, Sydney, 2000. Okay. Did you guys see that the map of Tasmania on the news earlier as well? Like just full on, just nothing. It was nothing but
I heard
Tasmania is
the
like
word.
100% Labour.
I heard the word Tasmania mentioned, and I.
Wait, look at that place, Jagga Jagga. Did you see Jagga Jagga from fucking Victoria?
No, I
that's
see
sick.
Bob Cata.
No, like so the names like of the places that are being counted. Also,
Oh,
I
bless
sent
me.
you a
Sorry.
link. I sent you a link, Mario, of like
This
of like
soul
our
thwaite.
election thing,
Wait.
which will show you the exact results. Also, you can if you go if you scroll down a bit, you can look at the map results. Look at our map. What is this? Like what? It's a honeycomb looking thing.
Trying to find your DM. Hold up. There you are. Puppy.
Okay, so you click on that thing, scroll down a little bit, and look at the map.
It's like empty for me.
Yeah, but you can hover your mouse over to see like what's happening.
Yeah, I see that, but it's like I would like to see the colors, the funny colors.
It'll show eventually. Okay, Mari.
Yeah, but they already put in like confirmed things, and I want to see like, oh, which.
They're not fucking done yet.
But
you
then,
can scroll down and you can look at the colors though.
I see it. Oh, it's a bit. Hold on.
Mari, I don't think you're getting it, dude.
Tasmania.
Look, I know what the votes say.
Mm.
Wiley. I know what the votes say.
Yeah.
Zero votes. There's
Yeah.
nothing on the board yet. They're already counting us out. But they've counted us out before, haven't they? They said we were too idealistic, too radical, too green, too small, and yet we're still here. Why?
We
don't play.
Damn. Even Tyler broke, dude. When does Tyler ever break through a bit?
They said, and yet we're still here. Why? Because we don't play for the headlines. We don't play for the power. We play for the people. We play for the planet. We play the long game. And while the big parties are trading slogans, we've been talking to real folks.
I
fighting
love
for
broccoli,
refuge,
dude.
for forests, for First Nation justice.
Tyler won't eat broccoli, but I think it's pretty good.
Dental and dental. While they're building pipelines, we're building hope. And guess what?
There's a lot of negative energy and feelings in this conversation.
We've just got started. But you go back out there heads high.
Electrocute.
I think Wiley's just going through his dictionary of threats and seeing which ones like actually like.
It grows. Every conversation, every vote, every voice. We're not here to play politics as usual. We're here to change the game. And I don't care if we're behind in the first quarter. We've got a heart. We've got grit. We've got the damn vision to turn this around.
Absolutely.
Now get out there and let's show them what the Greens are made of. Let's.
Amen.
Amen. 100% agree. I think that is a great plan. Anyway.
What just happened?
I'm dead after you. I could not stay straight.
Oh no, I was.
Stay straight.
I didn't say much. Like I did say like our dental will be curb stomping you.
I'll watch the mod back. Don't worry. I'll watch the mod.
Yeah, no, I will make an exception for you when it comes to capital punishment. But what I do want to bring up with you is this is kind of a touchy subject. How much you fucking suck. Like honest to God.
Like Condolingus, right? Like oh my God.
What?
No, like Cunningham. Now, test everyone. Everyone, ready for the test. Ready for the big test. Where is Tasmania?
South.
Yo, it kind of smells like Updog in here right now.
Like the
Southeast Murray.
Southeast Island kind of thing. Yeah.
It's the big old island we have down there. Good job, Murray. You won.
Yeah, I learned about Tasmania because of some animal show that talked about the.
How do you pronounce that town, Murray, on the screen?
I think that's an estimate rather
Leichhardt?
there's another big swing there.
Really close.
Okay, well, gotta give it to me though.
Yeah. No, that was pretty good. I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Pronounce Leichhardt.
Leichhardt. Okay.
Now, Bean, this is not as encouraging for the Labour Party.
Is that like?
How do you pronounce that one?
It's Bean. Where's Teddy?
Oh God! You're gonna like bring that province up like every time like it shows up on screen. Where is that at? ACT.
It's in. ACT is Australian Capital Territory. So
there's like a place in the capital called Bain.
Bain. Where's Teddy? Where's Teddy? Where's Teddy?
Yeah, no, it's just a place. Like, okay, so like Whitlam is what mine was, right? That's like the name of my thing, but I don't know what they mean. Like, so there is one called the Riverina. Now, the Riverina is an area that I was born in. But it looks like it's just a section of land with people in it.
That's
Like,
usually what districts are.
But I've never heard of these districts before. I've only heard of Victoria or something.
And that puts them in a great.
Why are we so down?
In fact, continues they're in a great deal of danger.
Skibbity?
The change in vote there.
I think these are more. Oh,
Green. Why are we down 2? We should be up
Damn,
17.
considering the Liberals like weren't even in like fucking haven't been in power for a couple of years, they are really like unfavored. At the moment,
that's what we're seeing.
I don't know if that says that like Labour's done really well or just like the Liberals have done a bad job of selling
the
themselves.
Liberals have lost a few percentage points.
She is the most beautiful woman I've ever laid my eyes on.
Have you not seen me yet?
Wait, is that Tasmania? That's Tasmania, bro.
That's Tasmania, yeah, that's the island.
Dude, I'm in love.
Do you not know who I am?
I'm not on the Green Party anymore.
I love her.
I'm a laborer now.
I love her.
Dude, me and her could do a duet. We could do the Frank Sinatra song where it's like, and then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like, I love you.
How big is Tasmania compared to other places? Wow. Okay, Tasmania's actually quite big compared to other places.
Feels like it's the size of New Mexico or something.
I'm comparing it to like, okay, so it's roughly the same size as West Virginia.
It's not that big, I guess, but yeah, it's a good chunk.
It's half of the UK, and like it only has like a few thousand people there.
Yes, a momentous.
She's
53. I've changed my mind.
What?
Oh look, the boxes are being filled. The boxes are being filled.
The boxes.
Yes.
Boxes.
Yeah. Mari, you can't. Not on this stream. You are not allowed to do a British accent. Say the boxes.
The boxes.
Say the. No, say the boxes.
The boxes.
The boxes.
The boxes.
No, the boxes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Mari. Boxes.
Boxes.
Yeah, boxes. That's what you're doing. You're going boxes. Boxes.
Boxes.
Boxes like that.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, boxes.
Boxes.
Mari, yeah, like I don't want to hear like that bar. You're putting it at the front. You're gonna put it at the back of your throat, like you gotta put it, like down in the back.
Boxes.
No, like
I mean, look at Leica,
boxes.
Boxes.
See, no, do you guys hear what he's doing?
No.
He's making it British. Don't enunciate. Just go.
Well, the thing about Australian accents is it's just like British but extra. It's like a southern. It's like in the United States you have a southern accent.
You're actually wrong. You're very wrong.
No, I'm right, and I'll explain why.
No, it's my
You have the American southern accent.
Dude, that was awesome.
They had a base in Australia. No. If you have the British accent, you have the American southern accent. They have a baby that says Australia.
Listen, dickhead. All right. What you need to know is that when you say it's British but more, it's British but less. Like no, everyone that does an Australian accent, they try to articulate and enunciate. You need to say it like you don't give a shit.
Boxes.
Like
boxes.
We mumble everything, right? Instead of saying boxes, you go boxes. Like there's no like.
Say crocodile.
Yeah, perfect. Boxes.
Boxes.
Say crocodile.
Crocodile.
See, British people wouldn't say it like that. Like you say it crazy.
Like crocodile or something stupid.
They go. It's a crocodile. We'd go. It's a crocodile.
Crocodile. Yeah.
Like I don't know how to describe it, but like it's just crazy.
There's a mumbly like sort of like
Tyler has like a whole like axis of theory on how the accents work.
Yeah, so American accent. Like,
he has a spreadsheet. You should see the spreadsheet.
Yeah, see.
The American accent is the base accent of all mankind, and it's just why. It's just it's why
you tell the equivalent of putting the Earth at the center of the universe. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Straight line. You get British?
Exactly.
That's
like honest to God, that is comparable with putting like Earth.
Wait, I kind of want to see what this is. Is it doing the
I
thing?
think you're listening. If you listen to my logic, you would understand and agree.
Send me your spreadsheet. I want to actually look at the spreadsheet while you're explaining it.
I don't have a spreadsheet. It's simple math terms.
No, just open MS Paint. I'm pretty sure you can do that explanation.
I can show you on MS Paint if you really would like to.
Show me. I would like to see this because I'm genuinely curious, but I want to explain to you something that Australia as an accent takes the least amount of energy to do. It's so lazy. We run through like okay. I'll just the name of the country, Australia. No one says Australia. We say Australia.
That's so extra.
We say Australia.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a calligraphy pen because it's the most fancy one. Because I'm fancy like that.
You've already lost my respect.
Dude, Wally, that was awesome.
Okay, so you have a graph, yeah.
Oh my god.
So we're gonna start. What color represents America best? Red or blue?
Blue.
I would say blue, probably. On red and blue.
Yeah.
So the American accent is just like this. Okay, and you know what we call that? We call that.
Sorry. Wait, why is it a graph if it's a fucking? What are you?
You're not understanding my. This is my theory of accents. You just have to listen to me, okay?
Wait, Wally,
let him go. Wait, let him go.
Wally.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Hold on.
Wait, Wally, you aren't listening.
Yeah, bro. Like, listen up, all right? This is y equals 0. Okay. And then we get to British. British are fucking like poo-poo brown.
Let's see what happens with
Okay.
We can agree on that.
I've to do this for many, many years.
What? What are these? What are these dimensions? What do the quadrants even mean?
Yeah.
Chat, clip this chat.
He's told me this before, but like, it's so funny every
You took
time.
a math course and just didn't fucking retain half of the information you need.
No.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
All right, he's not done.
Okay, and then you get Australia.
We're green, by the way. We're green. Because like,
green?
country-
Green? Okay.
Yeah, we're green and gold, so like just green.
All right, give me 1 sec. I want to make sure I get this right. I gotta look at my notes.
But I mean, it is very.
I don't want to even like mildly lead you astray because I like you, you know.
Early voters will
Fucking
behave
one-way
very
gamer.
differently to the.
We like to keep you around,
So-
we're seeing on the day voters.
So
Far.
kind of.
Even in a world where if we did well, we still wouldn't anticipate that it would be one-way traffic. You know,
I'm
I'm
waiting.
trying to figure out to explain this in the way you'd understand, you know, because you kind of
Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that. Show me where my fucking accent is.
We're kind of looking at like.
Keep an eye on. So there'll be a lot of.
Okay, so
There'll be a lot of unpredictability. It won't all be one-way traffic, even if we do well.
Okay, now explain this to me.
This is
no doubt about that. Seats moving in different.
I know Navi is lurking, but I wanna ask her if this is like correct at all.
So what is it? So what is your fucking?
I'm pulling up my notes so I can explain it to you mathematically. All right.
What is your
I'm
rudimentary?
pretty sure
like,
this is the
fucking,
tangent line.
Really? Because like I'm seeing like a makeshift swastika. Like I don't know what's going on.
Hey, it's been wrong. Anyways, so let me okay. So as we've established, blue equals USA, baby.
We know the country. Yeah, okay.
Poo brown. We'll call it PPB equals British. And then we have green. That is Australia. So
it's the AU of S.
You just kind of have, huh?
We're the AU of S.
Yeah, sure. If you want to feel better about yourself, for sure. So basically,
joke.
if you listen to me talk, okay, there's no bump in my voice. It's just straight all the way. And when you hear a British person do like pip pip cheerio, it's like pip pip cheerio, right? Australia, like, can you just talk real quick so I can kind of demonstrate? Say like pip pip cheerio, but Australia. Go ahead.
Pip pip cheerio.
See, it's just like that.
That was not what happened.
Not.
Like.
This is like, I have no
Boy,
idea
you need
what.
to highlight this part of the.
It's on YouTube,
You're
bro.
graphing.
This
Okay, so
is on
what you've done,
YouTube.
what you've just done to me is you've tried to use a fucking quadrant like graph to display something that requires time to explain.
Pip pip cheerio.
Right.
Why are you not graphing these in terms of like, okay, you're talking about tonality and like breathing patterns and like fucking like energy
Now,
as like a time
forget how to
thing.
do it, here's how you remember.
So is left to right
take
time?
this-
It's just a. It's like an oscilloscope, bro. What?
Wait, Wiley, you're not listening.
I'm clearly not listening.
Here, I'll go over it again for you, alright? My name is Tyler, and I have a normal accent. There's no bumps in my voice.
So okay, so left to right is time, is what you're trying to tell me. Left to right is time in terms of tones.
I mean,
correct?
I guess I can simplify it and say, sure, for your basis, right. It's a lot more complicated than that, but for your basic...
Your education system has failed you so fucking hard.
No. And listen, when I say no to you, no. There's no bump in my voice. British person, hip, cheerio. I want that.
Why does it go down? What does it go down? Where is you said pip? Nothing changes.
Wait, Wiley.
Are we letting him?
Wiley.
People understand simple math, okay? So if we go in your route, in your vision of this, right? Let's do a basic thing here. It's not perfect. You're saying pip. That's not how it works. You have to go down so you can go back up. So it's pip.
What the fuck does that mean?
So it's a sine wave. So you're describing a sine wave as a verb.
Yes, the sine wave is passive. You are saying pip. Yours going up. You're saying it's the opposite of American. It's not. It's an addition to the American accent. It changes the American accent. Pip Nando's. Right?
I'm not prepared to call it.
This has probably got to be one of the best PowerPoint presentations someone has ever given to a 7th grade class.
Okay, Mario, don't call this a PowerPoint presentation. That's taking away a lot from PowerPoint.
I don't know. Like, I think a PowerPoint of this could really make this shine. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a fucking slander on PowerPoint presentation.
I mean, I'm picking it up. I understand.
Look, here, I'll give you an example, all right? I'll give you an example. So, I'm going to say 3 sentences right now. This is sentence number 1 in my normal accent. This is... No, that's
you
not...
Went up. You went up. This is a sentence in my normal accent. Pip.
They don't say anything
and then,
else.
Okay, Wiley, do me a favor. Just say, I voted in today's election, whenever you're ready.
I voted in today's election.
Just like that.
Okay.
Now you may be wondering. Tyler, you said you have to go down so you can get back up. How do you go down with the Australian one?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, what's that? Is that when you can't? Is that when we sort of ask a
Start
question?
over.
My phone's blowing up.
Okay.
What?
Go back down.
So can I do a test? Am I allowed? Can you test? Like, can I do a little test here? I'm gonna do a quiz.
Yeah.
So, okay, so let me go to my paint document. All right.
That's not how tan works.
I'll draw the
my
thing.
own damn theorem.
No, I'm gonna see if this is like my pop quiz. So I'm gonna try and like learn. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna take this.
So,
Okay.
So here we have like.
It's not the straight lines there, so it's not gonna get the exact point across. But
all right, hang on. Here we go. So we have this right. So America is this right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Good
And
job.
then British is like what's the most it looks like shit? That's kind of like shit colored, isn't it?
That's pretty shitty.
America's like this, right?
Hey, no.
Well, it's like this.
It's sin x. It's a mathematical formula. You have to draw exact sin x. Much more similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Australia is like this.
That is correct.
Oh my gosh.
No, why?
No.
Mari, don't look for the sake of your screen, please.
No, what? What happened?
No, don't look.
Turning my theorem into Nazism.
What? Oh, no. God. Do I have
This
to
is
take
not
down?
true.
Dude, we cannot be taking out these VODs.
No, here,
They're too good. You can't
why
take
you're
them
wrong.
down.
Here's why I'll explain why you're wrong, okay?
Well, hang on. Before we do that, can we look at the Green Party having no fucking seats?
Oh my god. Hey,
How
well,
we doing on
the
YouTube?
next
How we
best
doing?
option is still getting more chops, bro.
How we doing on Give me an update?
Hold on, I'm trying to expand.
Just real quick. Just want to know what seats we're at.
We have
we're at
29 for Labor, 26
0
for
for Green,
Liberal,
got it.
0 for Green,
6 for others.
Okay. I'm going to explain to you, Wiley, why it's not a
Oh,
swap.
we're getting colors, Mari. We're getting colors down on that map.
Look at the greens.
Who's that? There's the Eggman. It's the Egg Boy. And the
Oh,
Greens.
they're in Melbourne.
Melbourne. They're in Greens HQ, Melbourne, baby. I have a custody case to go to.
I do wonder if they're gonna get a seat after all of this. Like they do have a lot of votes in like just kind of other centers.
They might get a couple. But I'd be surprised they actually got any seats at all. You're still doing this graph thing, man. You're starting from the middle. You're starting from the middle.
Look at that.
Okay, I'm gonna explain to you why it cannot be a swastika. Okay, look at this. You start up here.
It's crazy.
You go like this. It's a crocodile.
Get the fuck out of
No, I'm not done yet though.
That proves
The
it.
British one? No, you look at it. Ready? No, you ready? No, look at this. Look at this.
I need to put this other boba in the fucking fridge, or I'll probably spoil it.
It's a fucking elephant. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
I'm not kidding you.
It's Republican.
Oh my god.
Right, here we go. You ready for this?
Oh my god.
Oh
Ready
my
for this?
god.
See this
Oh
guy?
my god.
Just if we can go back to Melbourne for a sec, Labor's
It's a snake.
cranky about its
So you're a
view
Well, let me tell you some more basic math here, Wiley. Let me tell you some basic math.
preference to
Snake
vote cards today.
plus
Did you do that,
elephant
and why?
plus crocodile does not equal. I'll blur it. This is a blurred image, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
So I have just solved accents for you. You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Beautiful work. Beautiful work, buddy. Early
why does
swing
Peter
against
zero-
Peter Dutton in where is that? Where am I?
Hang on.
In
Oh, we got Sydney. Sydney's coming.
Oh,
Maury, I found this
that's
something
pretty
very
good.
funny after your. I found this something very funny after your Canadian stream. Pierre didn't even win.
Pierre did, yeah.
Like his
no, because well, Ty, did you see what that I posted in the general chat? That that.
No, I did not.
So Tacky was also in the Canadian stream, right? He said he would pay for my flight to LA if Pierre lost his own parliament seat. We didn't get the result on stream, but I think it was like 3 or 4 in the morning where we got the news that he did lose his seat. And a few hours after that, I got $160 in my PayPal account.
Yo, Tacky, if I can explain to you the theorem of accents, I need $160.
Where's my account even at, dude?
I should post the Tetris theorem of accents in CTM.
You should, and make it a sticker.
Through our nation's public spaces, Australians of all ages and walks of life are taking to the
Where is it?
We've searched the nation for passionate, everyday pianists. Listening on.
Oh, the pianists.
That was nuts. Give me more of that.
Their job is to select one pianist from each location. To
What?
perform.
He's the pianists.
I was about to say, is your flight only 160, but that actually makes sense considering you're flying to LAX.
My flight was like $50 because like it's a one-way.
Alright, why'd you only book one way?
Cause I go to Vancouver after that, and then I fly back from there.
That's right. Wait, so he paid for like your flight and then like 3 times.
Yeah, I said that too. It's like I already paid for my flight, dude. Like it's fine. But like, he thought he was very sure about it. I was like, no, I think he won't lose it. And I'm sitting there like, he lost it.
Hey, Mark, if you don't want the money, I'll take it. That's all I'm saying.
No, I need that for food.
Hang on, I'll fucking take it. I'm rounding.
Wiley, can you give me a tip for teaching you about accents?
Just to be more popular, I think.
If I gave you my PayPal, would you send me some money for that?
The greens! The greens!
Yo, we're getting so
The
many
Greens are
votes.
not 12.4%, I hate to say it. I think Sydney might get them a couple of seats though, which makes sense because Sydney is incredibly progressive, despite being the only area that isn't affected massively by their decisions.
Oh, look at that!
Bro. At the moment, that's translated into
Folks, I hate to break the news. I think Broccoli News is going to end coverage for the night. I'm going to head back to my.
How much of the vote is in though? Like,
Oh, like
not even
roughly speaking,
third, right?
4.9%.
Yeah, like not even anything. Yeah.
So Greens
There
are
are
going to come
89
back. I'm going
seats
to.
in
I'm gonna wake up to the Green Party running the country. I'm gonna be happy about it.
We don't want that. Please no.
You don't want that?
No,
Do you
I don't
hate
want the Green
puppies, bro?
Party. I hate you.
They're the party of the puppies, bro.
Victoria would be the Labour Party's worst.
They're not.
Dude, I'm actually just gonna do Mr. Beast tactic when I run for Congress, bro. I'm gonna be like, vote for me for a cookie.
You know that's illegal, right?
Well, I won't actually give the cookie. It's satirical.
It's satirical. That'll go down well.
Satirical cookie.
Satirical cookie. Yeah, it's fine. Dude, if look, okay, I didn't want to go on a political tangent, but Doug fucking Burgum of North Dakota. If he can say, donate $1 to my campaign, I'll give you a $20 Amazon gift card. If he can do that, I can give away fake cookies for satire purposes.
Did he do that, Raw? Or
Yeah, when he's running for president, he said, I need $1 donations to my campaign. If you donate $1, I'll give you a $20 gift card.
damn, he didn't win
And
any.
I missed out on it by a day. I was going to give him money, bro. I was going to contribute to the Doug Burgum Fund for $20, bro.
So like 20 gift cards, right?
Well, I mean, I think you can only do it once, so I was only going to give him $1. I would have gotten $20.
There's a traditional, postals favour the coalition.
Which would have been fire, but I guess not.
Polls have they've grown in recent years have also favoured the coalition.
But yeah, Broccoli News. I've been Tyler. I'll see you guys in the next election. Which
Why was there a what button on screen? What?
Oh, maybe they're referring to my elephant that had a trunk.
I don't know what you were drawing, bro. Like,
it was an elephant, and I think it might have looked a little bit like a.
Now, whose fault is that?
I'm answering no more questions. Good night.
Okay. Well, oh no, there's evidence. There might be evidence. No, wait, Ty, go back.
Anthony, I'm not going to push you to make a call. You'll call when it's right to call. But
They can only sack me.
So Tetris. Eh?
What is?
Brilliant. The fact that there is
just after all that.
Oh, that says.
Yo, Wiley, you're right.
Oh, it's like literally on the TV.
You know what? Good to know, right?
Oh my god. I have no idea why the back button says dick on it, but
If you look at the country, it's all blue except for the population centers. That's fucking crazy.
land definitely votes.
Yep, the ground is voting apparently. It's just crazy. Like they're like the weird thing to me is like the.
I can show you like our map of that too, because it's the same
we
thing.
all know what America looks like. It's the same thing, but the problem is like that, like people like my dad who work on the land actually get affected by a lot of the policies, or like the labor want to impose, like running power lines through land and doing certain things that affect like fucking carbon emissions, like all these different things, the grants that help the people. Like the people voting on the party that affects like the people voting on the Labour Party, like they're not impacted by Labour's things. The people who are out in in the area where they're actually enact this stuff are affected. It's really upsetting. Like the rest of the country is all liberal because they want to take a slower effect so they can at least like they still want the thing to happen. They just need it to happen at a certain pace they can handle. Labour doesn't really care about that for the farmers, which I don't like.
Is all towards Labour across the board.
I mean, yeah.
It just sucks. It's only one aspect. Cause I'm only looking at this from the perspective from like a farmer, right? Like not everyone is a farmer, and like there's so many other dimensions.
There's definitely
so many other policies.
Yeah, there's definitely like a relationship that farmers kind of need to have with this sort of stuff.
Yeah, and it just sucks that like it's not something that it just shows a selfishness in like the average voter, which is normal. Like you're gonna like it's normal though. Like you're gonna have like you're voting on what you want. Like I don't I'm not saying that's wrong. It just sucks that like that's gonna probably hurt a lot of the big industry that is farming in the country. It's really
I
sucks.
think voters are inherently self-interested, right? So there's going to be...
That's the point of it all, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
In my mind, like farmers out there, like they know the land. They actually think quite a lot about the environment. And I don't think the people in the city centres really think about the environment or think about it in the same way that farmers do. They're a lot more cautious. They're a lot more careful. I don't know. It's like it's an entire industry. It's the second biggest one in the country.
Well, it's not like y'all, the Liberal Party isn't getting no votes. They're definitely, there's a segment of the thing.
100%, but like there's still like it just really sucks. The primary decision here. I get it though. Like we're only like farmers are 10% of the population, or like even less than that.
Yeah.
But it's just it's a big chunk of our GDP. Like I think it's like 6%, 7%, somewhere in there. Big.
False polling and all that.
Yeah.
So at the moment,
have you looked up the thing about the power lines?
They're struggling with young
voters. Yeah, they're talking about it on the TV downstairs. It is a thing. Like they're talking about like what they're going to do, but it's not like a thing they've promised. So I don't know.
And have a mortgage. They've gone to minor parties and not coming back to them via One Nation like they predicted.
The Greens are losing.
The Greens just not getting anything. I kind of...
That was like...
Low-key, though, I knew that I was kind of on their party, at least ideologically. I think, though, with at least further research, I think it was kind of going to be like a tough fight anyways for them if they weren't just going to ally with the Labour Party anyway.
You'd be surprised. Like, I know that the test said that like you were ideologically aligned with them. Like, while that's the case,
so I think
just I don't know, the way they're covered in the media just seems so like, I don't use the word barbaric, I think that's mean, but there's some sort of energy about them that just feels really intense. They're less about what they started as, and I don't know, I just think I can't vote or place faith in a group that's like just they've moved so far from the environment to taxes and and just like wealth distribution. It seems so far out of what they're supposed to be.
I think, honestly, wealth distribution is kind of like the bread and butter of progressive thought, to be honest.
No, it is, but like just the way they lean in, like I agree. I think wealth is important. You can't have just the rich get richer, or you have a broken economy at that point, because like then there'll be like less wealth going around. I agree. However, what I will say, right, is that the Greens sort of go way too far the other way. In my opinion, I feel like the Greens go so hard into it. Like some people, some news outlets, like consider them to be socialist, communist, like sort of energy. Like it's. I'm not saying like that with certainty. So I think that's a little bit over the top. But the fact that people are
I think that's really funny personally, but you already know me.
Yeah, like all I know is like
because that's definitely not how socialism or communism works. But
people say both socialist and communism, like they're different things. Like they're actually quite different.
They're very different. Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that people like drawing those like so many different like sort of parallels like that, it's very interesting because like. I don't know. It's like, how can both those exist?
They don't. They don't, because it's talking about two different things at that point.
I wonder because like I'm not informed.
Yeah, no, because like socialism is it is so far from what other countries can even like get to. Like it's
socialism tends to impact culture a lot more.
It is.
Right?
It
like,
is.
That's how I understand it.
It is literally. I don't think it's state ownership of industries. I know I have that wrong. It's not that, but it's definitely at least in the direction of more public ownership of industries.
Which is fine. Like that's good. Like,
yeah.
I like that. Look, my bias is of like being someone who family owns a farm, has some.
You're
accumulation of
by the
wealth.
way, you're completely valid to like feel the way you feel about this because
Yeah, no,
you are in
I'm
a
just trying
very.
to make it clear.
You're in a
I'm making it
smaller
clear, like, I have a
demographic here.
bias.
Yeah.
But it's in my opinion that like I think that wealth distribution is fantastic, and we need to pay taxes as much as I hate doing so. However, I think we're actually at a really good balance. Like, so the past 3 years, there was an interesting thing that happened with the Labour Party. They said they were going to do tax cuts to all three groups. They were going to do tax cuts to upper class, middle class, and then lower class. I think it was. Sorry, so they would start with lower, they go lower, then they go. Yeah, sorry, all the way around. Sorry, I meant the other way around. Sorry.
Yeah.
So they started with the lower class, and then they went all the way through to upper class, right?
Yeah.
They never got to the upper class. Now my family's in upper class. When we're not like upper class, we're talking like people who have like $5 to $10 million just hanging about. So like.
That's
they didn't get there, but they
Yeah.
also didn't really do much for the middle class. In fact, they raised taxes for the middle class. The dollar, it went from $32. Sorry, it went from $29 or $28, I think, somewhere in there. I think it was 27 even for a threshold. The threshold raised slightly, but it went all the way to $32.50 for that next tax threshold. It's quite a lot. It was a difference of like I think nearly $10,000 across like quite a bit of money.
Yes, and everybody is saying,
We thought, well, okay, and then they basically said in shorthand, yeah, look, we thought we'd focus on the lower class, and now once we get to a certain point, we'll then make sure that we do address the middle and upper class. Now it's election day. Like it seemed to me like they were just trying to move it around, and it's already in a good enough spot where I think they've done a lot of moving around. But Labour love to spend, so they're going to probably do more of that. And I worry that it's going to hit middle class again pretty hard. Which is fine though. Like, taxes are fine as long as like the rest of the things you spend the money on aren't egregiously expensive. Like, cost of living shit. I'm fine paying taxes if you can afford to live with those taxes.
I mean, I honestly don't think if they say they are going to tax the middle class, then that's already just a losing move on their part because they know who to tax. Like
Yeah, but do you see like the logic of like or the process that happens here where they say one thing but they say they're going to
I get that. That's definitely an issue that hopefully again probably depends on like the kind of structure that the party has.
Like if I felt like I could if I felt like you could trust them on that, like if I could trust them in saying like they're actually going to do those tax cuts or they're going to bring back down that tax, I would actually have voted for them, I think. But like the problem is they've lied. Like they essentially did lie. They twisted things in the way they were going to do things.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people who are voting Liberal didn't forget that, and I think that like a lot of people who are voting Labour have forgiven them for that and believe them in their new claims, which seems to be more people than the latter rather than the former, right? And like that's fine. Like I hope that the people who are voting Labour are correct. I want to be wrong. You know what I mean? It's a good problem to have. I want to be wrong. I just worry.
I mean, it's always good to be skeptical of politicians, like even like normal ones, because like that's kind of how politics works.
Yeah. Look,
this sort of stuff.
Again, this is why I'm not worried about like. This is why I said like this election is like. It's very important to a lot of people, but not to me, because I don't really see it being a bad thing either way. There are some absolutely horrible things, but like compared to the rest of the world, I think we're doing okay. It's just the cost of living needs to come down. It's just so fucking high. So either lower our tax or lower the cost of living somehow. Just bring down fuel and energy prices, and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I know I've read like some like housing reform on like the Greens like platform, and I don't know enough about the economy to like actually give weight to those.
I think you got a good enough knowledge to know the basics. I've told quite a bit of stuff that I think is beyond my just like numbers that are just beyond objectivity. Beyond subjectivity. But one thing I do actually really want, this is where my bias really comes in, is that I'm trying to start a business. You know, I literally just made a business.
I thought you did already.
Yeah, I made a business 4 days ago, but I'm trying to get it off the ground. And like, I need to, you know, have investors, and like, I need to have, I need to like government grants. I need government grants to like sort of pay people's superannuation or you know, certain tax relief. And like, there are some small ones out there, but I think that the Liberal Party would be or would have been a lot more beneficial of that and giving me more opportunities, because they tend to cater
They
more towards
probably
small
would.
businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas I think Labour are more focused on like the everyday person, which that's fine. That's what people want, but it doesn't benefit me. And sad. There'll probably still be things there, because if they didn't cater towards any of them or do anything for them, I think there'd be some problems, but which won't be as good. There is one right now, I think, where like right now it closes in a month, up to $1,000 tax relief for businesses less than a year old but making less than $5 million. But like 1,000 is kind of nothing, and it's just a tax relief. And I'm not going to be making any money for the first year. It's all going to be spent as we do development. So like, you know, doesn't do anything for my business.
It's a risky thing, game development.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you, I had a 5-hour meeting recently.
I don't know about the meetings, yeah, but I know how much. Or I had an idea on how much work you've been trying to put in. Very behind the scenes, but yeah.
Yeah, it's been good though. It's been a good time. We are gonna be prototyping like proof of concepting, and then I have a couple of investments from some people. I actually randomly yesterday met a man who's like owns like I think 4 or 5 businesses, and he seemed very interested in the idea and wants to talk to me next weekend about making an investment in it. It was wild to hear him say the sentence, "I'm bored of land and real estate," and I was like, "Holy shit, who am I talking to?" So I might have just
expanding his portfolio.
Well, he's into games, and he's like, I've wanted to find like, I just started talking about game shit, because I'm a self-centered person who tangents a lot, I guess. And he kept asking questions. I was like, oh, this guy's really interesting. He must like games. And then he just dropped the bomb of like, yeah, I'm actually like I work in quote unquote high finance. And he was interested in like he wants to talk more to me in the league dev and see if there's like legs, and when the proof of concept like message him. I'm like, oh, fuck. He's talking both actual investment and wet equity, which is kind of insane. Because like anything like guidance or literal money is fantastic. This guy's person who he described himself as someone who has built many businesses and given advice on building small businesses. So could definitely use someone like that, since I am fucking walking around in the dark.
I think small businesses definitely should have a leg up in this kind of thing, and I would at least hope that Labour helps those kinds of things out, because they literally are like what kind of like they're like the actual lifeline of like what we ask for. It's instead of like the big mega corps.
I won't be the priority. However, in a country like Australia, where small businesses are like the lifeblood of the country, like people, like I said with the Macca's thing when I went on that fucking tangent, like Australians like love to support small businesses and love the sort of the community culture. It's really ingrained in like in our multiculturalism. Like it's like the American dream on fucking steroids. It's the idea of just, you know, a nice little cozy community run thing. So like I won't be their priority, but I think that like people like me and things like, you know, small businesses like the one I'm trying to start, they need to do something for them, because that's just
that should be the goal, yeah, because if not, then that's also killing their base a little bit.
Absolutely. There are a lot of like business owners. It's like, and like if you see a lot of businesses close under their economical direction.
Oh my god. Hi. Thanks for the follow, Tea for dinner. Hey man, I've seen you in the server a bit. This is a weird stream to hop in
welcome
on.
to Australian politics! Woo! Welcome to Australia. It's fucking sick. The country is fucked and also not fucked. We don't know.
We're still watching the votes come in. Yeah.
It's honestly, it looks close, but it probably isn't. We probably already know the result being the ALP. ALP standing for Albanese Party.
Ty's still trying to promote his accent theorems.
Nothing.
The accent theorem.
Yeah. Speaking of that game, by the way, I've made it kind of wild for you because like developers are expensive.
Yes.
I was quoted as like for my lead dev, he said his mate's rate was $60 an hour. And so to make it work, he really believes it, but like obviously it's a gamble to put that much time and work into something like a game for a few months, or if not even years. So he's gonna be doing like 20-hour, 25-hour work weeks for $45 an hour, and then limited royalties of up to 100k, and I think 10% of game sales. So, you know, I'm okay with giving a big piece of the pie like that for a limited amount of time. And honestly, if he makes 100k from 10%, we're not gonna have a problem.
Jeez.
Yeah, that would be at our price point, that'd be like 75,000 games copies sold. Like you know, if that's the reality we face, I think I'm not gonna worry about having, you know, paid him a little bit less to then lose on game sales.
That's gonna be a perk to the good old TTC.
Yeah. I'm gonna be talking to a lawyer about contracts anyway, so I'll bring up like IP and whatnot. But I've also had a look into like, you know, trade dress and all the legal stuff. I'm pretty confident that we are not infringing on any of their intellectual property. The game won't even be labeled or branded anything to do with Tetris. It's gonna have its own sort of like cartoony.
Right.
Block stacking is just a medium, similar to like the Hello Kitty games.
I love block stacking.
Block stacking, puzzle game stacking, fighting game. Nice fucking adjustment.
Certainly, we just cannot afford that stadium in Hobart. We know your park's in Tasmania.
Oh my god.
No! The TPs that never came.
Yeah. Dang. That was honestly good. The rolls are looking pretty fine a little bit. I think my qual gets approved. I'm seated into Winter and Futures. Am I even like in Futures? Don't tell me I'm in Futures. Surely I'm in T1 this month.
Are you gonna be in Futures? I'll get you in Futures, mate. I'll fucking stream it. I'll stream your Futures games.
I would need to like, I would love to have you as like an actual like CTM restreamer though.
I would love to do it. I don't think they. I'm a pretty wild guy.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I think
Pretty wild guys. I mean, like you literally signed up for comms.
I did. I sent the message to Kingsman. I offered, like I said, like one other thing to mention. I'm quite a proficient commentator in both guideline and conflict.
Oh my god, I am in Futures. Fuck.
Oh, did you actually?
Yeah, like third seed from the bottom.
Look at go, dude. He's in.
It's so funny.
Yeah, I just said like, I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love the opportunity to commentate.
Let's be honest.
Just further to that,
a few games in Bronze Silver bracket. Because like Fractal said he'd love to commentate with me, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
There's some. That is gonna be like probably the most chaotic comms team I've heard for a while. Because Fractal is already chaotic on his own. Like he's already like.
I can't swear though. Like I need to like, because I know like I won't be able to swear at this, right? It's
right.
Thing you do. So I'm gonna need to like lock in and just like, I might drop a swear word. I'm so nervous about it.
Just try not to. Yeah. I mean, at least you're not on like the main channels. You are. Trust me, it's silver, man. There's gonna be some shenanigans happening there.
I think they'll put me on bronze. I think they'll be like, okay, we don't know this guy.
Oh my god. I'm pretty sure King, people have talked about you, like, already, like, beforehand. Like,
I don't think they know me. I actually, I believe that I am, like, kind of an unknown.
A little bit, but, like, you've talked with, like, the people, you know, that, like, run shit. Like, we've endorsed you one way or another, so, like, we have a good idea. Like, if we trust you, with stuff, then that kind of tells you where you're at. At least I give my endorsements. I think Sharky has given endorsements, but I want to say that I'm the biggest endorser, but you know, that's just me.
Wiley fan. Oh, hang on.
I'm just a nice Wiley fan.
No, what I'm saying is...
Dinner's ready. I've got my mum put on a roast to celebrate
Ooh.
something. Politics.
I was gonna say, like, this is an interesting celebration.
I'll be back in like 15-ish minutes.
Okay.
I mean, you got me for the night. All I need to do is like roast, see Selena after work in like an hour. Like literally, and you got me for the night. And then we're gonna see who wears.
It might be the.
It might be the Greens.
It might be the Greens.
Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. I'll be back in. Just look at the women and the sleeping man and
The women and sleeping man.
Like alright, see ya.
See ya.
Oh, wait, I want to see this.
Wait. Look at it. Look at this title sequence, right? Right? Surely.
In 5 seconds.
Surely it does the thing. No, it's not going to do the thing. Wow! Wow! It's closed! And I'm alone. Look at that ballot paper. I can, like, afford to expand this now, I think. 72p Tetris. Can't hurt you. Yeah, let's expand this back to where it belongs.
Yes, well, at the moment, can't bring up any graphics. We're currently got a sort of an Amazon server problem, so we actually haven't had any updates for.
Oh wow, Amazon having problems. That's cute.
It's a bit lower than the one I was showing earlier. It's about it's currently projecting to the Labor Party on about 54.8, which is about 0.7 lower than the projection I had earlier. That's because
Wait, keep vote totals uncovered. They're not there yet, actually, because I think apparently they're having some technical difficulties right now.
Suggesting anything other than the picture we're painting earlier, though it is still patchy.
Oh, yes, okay. Other servers are available. In fact, we wish we had one tonight right now.
But
anyway.
can I just check?
Those numbers come back.
We did see Franklin come back a bit for Labor, so that's...
Yes, yeah, and look, you know, it's... that's
it's still...
For Labor. I don't know if the seat of Bean in the ACT's come back at all for Labor based on those early...
It's still 29-26. I don't even know, like, what total number we're kind of looking for here.
On more than 5% counted, significantly more. I mean, I think there's a possibility here allowing for the buffering that's going on around
150 total, right?
To be a significant
Or
new entrant.
that, but it's like, okay, what's like a good number? I assume like 75 then.
I don't know the percentage counted because the Electoral Commission no longer publishes percentage counted on their website for reasons to do with, it's a long story. The Labor Party's on 37%, Peter George is on 24%, and the Liberal Party's on 17%, and that's with 27,000 votes counted, which would be about a third of the vote.
So we had some
So at this stage, on those numbers,
emotional testimonies from Wiley here.
counting preferences in that electorate because they believe that Peter George will be well the final pairing. So on the numbers,
I do kind of wonder what
he's not good enough to win because the Liberal Party
Labor would offer, you know, farmers and anything of this similar demographic. I mean,
Look like the Libs have pushed themselves into second position there.
You'll have to give me a moment because I have to sort of navigate the Electoral Commission's website for the moment. At the moment, in that seat, the Greens are on 31, Labor's on 30, and the LNP's on 29. It's a three-way tie.
wow, okay, that district.
Come down to who finishes third.
Yeah, okay. Well,
That district sounded close for the Greens.
It's the LNP dropping into third, which is going to knock the Greens out of contention.
Yeah, I thought they'd bounced up to second, but let's wait and see.
That will be a devastating result for the Greens. They've got a lot of resources.
I think as Wiley said, there might be some green votes in like straight up Sydney.
One of the vagaries of these preferential three-way situations. Sometimes the position to be in is to be number 2 when the party that's being eliminated is going to support you more than the number 1, right? That's the come from behind
Can you
situation.
set that onto music?
I could give it a naughty
red
calypso
hot
rhythm
go.
for you if you like. So, I mean, it's
Australian humor. I haven't.
for the Greens to find themselves in a situation where the
Bruh.
LNP candidate is third and then pushes Labor over the line because they're preferencing away from the Greens.
That's how they won last time, though. The
Rip.
Labor candidates.
The no votes was crazy. Yeah, it was early. I can understand it.
I'm not claiming a moral failure here. I'm just explaining how it works because we talk about these preferences a lot. And I'm
In
just
relation to
telling
Ryan, we
Reset over.
on Congress. So we,
I think this is like the first time in the whole entire stream where I'm like actually like listening to what these people sound like. And we get to hear what the sleepy guy sounds like.
Oh, the Greens are horrible. And when you deal with them on pre-poll, they are just horrible people. I would happily take the Labor Party and, with respect, union thugs any day of the week compared to the Greens. They are horrible people. They are nasty. The things they were saying to Maggie Forrest in Ryan are just appalling. Things they were saying in Brisbane were just appalling. Because they don't believe that we have a right to express our views as conservatives, they try to deep.
Oh, okay. Okay, never. Yeah, I was gonna say like this has to be like one of the blues, right?
And I think how the Greens campaign, it is the ugly side of politics in Australia. They steal signs all the time. They deface signs. They are a horrible political movement.
I think the core flute war, I mean, there's been some very dodgy tactics across the board in all sorts of different electorates we've seen. I mean, there's too many of them to list now. I think the
All their problems is like some signs get graffitied. Oh man.
Which they had hardly any until recently in this country's history. So
the Greens
how they go in Richmond, that's another seat that they've been looking at.
Wills.
And Wills.
Love how like literally the first words of the Green Party we like hear from the actual newscasters. It's from like the conservative correspondent saying like, "Oh, they're horrible." It's like, "Oh, okay."
And I'm interested to note that someone just rang Jim Chalmers, so I want to know who that is because
one of my booth captains actually, who's so focused on getting the booth results, he's rung me on the panel.
That's allowed. That's okay. Anything to report?
This is like the ABC version, like the American ABC version of like having what's his face? Oh God, Chris Christie on, dude. For like whenever like they have like the roundtables during like an election and Chris Christie's on there for some reason.
Those two places, especially Brisbane, look really good.
So those early numbers against Max Chandler Mather, you think they may be borne out?
I'm being told that certainly in terms of the primary, in Brisbane, very strong showing from Donna Jarrett, coming first in a lot of booths. And in Griffith,
I wish I didn't burn so much there, but it worked.
And in Griffith, obviously the key for us, the point that Annabelle was making earlier, if we come top 2, we are a good show, and we are comfortable in the top 2 right now.
What would you put that down to in Griffith? Obviously,
The first link was absolutely vile. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's a polarising figure, and I think the CFMEU stuff that he did was a big mistake in some of those more well-to-do parts of Griffith. Also, probably, one of the best first-time candidates I've ever seen in Renee Coffey. Unbelievable amount of door knocking, very long run-up.
Ah, someone got pushed off. That sucks.
Can I just ask what you think?
Not the greatest look.
Teal independent candidates had run in some of these seats. Brisbane, Griffith, Ryan.
Oh, there's the.
Well, yeah, would they have done better than
That's the teal I was talking about earlier.
If you think back to what was happening in 2022 for those Greens, I mean, it was a surprise to see three city seats going to the Greens in Brisbane. There were local factors, aircraft noise, wasn't just about Scott Morrison and the coalition, so significant protest vote. But obviously those seats are mobile now in the way that a lot of seats are.
But I kind of like Chris Christie. He's like one of the more like enjoyable Republicans from like
It'd be interesting to hear from both of you.
years past.
Three-corner seats. What are you hearing about the seats like Leichhardt and Bonner? Because I think our early voting is showing a much stronger Labor presence there than I was anticipating. So we'd all like to hear a bit more about Dixon.
Brain couldn't find a way out of that.
Gathering about that.
Before you get to that, I was going to say in Solomon.
Yeah, like he's not like bad, really. Not that bad compared to the others. At least a modern Republican Party.
From Labor, so Labor on 30% and we're on 38.
I was just trying to think of like that one conservative person on like a normal panel.
Issue up there. Leah Pinocchio is a really popular chief minister up there, and I think door knocking up there with Lisa Bayliss, our candidate.
That explains it.
Politicians walking into the line competition. I'm saying, bro.
But it's just, you could tell that there is a mood there.
Ooh, my.
I just asked you about Queensland and you've gone straight to the Northern Territory.
All right, let's go straight to Anthony Green instead.
My pinky finger isn't
The Labor Party is still
feeling great. McCain on the View. No, I'm saying.
trawling through the Election Commission's website. They've got more than 50 seats because I'm very unclear that the coalition's got more than 25 of them. There's 15 coalition-held seats where the Labor Party is currently leading. Now, without all my fabulous technology, I can't see how close they all are at the moment. But everything that we were talking about earlier looks like it's still occurring with the later numbers. But at this stage, it's a bit hard. We haven't got any ability to turn that into a graphic for you. But at this stage, the figures are still looking good for Labor.
I forget if I asked Wiley if he watches Sky News, because I did look up Sky News Australia, and they're pretty clear in the right-leaning area. That's so I was like, I'm probably not gonna click on them for the night. I mean, I've already knew that Sky News was already kind of shaky, but that kind of just confirmed it for me.
Concerned about which way the coalition was going half an hour ago or so. Has your level of concern eased at all?
No, and Victoria continues to look very bad for the coalition. I can see a scenario where Jason Wood is the only Liberal MP in Melbourne.
The only Liberal MP in Melbourne?
Yep. And I think Wanham will be probably okay, but it's early days yet.
You're therefore saying people like Keith Walker
Hey, Chan.
and Michael Sukkar are going to lose their seats in Melbourne?
I think it's going to be very hard unless there is a extraordinary flow of preferences, well beyond, heroic assumptions even. So big questions need to be asked of the Victorian Liberal Party once again. They continue to find new ways to fail. And I think
oh, damn.
Just 8 seats out of 38 to start with, and they could fall even further. There is simply no pathway to victory in the near future, the next couple of elections, unless the Liberal Party can be semi-competitive in Victoria. And I'm talking 15 out of 38 seats. I'm not talking about, majority of seats. So there's some soul searching to be done.
Jesus.
While the body is still alive, but it's pretty clear that Victoria, where the great hope was for the coalition, and there were potentially up to 10 seats on the table in early polling.
I can't stay up in game.
All the way down the pendulum to, potentially
Damn.
Isaac even, Thornton and Hawke were all in the frame. And the Labor Party run.
Yeah.
To Paul Erickson.
I mean, it's just how it is, especially because it definitely won't end, you know, once you start living with other people.
Message there with the $60 billion.
Some might, you know,
On our polling, that was net 43%.
want you to not do that.
Which is massive.
Anyway.
There's some dubious claims about $60 billion. $600 billion.
Yeah, just that's a Labor figure.
It's obviously fairly dubious, but you know the thing with good campaign directors is they're tough but unfair, and Paul Erickson is a very good campaign director.
We'll come back to Cos and Pico, get some thoughts from you, but just on the Liberals, don't want to do the autopsy.
We have differing schedules. Yeah, a little bit.
Who's at the Liberal Party headquarters tonight in Brisbane.
Ty, did you actually want to come back? I didn't know if you if you left for the bit or like needed to like go to bed at some point.
To these early swings we're seeing towards Labor, but the truth is I can't. Up until the past 10 minutes or so, there were very few Liberal supporters in this room. Indeed, this room was just filled with journalists and Liberal staffers that have worked on the campaign. I had been told that there'd be people arriving around 7:30. And
Damn.
So I actually went outside to investigate and see what was going on.
Crazy
here.
call out.
Indeed, VIP supporters and guests, friends and family, I should say, of Peter Dutton are actually sequestered away in a separate room. I did try and get in behind that velvet rope, but they didn't let me in there. They say that there was just those close quarters there. But I did see former Attorney General Kristen Porter making his way into that special area.
I feel my pinky acting up a little bit.
Prime Minister Tony Abbott will
Let me
be
switch to
arriving
DAS.
at some point this evening. But when we look at Dixon more generally, it is the most marginal seat in Queensland, held on 1.7%. And indeed, that is the location that Anthony Albanese chose to go. It was his first stop on the campaign trail almost 35 days ago now. He was joined by Treasurer Jim Chalmers, who joins you there.
Only a month-long election cycle? Skull, dude.
If you like, but perhaps it is certainly, though, I should say, in
I keep forgetting that like we have like really long election cycles.
Side and Labor, the government would like to pick up Peter Dutton's
Compared to like other countries.
I am sort of told
Like we have campaign periods. Like we are so used to like people gearing up for like years of campaigning, you know, like 1 to 2 years.
certainly be happy about some of the figures we're seeing so far.
Liv, thank you very much.
Probably a
indeed
year
for
at
that update.
most,
We're now
but
gonna cross to Jane Norman, who's at ALP H quarters in Sydney. How's the contrast? Liv just described a very quiet room at Liberal Party headquarters. How is it in Sydney?
hopefully that doesn't impact me as I am a Samsung owner.
One of excitement and expectation building. You might not be able to see because of where our camera's positioned, but there are hundreds of people in this room, all wearing their red t-shirts. They're kind of gathered to my left around the ABC broadcast, because that's the audio that has been playing. But when we first arrived tonight, people were just pure anxiety. They were terribly anxious about the result, and they've certainly become more and more optimistic as the night has unfolded. And I just actually had a text from a Labor insider who said that if the Labor lead is maintained when the pre-polls are counted, then we're bound for glory. So certainly a contrast with the Liberal HQ. And I
Very optimistic text message there.
this campaign, Spearsy, when you and I were on the panel together as the day the election was called, we said that this election would be decided during the 5-week campaign because there were just so many soft, undecided voters. Well, Labor has pointed out that unusually for an opposition leader, Peter Dutton's standing has actually gone backwards during this campaign, largely due to his missteps and mistakes, but also a pretty big character assassination sort of launched by the Labor Party. The last time they said that happened was largely Bill Shorten in 2019, Mark Latham in 2004, but certainly the campaign hasn't helped Peter Dutton. And so, you know, we'll see what obviously happens tonight, but as, you know, the panel was remarking, Labor has...
Because of the free COVID money.
35 days.
Yeah, no, the campaign is not.
They should have really
not been a helpful period for Peter Dutton. That's very clear.
seen who
So far. Jane, thank you. Let's go back to Anthony Green for
wrote that legislation.
Controlling through the Election Commission. The Labor Party is currently heading Hughes, Banks, At Bradfield in New South Wales, Labor's ahead in Aston, Deakin, Menzies, Casey and Flinders. In Victoria,
It's like the one
Labor's
of
ahead in Bonner, Leichhardt, Dixon, Petrie, Longman.
Actually, wait, wasn't that under Biden?
There's a no, I'm not sure which, and Bowman.
The stimulus checks, right?
Dixon,
Swear that was under Biden.
What can you tell us any more about that? Labor's ahead there still?
Both major parties' primary vote is well down, but the Labor Party is currently ahead on that primary vote. If Labor is ahead on primary votes, there's preferences from the Teal Independent. I'd have to go and have a look at it.
Okay, do either of you have any? You've got some intel on that?
The AEC page for Dixon up, currently showing projected two-candidate preferred at 57% to Labor. 57%.
Based on how many?
I actually can't remember if I don't think I was eligible for that
At this stage,
back then.
9.57% swing in that seat, which makes us Canada, if that's what's happening.
Sorry, Laura, did you say there was
43%? 43% of the vote counted in Dixon.
So, James McGrath, are you still confident your leader, Peter Dutton, will be in Parliament?
Yes. Let's wait for what.
Yeah, I think so.
Several times tonight. Dixon is always a tight seat. Peter has held it by less than 100 votes after the 2007 election. Peter will be there. A number
God,
of
if they lose their leader's seat as well, if only Taki was here, I was going to make the same bet.
Wow.
Okay.
I think so.
Has that happened before, ever?
We noticed that pre-poll was particularly good in Queensland for us.
Jim Chalmers, just on that seat of Dixon, you were cautious earlier. What do you think now?
Oh, look, I'm still cautious, but that's a hell of a swing, and it's a big chunk of votes that have been counted. And so Ali France and her amazing campaign team would be feeling encouraged, but I don't think anyone thinks we're home and hosed yet. If you look at another Queensland seat, which I've been following very closely, it's my neighbour, the seat of Bonner. We have built a very substantial lead there as well, about 36% of the vote counted there, and it's looking like broadly a 60-40 contest. That will close up because of early voting. But
Student one.
Is in, very, very
Maybe I got it.
Bonner, and
I have no idea. I just don't remember it being a thing for me.
Retain government. You will still be treasurer.
I mean, again, we're.
It's looking
this is 4 years ago. Nearly all that money is probably gone.
I am from the Richard Marles School. As he explained to us earlier on, I'm extremely cautious about this. I do genuinely think
Ask your mom.
That this will
probably my dad.
But I am surprised that we are holding on to some of these big leads as we get into the kind of the 30%, 40% of counting.
You're all about the pre-poll, James McGrath, but are there conversations happening in other parts of the party now about Peter Dutton's leadership, with or without, leave Dixon aside for the moment?
No.
Too early?
No.
One of the characteristics of the opposition since our loss in 2022 has been the unified team. If you recall what happened after 2007,
I love this guy.
It was shambolic. That's probably a polite way of putting it. He's been able to keep the team united. Peter will stay leader as long as he wants to be leader.
There's been quite a lot of discussion about that unity. Obviously, some congratulations for the way he kept the party together, but at the same time there were accusations that it led to a squashing of proper policy debate within the opposition, and that's how you ended up with a less than well-developed policy slate going into the campaign. Is there
You're the only reason why I follow politics.
That's not my experience.
That's an interesting
within the coalition
thing to happen.
Something you just said, James McGrath. Peter Dutton will remain leader as long as he wants to.
I feel like I have a very different opinion of politics than most people, and not like in like the ideological sense. I mean like just how I treat politics. I forgot that was transition.
So that's my message to the party room. They should stick with Peter Dutton no matter how bad this gets.
My reading is the party room, and sometimes read things like numbers.
I think like
Peter Dutton. Peter has done a good job.
I think this is with me in general too. I think when there are serious things to be talked about, not that I don't take them seriously. I think because of course all of this is serious and it impacts a lot of different people's lives, but like I try not to at least like have it be like have it be like a little enjoyable, like because honestly, if you do get caught up in like probably how massive these stakes are, it's I don't know, it kind of becomes depressing, it kind of becomes like angry, kind of turns into how welcome back.
Yo. Just coming in to say, I'm gonna quickly say hello to Selena before she goes off to work, and I'll be in.
Yeah.
But whatever you do, don't.
Just gone backwards everywhere. I can't see.
Don't you dare.
Everywhere for them. All over the country, all over the interstates. They're losing.
It was really funny. I think like the first mention of the Greens, like after like actually finally listening to the TV broadcast, it was to like one of the conservative commentators, and he was like, "Oh yeah, no, the Greens are performing horribly." I'm like, "Oh God."
Greens are fucking shit. Like, God,
he was like, "Oh yeah, the campaign is shit." It's like, I mean, you're kind of right, a little bit, or at least for now. But we'll see.
He's checking with two hands. Look at it. He sees clearly. I mean,
yeah. Right. Have fun with Selena.
On these figures, they are going to have a substantially increased.
So you are.
I guess, but yeah, when I was saying about this,
Majority government for Anthony Albanese tonight.
I don't know.
Probably.
Politics feels different to me. You know, I feel like I'm a lot more hopeful than how I should be.
You heard what James McGrath said. He thinks the pre-poll is going to perform.
I think at least that's kind of like the only reason how I can like really treat politics, like this. Like I think 99 out of 100 timelines have me kind of treat politics a little bit more seriously, or at least have it to where like, oh, this is probably not a good idea to like kind of stream about. Let me not have that in my chat. Whereas like, the real me, it's like, I think it'd be cool if, some things from where I align happen, but just even having the opportunity to learn about the other systems and seeing where these countries kind of come from with their politics, and just having that bigger view of the world. Definitely,
They're celebrating that call from Anthony Green just now. That would be at the Labor headquarters tonight, and they'd be celebrating that moment.
It definitely,
Jim Chalmers.
I think it'd be more beneficial, right?
Can I pay tribute to the Prime Minister again? And
like,
the way that he has led our team.
Like, as much as we joke about like supporting the Green Party, as much as you can see that how much I would be supporting the Green Party, I don't know their party dynamics. I don't know how competently run the Green Party is over there.
Not be the next Prime Minister, with still an element of uncertainty around seats and majority and minority. The fact that we're in this position at 8:30 on election night is a tribute to Anthony Albanese, and I think his campaign has been extraordinary. It has been phenomenal. He has dragged us back from a difficult position to what looks like it will be a winning position. And he deserves the credit for that. And
I think we have a call that he returns as Prime Minister.
HQ with the breaking news: Anthony Albanese returned as Prime Minister. Labor wins government. Looks like they're waiting for someone to appear, possibly from the back of the room.
I think they're listening to you right now, Sarah, and shout out to those in the Labor crowd, because this news has just broken. And look,
yeah,
term
that's...
we know for nearly 100 years have been returned, But we have seen a lot of
That's a call for.
over the last 3 years, as I mentioned, through the inflation problems that they faced. Polling did show them behind. Things started to turn before the campaign began.
That's a win for Labour.
Has been, as many have noted, a textbook one for Labour. It's pretty clear.
We're gonna go a little bit more just to see like how if the Greens get even one seat in, or if we have to like wait until morning for that. But
You're still going to stick to the line of waiting for the pre-poll numbers.
A number of seats, we won't know the results tonight or next week, or we'll have to wait till week 2. But if it continues in this trend, then it's very difficult for us to form government. And the party will need to take a good hard look at itself. We will do that in the normal fashion. I'm not going to do it live on the ABC. A lot of my people across the country, I should say my people, a lot of party supporters and members will be hurting at this. They've done a lot of work for their candidates, and we will need to take the coming days and weeks and months to look at what we need to do to make sure we do return to power.
Well, indeed, whether you're going to have Peter Dutton in the mix, I've just heard a senior Labor source tell me that their reports are from Dixon. The pre-poll vote in Dixon are moving to leaning Labor. That's the pre-poll. So Peter Dutton on the day votes have broken Labor's way, and now the pre-poll votes, I'm told, are also leaning Labor. So Peter Dutton's future in the Parliament is right now in real trouble.
I would love to see if Peter Dutton also gets unhoused.
Made up for them by the voters, the electorate.
Let me remind everybody that in the Canadian election that we just saw, you saw a Conservative leader.
And they're talking about Canada elections.
By Donald Trump, and an amazing turnaround that involved the leader, Pierre Poilievre, losing his seat.
A few days later, here we are, with a similar result. It looks like. Laura, let me get your thoughts on this. I'm not saying he's lost the seat of Dixon, but all the signs are pointing to him right now, losing that seat of Dixon.
They are all pointing to him losing that seat. And I think more significantly, David, this is an opposition that was essentially an LNP opposition more than anything else. I mean, Queensland was the heartland of the opposition.
They've never had a leader from Queensland.
They haven't, and it was, it was very much an LNP operation, if you like. And their losses in Queensland, I think, are the likely potential losses in Queensland at the moment are staggering. Labor is leading in.
I'm so bad at this.
Really sort of,
Jesus.
Which we just haven't been talking about. So to lose, and particularly, I suppose, Queensland is a resources state.
I think I was trying to talk about like my psychology with this,
sort of bolstered in for that
but
reason. I'll be very interested to see what happens in Western Australia, but I'm quite shocked.
I don't know. It's definitely like a personal fascination.
Gaining those seats in Queensland, like Leichhardt, Bonner, and maybe Dixon.
It's a
the Tasmanian seats we were talking about earlier as well.
man. I hope they lean this way, kind of thing. Maybe that's more like a personal thing, rather than.
A moment ago is Petrie is a huge surprise for us.
That's
55% of the vote is counted. We've got a 5.5 point lead.
And it's very naive, right? Like, I wouldn't actually know if the left-leaning party was actually a good party, or if they're
I just wanted to say something
more like idealistic.
I don't pretend, obviously, to be an expert on that, and I don't intend
I
to
think
focus on Peter Dutton's grave.
I am doubting Wiley's claims that their language is that volatile, only because I have not seen really any footage of the Green Party in general.
Cautiously and conservatively, as we continue to do, obviously Peter Dutton did not have a good campaign, but the main alternative, Angus Taylor, arguably had a campaign which was at least as bad, if not worse.
I just want to bring James McGrath in there.
Yeah, who has the Green leader?
I think we're all getting ahead of ourselves, looking at the figures in relation to Petrie and a number of the seats in Queensland. The pre-poll figures still coming.
But the pre-poll figures, guys.
The seat of Dixon is obviously very, very tight, but a number of these other seats, those pre-poll figures are still coming in. So I think we just need to still be calm in relation to where these seats are going to end up.
Right. Well, so we can talk about the campaign that Anthony Albanese's run, and I think we should spend a little bit more of a moment on what's just happened, because it happened in a quiet, almost in a quiet way in that moment. So I just want to stay with the campaign and the achievement of the Prime Minister at the moment. Okay, I think Anthony's going to have, actually, hold that thought. He's back. He's got some figures. He's a very happy man.
He's back. We have figures. We kicked off the backup the system we normally use as a test system, and we're now using it as the main one. We've got 21, just under 21% of the vote count. We're still projecting Labor 35, Coalition 31, Greens 12.9, others are 11.8. The change in primary vote that's occurring, 2.7, 4.6 down for the Coalition. The two-party preferred swing is 3.9%. Now remember this, I was saying that that's a projection. The current figure is 57.6. We're projecting it will come down to 56. Now, if the Coalition do better on pre-poll, it might come down to 55. It may get down to 54, but it's not going to get down to 53 or 52 on those numbers. So this looks has all the potential to be a substantial victory for the Labor Party. And what I'll do is I'll grow the champ. Look, it is 20%, so I won't go too far into this. But we're pretty confident that Labor is definitely one. We've got the 176. That was the first time I've looked at it, I must admit, for a while.
That's a majority for those going home.
So, look, just because we haven't looked at these figures for a while, that's a pretty. I mean, as I said a few minutes ago, when I didn't have the figures right in front of me, the Coalition is not winning from there. They're not winning from 34 seats at this stage. And the Labor's at 76. Say you turned around 15 seats, that still gets the Coalition, to 50.
Sometimes if I'm not feeling like a music mood, never playing, and I would put on like a podcast, I would try and listen to.
Those numbers will start to shift. Remember the Queensland election, there were pretty sort of level pegging or Labor slightly.
I would try a political podcast.
Labor substantially ahead before that shift occurs.
That would be the lowest Coalition primary vote ever.
Yes.
It may come up a little as the pre-poll comes in.
Do this as well. This is changing.
But most of the time, my brain gets kind of occupied by the Tetris instead.
Independence gaining, I haven't looked at the numbers there, but Labour.
Yo, my God, is that Yobi? Oh my God. Interesting.
So you're looking at David Coleman, the
Interesting stream to pop by. Oh God. We had a lot more people earlier. But we made it. I think at least one more person is coming back.
But Jim Chalmers, just back to you for a moment, because you started talking about the tribute that you wanted to pay to the Prime Minister a month before the campaign. He put
how you doing, man?
At the centre of the campaign to come. He put women at the centre of the campaign to come. How important a decision was
for
that
months?
Yeah,
I think the last time we talked was like you had like either a trip or like work. Oh my God.
Is that we won the argument over the economy, particularly the cost of
my
living.
fingy,
and
my finger.
I think those two things together are responsible for this outcome tonight. Again, not wanting to dance on anybody's political grave, but clearly the leadership contest, the one-on-one leadership contest, and what is
Gonna move it again, so I'm gonna see the CBZ. Yeah, I heard. I'm gonna assume you're gonna be doing most of like the Nestress champs, like repair and stuff, right?
That they saw of him, the less that they wanted to support him, and that's a relative judgment that people are making.
Can I just tease out what you're saying there about the importance of Anthony Albanese's leadership? in this win. He is
Oh.
the first leader, as I mentioned.
Oh
in
my,
20 years to
oh
do
my
this for
rolls.
back-to-back elections. Does this bestow him with greater authority as a leader now in the party?
Yeah.
And how does that change the dynamics of a second
Good to
term?
have you on again. Good to see you back at CTWC. I know. I don't think I knew who you were back in 2023, or I did know, and I had no idea that you were there. I think I just didn't know, but now I do, and I'll probably say hi. I'll have Wiley say hi too, because he's also coming.
Into Gympie, making the big announcement on the Bruce Highway, that rolling kind of campaigning really from the first week of January. I think in 10 or 20 years' time, they will
Yeah, Ninja's been great. Oh my goodness.
Whether he should serve a full second term and contest a third election, or whether someone like you should take over at some point during this term. What would you say tonight?
Well, my expectation is that we get the result that Anthony's expecting tonight.
Have a drink this time. Yeah.
That's my expectation. That's my hope. I would back that absolutely 100%.
There's gonna be so many parties
And I think we make an effective team.
during CTWC. We already have so many like plans, like meetups planned.
Find a more unified government that enjoys more
At least
working with each other.
what I think is gonna happen.
Whether it's Katie Gallagher and myself, the way that the senior leaders cohere,
Yeah.
really right through the cabinet. This is
Australia is having their
that's a deliberate choice made by Anthony Albanese.
parliament election, I believe.
The whole way and run again, and that'd be a good thing.
Right, I think we're going to go to Anthony Green for some breaking news right now.
It's always nice to learn about other things, even if we might not get the nuances right away. I'm not really claiming to be that source of, well researched information. We did, try, at least I did try to look up a couple things.
Let me see. I think they've got the seat ready for me. Dixon, 32% of the vote counted. Now this is basically...
I love 4 taps. I don't count my 4 taps as 4 taps.
The independent Ellie Smith is on 13. The Greens are on 8.6. Now, we haven't got as many preference counts in, and I'll just show that. It's a 9.2% swing. I took the preferences
I think
that
they
we got from those
do...
23 polling places, applied it to the larger...
Oh my god.
and it turns out that the swing is about 10% still. There is like 70% of preferences flowing to the Labor Party. I think that independent, every time you get independent on the seat, you get this strong
That's
flow of
nice.
preferences. But at this stage, we're saying that...
We've been kind of joking about, like, the Greens. And,
I'm naturally cautious, almost certain.
being like, yeah, they'll win. Yeah, we should... for the bit, but only because, like, they are a minority party.
I think let's wait for the figures to come in. We respect Anthony Green. The seat of Dixon is a tough seat. It's always been a tough
Ooh.
seat.
Do you make that fancy blobby pulsating border? Okay, how to say? There was, what do you call it? There was a little tutorial I saw on YouTube, basically teaching you how to outline text in like a neon sort of, like neon light sort of thing.
It's going to be tough.
Like outline, have like a neon line on text. I basically used the concept for what they did to make the text have that neon outline, and instead I instead traced the borders of the stencil, and then took that trace. I had like a base picture of what was happening in that, put it in DaVinci Resolve, which is a video editor, and basically keyframed
Queensland, your house is
like
on fire.
the alpha channel
Longman, Leichhardt,
on the picture
Ford, Dixon,
and rendered out like a transparent video to have it like loop. And that's what you see there.
Wait for the pre-poll figures to come
I like it. I think
and then we can have a frank discussion about where we end up.
it was pretty interesting trying to work out the kinks, but I think it's for a version 2. I'd say it's pretty good. It definitely fits the vibe better, or at least it looks a little bit better than how it used to be.
Don't forget the milk. Yes, I'm going back to the farm tomorrow, and I've got to collect chicken feed apparently. Life goes on.
Look, what you're seeing is this was when Anthony called it, and the mood and the scene at Liberal headquarters. Yeah, it's a little different to what we witnessed earlier from the Labor headquarters when that moment happened, as you can see there.
I've already kind of like beaten up my hands earlier on in the day. I actually got a PB, like an overall PB, which was really cool. But that means I've already kind of spent my, I guess, my block stacking.
Focused on both of those seats for some time now, and we're really
Yeah, thank you. I went up from a B63 to a B81 flat. You can see the score up there too.
a red hot chance, but I thought it was 50-50 at best.
I'm pretty happy.
There's a bunch of things playing.
I would have liked the 1.2. I think I burned a lot during like level 20, 21. But other than that, I'm pretty sure I played like a really good game. Like a solid game.
It was a big mistake, but that's not the only thing. There are foundational issues here. I think that they lost the argument on Medicare, they lost the argument on the cost of living, and Peter Dutton trailed away as the campaign wore on, and we shouldn't expect that that will be somehow different in his own community, despite the fact that, as James rightly points out, he has clung on when we've been confident before. But Ailey France has had 3 cracks at this now. There is a special place in the Labor pantheon for again and again with persistence and perseverance.
There we go.
And Ailey France, if she's won Dixon, is genuinely a Labor hero tonight.
This is a pretty sizable event.
It's so tough playing on 19. Like for me, a lot of the times I will top out like 50 lines in. But then if I don't top, like I'll just keep going until kill screen. But
yeah, I mean, I thought
that's such a big ask for me for some reason.
Against him, so he needs something in the high 40s. He had 42% last time. But I think the real issue here is obviously Trump had a massive effect in changing people's perceptions about risk assessments. And when you're voting for an opposition, there's a risk involved. And at a time of global instability where it's 9/11 or COVID, people want to go at the incumbent. So incumbency work against governments up until very recently, the last couple of years.
Thanks to Donald Trump, that's flipped.
That's flipped.
What about things like nuclear?
Yeah, nuclear was. So I'm not suggesting that the coalition were having a great campaign until Trump came along with tariffs and sent this sort of shockwave through the community about their superannuation balances, which have all taken a hit. But certainly the coalition were having a very poor campaign, so they charged it. But the stick that they gave to Paul Erickson to beat him to death with was nuclear.
Remember Uno had like a max out PB and was in Div 2 not too long ago? It's because he's very consistent.
That scare campaign was incredibly effective on our polling when we put that proposition to voters. 56% agreed with the proposition that nuclear energy...
My placements are great, thank you. I don't think they're good enough. As I will keep...
Devastating.
Yeah. That was a brain fart. I thought... the piece was won over than it should.
As simple as Trump got elected.
Div 3. Oh yeah, no, Div 3. Because because he's consistent. I know he had like a I know he had a good rise in CTL.
When everyone's pretty much finished with that, the country
It's
the Prime Minister settled it. I spoke to some very
it's because he can survive on 19. And also
were making their minds up, and there were a lot of undecided voters.
well, actually, I don't know. I don't know how well he's doing right now.
Countries and culture wars, and I think it's been diabolical to their campaign. They have barely been able to stay on message. Every single day, they have struggled to talk about the economy and cost of living when all of your research for many months, as you've told me, Tony, has been it is the only thing that matters. Labor made the case for the future. It wasn't just a referendum on the last 3 years. It was how you were going to be better off in the future. They recast the question. You know, that question, are you better off? People answered it. Not really, but I think I might be better off in the next 3 years. It's been diabolical for Peter Dutton, and I'm not surprised he's lost his own very marginal seat because of those issues.
You're right, PK, because that is the remarkable turnaround. It was so potent everywhere else.
There we go.
Fall in disposable income was still a figure they used here, but they managed to turn it round.
Well, they changed the conversation, Sarah. I mean, Labor successfully, and Jim next year, I mean, he's been part of that story. They recast it. They made the case. We had the coalition going to the election.
I was about to say like that probably could have been suicide right there.
Which has been their historical strength. It has confounded me that they would do that. The genius of it was, well, the petrol cut will mean that, you know, people will come to us for that. All of these petrol stops. People got the message, and Labor actually articulated and landed the message that it would run out in 12 months and it wasn't permanent. They didn't land the cost of living message. It was grievance, but they didn't provide the answer.
Right now, I can't see whether the coalition's won a seat from Labor.
Anywhere.
James McGrath, Solomon. I'll check on that. And we'll get some latest from Anthony shortly on that as well. But is there any seat you've won?
So kind of interesting seeing like how different like newscasters behave. Hello, Wiley, welcome back.
It is Wiley. It is Wiley.
It is the Wiley. Look who's in chat, dude.
Wait, fuck, hang on. Wait, am I allowed to swear? Hang on. I haven't looked. I got over tell Selena. Yeah. Okay, wait. Who's in chat? Who's going on? I didn't see it. It disappeared.
It disappeared? Oh.
Don't say it. Let me guess. Is it Jason?
You've worked with him before.
I've worked with him before.
How should we regard what your policies and values are as a
It's
result
not
of
Santa.
tonight's outcome?
Like, we haven't worked together in ages.
PK was just talking about.
Wait, okay.
Didn't
hang
know
on,
that
hang
was a
on.
partnership.
Yeah, no, it happened. It was a while ago though.
Do you think that those things end up hurting you in the final days of the campaign? What are your policies in terms of tax?
Let me think. It's not Franklin from Tasmania, is it?
Nah.
Taxes would go up.
Damn.
That's not correct.
The
proposition that we were putting is that we overall
Caitlin?
would be paying lower taxes.
Don't think so.
In terms of
I'm gonna guess it. I'm gonna guess it.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay.
Okay.
the economy, primarily because we're good with issues of
I've worked with them before.
security. And what we've got to do is make sure
Mari?
those primary issues
Surprisingly not.
of our policy development. But what we also do is
Where's Mari
do
at?
a post-mortem tonight on
Wait, is it Sunny or Yobi?
our last 3 years.
Oh.
It's very important for any political party
Yobi.
to take stock of the election results and what worked and what didn't.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah.
Good to
And
see
that
you,
needs to
gamer.
be done not
I
in the
need to do something
hot air
with
of an
CTK.
ABC
I am
studio
so
in
tired.
Sydney, but in terms of
I was wondering like what happened to that project after like.
The funny thing is,
we
like, I still want to
started.
do it. It's just like, yeah, my I don't know, like 2025's just gotten away from me a little bit. I had like so many ambitious plans. Like, I want to do that
Yeah.
monthly. I still want to do it monthly.
I think it's the longest serving
It's just so hard when you don't make money from things.
David Crucifulli's victory.
Because I know it's like a very
Queensland
a
on
very like
October
stupid thing to say in the Tetris scene, like expecting to make money from things. What?
I expect to make money from this gig. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right? Like, yeah.
Maybe
it's
not
a bit-
now, but
Yeah. I think it's just hard to do those things when I also don't have like something else as a job, or at least things that aren't like just standard jobs. Like the entire time I've been selling Counter-Strike items. I've been trading Counter-Strike items while this stream has been happening.
you've been
I managed to snag a $200 sticker for like $160. I'm just gonna resell it and make $40. And I'm like, fuck yeah, dude.
Oh my god, bro's actually a scalper.
No, just the gamble is taking it, holding it for 7 days, and then hoping that like it doesn't decrease in value enough below the fees. But I should still make like, even if it goes down a little bit, like $30. Think about that. Think about that. There's money to be made everywhere.
Trying to see what the latest numbers are here, if I can do that.
Probably bad.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Look, 60%. Been a long time, am I right?
This one. Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
Been
a long.
Migrated from Malaysia. He worked for DFAT.
I see.
Worked in Kevin Rudd's office too.
Yes, and look at the
What do we
first
see
preference
here?
votes here. Liberal and Labor.
4.9% still counted. They're taking their sweet time, aren't they?
Yeah, they did already call that Albanese won the government.
No, yeah, I mean, I don't think the coalition can actually get the majority government, but like.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find like where that map was again. Oh, there we go. 1, 2. Oh, we got Cunningham.
We got 2. We got Cunningham.
Anthony, in the
Cunningham went with Labour. What is the other one? The Maronia? Fucking Marona.
Well, this is a seat always had a
Maranoa, yeah. So these are kept seats already. So
retain. Oh, it's a retain. There's a what's the other one?
Just
everyone's gone into the 2022 election. It was a former seat of Craig Kelly. Now she was
All
elected
Greens.
last time, but this time her primary vote, we're projecting she'll be behind
I
on the primary vote.
have no idea if there's even a green district possible right now.
I saw one earlier, but I was like, I think it's gone.
Yeah.
In 1996. This is the classic tradies seat, which Labor hasn't been able to win since they lost it in 96. But at the moment, at this stage, it looks like
Green hat in Brisbane.
I must say, was not one of
Yeah, I've heard Brisbane has been getting some ground over there.
That's wild. Brisbane being green. That's insane. I hope it perished.
It is. Let's go to Richmond. The Greens are going to be celebrating
Cooper. I don't know if it really matters who wins there.
It's just Cooper. Who gives a fuck?
The Greens candidate, Mandy Nolan, is a comedian, author,
Nat.
artist, and teacher.
The Nationals.
Yeah, the National Party.
That's the other party in the coalition, right? Or is it a different
I
national?
don't know. Why are they asking me?
Bean.
It's Bean. Where's Teddy? I'm gonna cut you.
Richmond. Ooh, that might be an unseat. I'm saying, bro. I mean, Tacky isn't here to give me money, bro. That's the only thing I'm sad about.
Can I have money?
Yeah, no. Fucking Dutton lost his seat.
Ty, are you following me on Twitch? Because like I'm at 1799 followers. I need one more. Need one more to get to 1800. And if you haven't followed me, now would be an awesome time to do it.
Tacky, I predicted it. And trust me, baby, dude. I wish Tacky was here. I'm pretty sure he's asleep, but because why would he stay up for the Australian elections?
Murray, guess what? Guess what, Murray?
What?
Tetris just followed me, and now I have 1800 followery dues.
Congratulations, buddy.
Yay.
Well deserved.
Thank you. I play Tetris.
I also play Tetris.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, they bring this up with you that like fucking I'm gonna need a community manager or a couple community manager.
What does that entail?
I might need someone. I might need to like part-time hire someone next year. Just saying.
If
I
I
need someone to make memes and do a little tiny bit of editing, do a bit of stuff in front of camera. There's something to think about if you're interested down the line.
Maybe.
No, I need a yes or a no right now. Wait, the thing's updated. Look down the bottom. Oh my god. Okay, the green's got 3.
We got 3.
Yeah. We got 3.
Yeah.
We got 3.
Yeah. The broccoli greens. We got 1. We got 3. Not even 1. We got 3. The other one, the Canada election, we only got 1. This time we got 3. That's already better than Canadian elections.
You can see here, Liberal leader. Why'd they word it like that? Liberal leader Peter Dutton lose. Just say Anthony Albanese won. Why are they saying Dutton lost? That's so mean.
That is so funny.
That's like saying instead of Donald Trump won.
No, I think it's saying that he lost his seat, right? Hold on.
Maybe.
Yeah, no,
I can't see because your avatar. Like, I was like, what the...
Yeah, he
Fair enough. I don't think he's a good fit for the role anyway.
I've heard they kept saying like he kept veering from the main message of what people were trying to ask him. It's like, what are you going to do with cost of living? What are you going to do about it's been mainly cost of living. I haven't really heard any other issue so far.
It's just really important. Like, the cost of living is important.
Why is Tetris soliciting payment? I would like money.
I mean, look, a good
as well.
Money is a really good fucking reason. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Dang, T-Storm didn't wake up for this. Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, he didn't see the need to pay them.
He even put his email in chat. I have doubts that that shit will be abused whatsoever. So that was like a large chunk of votes that kind of just dropped.
I don't think it's votes, to be honest. I think it's
not
like,
votes, just like calls.
Yeah. I guess so.
It's like, wow, 77 from like 29.
They immediately went, yeah, because the line is 76 to like for it to be like a thing, and they've immediately just gone, we're going from like 26, 29 to bam.
Yeah.
They got some updates to make. That's crazy.
And it has arrived in the most dramatic way. Now let me
oh my god.
Told you the coalition
a lot
had
of
57 seats. They needed to
like
gain 19. But look at the shape of this board. How the colours on this
CAOB.
Let's just go through
them. We'll talk soon, and then I will give you
the door to the coalition being able to claim victory here. This is the column of Labor marginals. They have held to every single one of these we are projecting. Only a few blanks here. Bullwinkle and Tangney. These are in Western Australia. The count isn't quite high enough for us to...
This guy's one of my favorite, like,
Winkley and Tangney. Yeah, the board guy.
He's fucking sick. Oh, Griffith, that's where I'm, that's my fucking... Griffith down the middle. I love Griffith. That's like one of my, like... I have like a hometown, right? But it's very close. It's like an hour away. It's like one of the main places.
As it is right now,
Wentworth is there, yeah.
looking at Richmond.
Mayo? Where the fuck is that?
The Greens are ahead in Richmond. Now let's take a look at the crossbench.
Greens are ahead in Richmond.
Largely staying the same. However, the seat of Brisbane has gone from the LNP to the Greens and now looking like it's gone to Labor. One seat they worked very hard to gain.
Brisbane.
The same for Griffith as well.
And Griffith.
Brisbane, yeah. Griffith is like where I'm like from. I did a lot of productions in Griffith.
Has gained Griffith, it looks like as well. Now let's talk about the incursion onto the coalition side of the board. This is perhaps the story of the night. Dixon, which we entered the night on a margin of 1.7%.
A lot of fucking...
Peter Dutton's seat. And it appears
Dixon.
that he has lost that seat. Now, have you heard from
Dixon. Is it bass or
They
bass?
translated it.
Wait,
it's bass.
Bass, Banks, Petrie, Sturt.
Lindsay, Linders, yeah, Capricorn. Hume. Oh, Hume is a good one. Got the Hume.
Leichhardt, Benelon, Braden.
Lockhart. These are all like we're talking yeah, Lockhart.
These are German names, dude.
These are all the names of towns in my local area, basically from the farm. So like, you got Farah, Parks. Parks is where see the one on the far right there. Parks is where the satellite dish was from like the fucking moon landing.
Well, dang.
Yeah, do you know the story behind that?
No.
The moon landing, because of the way the planet was sitting when the moon landing happened, all the televised like moon landing stuff went through Australia. So the reason why the moon landing was able to happen on TV is because of Australia's like we had to build a big fuck off dish. We built it, I think at the time the biggest like not the biggest dish on the planet, but like
one of them
was close.
Yeah.
But like there's wait, I'll send you a thing. The dish is like it can tilt all the way down so you can actually walk on it. Like it's crazy. And they put it in the middle of a sheep paddock.
I've always wanted to visit the Arecibo radio dish.
Yeah.
That shit's massive. Oh my
I
god.
think we've got Northern Territory Senator Jacinta Price. Jacinta, Peter
Just such a
Dutton tonight
Parks
has lost
dish,
his seat
like
with your embrace of Donald
P-A-R-K-E-S.
Trump, Make Australia Great
It's a
Again.
pretty
Are
big one to
you
look at.
part
It's
of the
pretty
reason
wild.
for
I've
that
been
loss?
there.
Let me see.
Oh, that's a big call, don't you think? I mean, you sling enough mud in an election, it sticks.
Observatory?
And we did see a prime minister
No,
who
like
absolutely
like
misled
dish.
the Australian people all the way
It's known as
through
the
and
dish.
was
Like
rarely
it's
called out for
The dish. Oh yeah, no, it's the dish.
yeah. If you scroll down a little bit through the images, like if you scroll long enough, you'll see the images of it tilted all the way where it's basically touching the ground. It's about a foot from the ground. You can literally, because there's steps where it tilts.
Yeah, no, I see it.
You can actually walk into it. And also, back in the day, there's like a little line in there. They used to play cricket on it.
If you don't think that I'm
Oh.
Yeah, which is kind of a funny one.
Aussie things.
Politics. Oh wait, the Greens lost a seat.
Oh no. Oh no. They're doing the thing again.
Where did it go? It's one of the seats is gone and is back in doubt. That's crazy.
This is the thing that was happening with Canada. If it's the projections, guys, you can't be putting that shit on TV. You gotta be the ones that are called.
Jacinta Price, we all saw you. The situation's not going to get any
I might
better
cry because of that.
Going forward, it's not going to get any better.
That's so very sad, Mari.
Let's just talk about this sensibly, Jacinta. We saw you wearing a Make Australia Great Again hat at a time when
Oh, they're spicy.
poison to the
Yeah,
world. We saw
unfortunately.
a speech in which you used a
No, just like they're. I think there's a liberal candidate. They're-
responsible for what the Liberal Party has suffered tonight and Peter Dutton's loss of his seat.
Let me come back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just slung right there, can I just say, in terms of wanting this country to be great. Donald Trump doesn't own those 4 words, right? Because the media can go through your personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas time and then smear you with it. That is the problem. That is the issue.
Why do you have a MAGA hat, bro? Why would you have a MAGA hat to play with?
What I'm deadly serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are
Lingiari.
to be marginalised. The gap is
I don't know where that is.
to get wider because we take an
Lingiari.
ideological
I'm not sure either.
to all of
Alice
these
Springs,
issues.
NT. Nice try.
I wanna make a game show at some point where I basically quiz a bunch of non-Australians on how to how to pronounce certain country town names, and B, which country town names are real and fake. Because I swear to God, there are hundreds across the country that don't look real. It's just like they seem so left field. Like just nonsensical. Like not
Far out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Far out names.
If you think things are bad right
Like
now in terms of the cost of
You're gonna like
A good
give
example.
a word that like if you say it wrong, it's like actually bad.
There is one called Woolloomooloo.
Woolloomooloo.
Which is it's WOOLLOOMOOLOO. It's
I gotta read that carefully.
There's Sausage Gully.
Surely they do stuff there.
There's a
right?
place called Banana. Like there's just so much like dumb shit.
Wasn't Australia the place where like there was the giant banana statue that like Ty
we got
really
the big
loved?
banana.
The big banana. There was like
We
a bunch of other
we are full
giant
of big
statues
things.
there.
Yeah, Big Potato, which I've driven past a few times. My hometown, not my hometown, the town that I went to school in next to my hometown has the big tennis racket, which is just a ginormous fucking tennis racket. It's like 2 stories tall. Or 3 actually. There's a place I'm pretty sure. There's a place called Humpy Bong.
Oh.
There's also a place called Titty Bong.
Titty bong bong.
Titty Bong.
to support Australians better.
The one that I know that's quite near me is Mumbadool. Now, how do you think this is spelt, Mari?
You said Pompadour?
No, Mumbadool.
Mumbledore. Mumbledore. Okay, that.
No, Mumbledool.
Duel. Okay.
Yeah, duel at the end.
So Mumbledore, right?
Mumbadool.
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 M-U-M?
Nope.
Alrighty. M-O-M?
Oh, yeah,
No.
wrong.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did see, obviously...
I'm already lost, dude.
I'll give you a hint. It starts with M-O-O.
Okay. M-O-O... M?
Crime's a huge issue.
Mumbledore? Wait. Say it one more time.
There was obviously the stabbing death
Mumbledore.
of the shop owner in Nightcliff. Just the
M-O-O-M...
those issues, a lot of territories are doing it bloody tough.
A?
And they're feeling
Nope.
the impacts of things like
Okay, I'm gonna... Okay. M-O-O-M-B-O-O?
Yes?
Right, Senator Jacinta Nabijuba-Price, thanks for your time tonight.
Wait.
Thank you.
M-O-O-M-B-O-O.
Check in now with Dan Tehan in his seat of Parliament, as we mentioned, with Peter Dutton gone, who will be the Liberal leader. Casey.
Is it B-O-O-D-O-O-L?
You're basically there. It's M-O-O-M-B-O-O-L-D-O-O-L. So, if you were to pronounce it how it looks, it's Moom Bool, but it's pronounced Mumbadool.
Moobadool.
It's fucking crazy, right? Like, who the
I can,
what the
like,
fuck?
seeing the word spelled out, I can kind of see how it just kind of becomes Moobadool. But, like, once you, like, kind of, if you put it a bit, if you, actually put in effort.
You say it like an Australian.
Yeah.
It is a small village community. It's about 9 kilometers away from Barellan, 12 kilometers to Kamara. It's about 420 k's from Sydney. It has a population of 30. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, it's a little small town.
I just say to all my colleagues,
They had a post office and it closed at
thank you for the
closed
service
in
to the Parliament.
1982.
Thank you to the service, for the
This is a
Party and to the National Party.
pretty big
And more generally,
sweep
to everyone else
for
who has lost their seats.
The
Labour.
Big day for Aussies.
Thank you for being a part of the democratic
Pretty
process.
crazy.
This job is getting harder and harder.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what else to kind of, like, look for tonight, I think. Because I don't know if we're going to get, like, a final thing tonight. Because y'all do ranked voting, right?
I think so, but I really don't know what's going to happen here. Like, I don't usually follow the election like this.
Leadership over the last 3 years. You picked us up. after
But what I
9 years in
do
government
follow
in the most
are
difficult circumstances for
people
an
down the
opposition,
street.
united us. Community, I think,
What do they do?
is something that you can really,
Those people are,
really
well,
hold
several
your
things. Some of them go
David
to
Spears
primary
here.
school.
Peter Dutton's lost his seat.
Do you perhaps go to that?
Will you now be a candidate for leader?
Oh, fuck me.
I'm a bad person.
That's why you're my friend.
Yay, you attract sketchy people.
I am so cool.
Think about your future.
Oh my god, he's awake. There's no way.
Yo, no way, are they awake?
Surely you show up somewhere where I can poke you. Think about it. Think about it.
What has happened here in Wannon, and also
think about it.
To my colleagues.
Are you gonna think about it?
With what's happened,
You know what I mean?
you need
Yeah,
time
but-
to
Okay, let me in. All right.
do it and get an understanding of what has occurred. And literally, I pulled up.
Hi.
Hello.
The first news I had.
All right. So now that I'm here, let me go make an omelet. No, I'm kidding.
You fuckhead.
Did you enjoy your pie, by the way? How was your pie?
But it is something you'll think about.
Oh. It was very peachy.
Peachy, that's fucking bad. Pie's supposed to be like normal.
I would say peach pie is a normal flavor. Of pie.
No.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like a 4 and 20 meat pie. You guys have 4 and you guys would have 4 and 20 pies.
I don't even know what that would refer to.
It's a brand of pie. It's a meat pie or like a beef pie.
Should stick with nuclear
Beef
power.
pies, I would actually kind of be interested in trying.
Wait, what? Are you telling me this isn't a normal? No.
Pies are
no.
pies are usually like fruits and. Yeah.
No, I'm talking like a fucking meat, like a pie, like a fucking, like a
Oh,
pie,
like a pot pie.
Just a pie. I can't be a lot. No, this can't be happening.
Pot pies usually
You have like chicken
are
pie. You have,
like
you have,
savory in some way. Yeah.
No, pies are made of meat.
Fair enough, but it doesn't sound like
Pies,
it's,
no, like a dessert pie is not the norm. That is not what.
This should be part of the
I'm
review.
googling pie origin.
There's no such thing as a normal pie in that context. It's just a pie with whatever the fuck in it.
Yeah.
Okay. A recipe for chicken pie was discovered on a tablet carved prior to 2000 BC. The first pie was meat-based. It was a meal thing. No, you're talking about fucking okay, types of pie.
Oh wow, so things are not allowed to evolve over time.
I'm gonna beat you up. A pie, alright? Listen here. A pie is a baked dish, which is usually made of a pastry dough containing fucking various sweet or savory ingredients. They can be either. Don't make pot pie the fucking subcategory.
Fruit.
So why are we defining meat pies as fucking pot pies? No. They are pies. Don't put them as
pies are a type of
pie.
pie.
Sweet pies and meat pies. No. What is a pot? I'm googling what a pot. This is making me angry.
Me who has not really enjoyed pies.
It's great having
Look, I'm not even that big of a pie guy.
shot of the car travelling. I'd rather have a shot inside.
Wiley the pie guy. Pie guy. The
pie guy.
You should have a lot of anger for someone who's not a big pie guy.
Look, he's on his way.
You know,
sure that the Labor
I can take it or leave it.
crowd at the party.
All that.
Goodness.
Celebrating the call earlier on from Anthony Green.
Bill Nye,
We'll
the
be very
suicide
happy to know that
guy.
The Prime Minister is on his way.
Oh my god.
Now, normally, typically, you get a concession phone call
got to meet
from
Bill
the
Nye
loser
once.
to the
It was
winner,
very nice.
and then a concession speech.
Just jumping on every social media to
That's what we'll see tonight.
specifically shit on liberal.
That's so crazy.
That's
Anthony Albanese.
politics.
Mario would do.
Let me know that that's
I reckon.
happened.
If I was petty, yeah.
It doesn't sound like it has yet.
You make it look classy.
But the Prime Minister, Jim Chalmers,
Probably.
when he does give this speech,
They made a fucking lava chicken parody about the possible cuts the liberals could make. Oh my god.
Wait, I need to look at this. Is this on Twitter?
We have. Yeah, I was gonna say we haven't even looked at like the social media side of any of these campaigns.
Well, because we don't have like a lot of memes. I know we have good memes, but not as many.
PM on way to Labor HQ.
It's on Instagram. Hang on, I'll go to Instagram. What's the Instagram account? Sorry.
Publicly,
Is it or
he
not?
cares deeply about governing for the whole show. He goes to places that haven't voted Labor forever. And he does that very deliberately, and so he will feel.
Wait, what's like the current prime minister?
It was Albanese. It probably will still be Albanese.
I believe it's still Albanese. Or if he
Can you
resigns.
search up like Labour?
Given where Labor was 6 months
Labour
ago,
Party.
given what the expectations were for tonight,
Australian
given
Labour.
even
Let's see what
the
they've done.
Expectations were
Oh, this can't be it. This is
before the
actually like a
budget.
normal account.
And so he has every right to feel proud. He has every right to feel emotional about it. He has pulled off one of the great political victories since Federation. And that's what we're seeing tonight.
That's a big call.
Since Federation. I don't know what that means, but
We have not seen a first-term government gain ground federally in a way like this. Perhaps you're right.
So like ass.
We're going to check in on some more of the seat results from Melbourne because there are some fascinating contests there. Let's start, Anthony Green, with the seat of Deakin held by Michael Sukkar. Or was held
so
by
Labor
Michael
won
Sukkar. How's it
T-Storm.
Yay!
No.
My dad is not happy about it.
Oh no.
The last election at this stage
Hmm.
is ahead on primaries and with a significant vote there for the Greens.
I mean, I think I could have guessed that.
My dad was not happy. He's like, fucking country's dead.
But that doesn't seem to be able to turn around a 4-point.
My dad's
Well,
like, I'm not happy. I don't.
it didn't die in the first term for
Well, I was thinking,
Albanese.
I'm like, Dad.
This stage
like-
it looks like Matt Gregg will win that seat.
Well, this is an extraordinary seat. This is Aston. I don't think there was a single Labor person.
Wait
I
a
spoke
minute.
to, and I don't
If
know
it's
if
already
my
been
colleagues in
decided,
the weeks
do I just lay down now?
election who thought they were
Yeah, good night.
anything like a chance.
It's like I've been kind of sitting here thinking like, what else should we? Because like the Liberal Party leader lost his own seat, similar to Canada as well. We've been kind of just seeing how much ground the Greens are getting, if at all, because we think it's funny.
Okay, I did find a meme that is like kind of like catering to me a bit. I'll send it to you to show on stream. It's quite funny. It's my sort of thing about like how the Labour sort of treat power, but I think it's funny. It's a little slanderous. But it's
All
funny.
right, hold on. Let me
And the seat of
finish
Menzies
this
held by
game.
Keith Wallahan, or it was held by
Oh.
Keith Wallahan. We've mentioned earlier in the coverage tonight one of the hopes of the future for the Liberal Party, a potential future leader.
That
often
is
seen as by some of
an
his
unfortunate
colleagues.
misdrop.
He's up against Labor's Gabriel
Yeah.
Long, a
Yeah, it's fine.
lawyer, a former public servant.
And at this
Yeah, this has to be Das.
Yep.
Labor's ahead.
Oh damn.
Over these three seats we just looked at, this is the one that
Hear me
might
out?
turn around.
Okay.
It was getting serious. Touches in the background. Nah, it's fine. All right, let me see this.
With under 40% primary.
Or it's in the Honda's already dead. Like, but we've been into this.
Notional Labor seat due to the readership.
How long's Hannah been dead?
I mean, if the Liberal Party, if this
Labor promising to reduce electricity bills by $275. Labor says they can't deliver on the promise because it's based on modeling. Labor criticizing the opposition's nuclear modeling. Labor criticizing a modeling consultancy that they themselves used. Oh
Yeah, it's quite
Jesus!
funny.
This shit runs deep.
Wait, how long's Hannah been dead?
Like I think since probably like an hour into the stream, I think they died.
Okay.
Oh,
like,
that's...
this
I can't cover a shift that long. Okay.
It's like 1 to 2 hours, yeah.
This account's called Aussie Conservative Memes. Like it's very much like one-sided, but like I've sent one more banger in the thing.
I'm waiting for it to
It's actually really
embed,
funny.
bro.
Please embed. No, it's not embedding.
I'm scared of clicking on Instagram links because I technically have access to CTWC Instagram. So like,
oh no, yeah.
I don't want to open it on that account.
I'll send a screenshot instead. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'll just screenshot it. Yeah. Where's the fucking? It is quite funny.
And I say that as his direct opponent. I know that you would say that.
Funny.
You gotta be logged in different accounts on different devices.
People in the senior
I actually don't know if I'm logged in on my computer. I just know it is on my phone. I can switch out of it if I need to, but I'm not on my phone right now.
They do now when it comes to their leadership. What do you think? Very strange.
Tax cuts on that only amount to $5 per week.
Fucking bam, dude.
Yeah. It's not the greatest.
Not great, but hey,
it's at least a tax cut.
It's at least a tax.
It's a cut. I'll give him that.
There's some pretty crazy like memes here. They're actually like they're pretty basic, but they're funny.
The decision made in relation
I don't think our conservative memes are. You know,
your Twitter post, like your Twitter stuff that I see is fucking wild. Like, what the fuck is happening on Twitter?
Trump said something about people making under 200K don't have to pay income tax. I'm willing to bet he won't do it. I'm willing to bet that's way too many people just not paying taxes.
Yeah.
Also, again, like the brunt of the taxes will be on the rich after that. Like not a lot of people make 200K a month.
And those are people whose taxes have been consistently cut over the last insert large number of years, including by Trump himself during the first term.
I think
this happened? I forgot.
Dare him to try though.
The basis for why that
he won't, but I dare him. Not putting money on it.
Remember I said like there was a bunch of like trees cutting down thing companies, whatever you want to call them. They had to shut down, like they were forced to shut down. The same thing happened with a couple of like energy plants, and it's also partially why the power went up so expensive because they were forced to shut down in certain areas due to certain like things, and like it could have happened slower to then like reduce the impact that it had on like the economy and like to recover from that, but it didn't happen. And this was all in the last couple of years, so this is actually fucking funny because they blamed it on the Ukraine war for some reason. Like, it was about still so it's the idea of like, why would Putin do this?
Oh no! Wait, hold on. I just started the game.
Does nuclear power? Let me just ask you straight. Does that?
What do you mean? Damage drop, fucking. The damage drop. Damage drop. You can't even kick it in. You can't even kick in a piece there, man.
Are up for review. That's what happened after the 22 election.
I don't have gas for that.
Yes, there's an issue about tax.
Let me see.
Your central proposition, and this goes to the Treasurer's point about the performance of Angus Taylor and what
very, very, very deep.
Very. This is, yeah, that would be on the level of our American conservative memes, I'd say. Slightly more classy, but.
Yeah, like I mean, like when I send something like this is not. This is like some guy, like I think he's probably 30, like using fucking like.
Yeah,
fucking I meme, yeah, whatever.
Like yeah, like.
So I don't know if you guys have been informed about that.
Okay, I still find them really funny. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty easy to get. Let me look for like some better ones. Ooh. Because I've seen some bangers out there, but it's just they're very like we just don't have a lot of people memeing it. It's like whatever, we just really don't.
Please happen and we bless my family. I mean, I'm saying like that's such a dumb move for Trump to do, like because it'd be literally like so good for like 90% of people in the entire country. Just literally.
Can I ask you this? Do you expect that Peter Dutton will take personal responsibility for this defeat tonight?
I don't know, but knowing
labor, record immigration, housing crisis. Yeah, that's.
We do have around 300,000 immigrants coming in every year. Like we do, like we. Our identity is multiculturalism, right? But it does mean that like that combined with people overseas like investors purchasing houses at a record rate, kind of running out of fucking houses. We got to build a fuckload of new ones, or we stop outside investing. Instead, what we're seeing, right, is rather than like trying to slow down the investing, right, or slow down immigration, instead they're going to build more homes, which yes gives more work, but like, hang on, you're shutting down like a bunch of industries that like that make all the things and do all the things. Like, what are you fucking doing?
How would that interfere? You contract out work to contractors to build houses.
Yeah, but the resources themselves, you're shutting down all the fucking they just shut down a bunch of fucking like all the I forget what they're called. Like, I just tree chopping the shit out fucking in Victoria. They shut down a bunch of places that like basically that we get our wood from, right? They're slowing down Port Kembla because they don't want the exporting to happen with the fucking tariffs or whatever. I don't fucking know. Like we're just like, okay, build the houses, but out of what?
It is exactly the demographic.
Oh, you're saying they're doing that. So you're saying that because they're doing that, it's going to be difficult to actually build more housing.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be impossible, but like I wonder why they're shutting these things down. Is it because of the carbon emission thing? Like I don't know. It confuses me a little bit, but I probably just don't understand part of their plan because I don't think they would do something so stupid. Does that make sense?
Yeah. There probably is more to it, but definitely on its face, it does sound incoherent.
Yeah, I just can't understand why they're so against nuclear. Like, it seems a bit wild to me because I know.
I'm willing to bet it's like Red Scare shit.
I think so. Like I think I'm genuinely really critical over the the only thing I'm really critical over the Labour Party Act, because I don't give a shit about everything else. Like, I'm sure they're fine in many sectors. I'm sure they're average and everything, but it's just the way they're dealing with the energy and cost of living crisis. Like, I just don't think they're handling it well, because the biggest thing that's driving it up, which is energy, right? You shut down a bunch of energy plants and then you just refuse to like I don't know. You want to put fucking wind turbines in the ocean. Cool. It's been done in fucking in the UK. Great idea. Except the UK has localized population centers very close to each other. We don't have that. Like, you're gonna have to distribute these fucking turbines all over the place. But instead they're gonna put solar panels in the middle of the country. Try running thousands of fucking kilometers of hundreds of cables through farmland to get to all the population centers. That won't disturb the farming fucking sector at all.
You have to have a credible opposition. As I said, if you lost your leader,
also the mining to get those resources to build all those things. Like, you don't just make solar panels out of a bunch of mining.
Governing party.
Oh, well, that's okay. Like, what do you need to make solar panels? Fucking you need to
There's a little bit of rare earth minerals here and there.
Rare earth metals? What do you reckon? Like
a little bit of cobalt.
Because if they have what I think they have, which is aluminium, they do have aluminium, because we just shut down our biggest aluminium mine.
Which, by the way, is why it's insane that Trump is trying to be protectionist, because fundamentally, you kind of have to participate in a global economy when rare earth metals are often localized.
I don't know why he's doing that. Like, because the biggest thing to me that I have knowledge on, right, is that I like the sort of the technological aspect of that, right? Because tech, computer parts, all that sort of stuff. Like, most of it's made in like China or Taiwan, or not usually China, but you know what I mean? Like, the more complex, like CPUs are almost exclusively made in fucking Taiwan, right? And you can't just suddenly start making those in America, because you need, for starters, like fucking gold, silicon, like.
We need the factories, we need the materials,
Yeah,
so
it just doesn't exist. The infrastructure isn't there, and the mining isn't there in America. Like, what's his plan?
So far, one working hypothesis I've heard that could potentially make a little sense is that he grew up basically right after World War II, when tariffs were actually like popular as like an economic policy. And he's just kind of like, oh yeah, that's what we did then, and so that's what we do now. And obviously we're in a fundamentally different political and economic environment, so obviously this isn't going to work. But you know that.
That's
just the idea of tariffs, right?
Oh shit, what's Dutton saying? Hang on. What's this Dutton guy doing?
But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a
RSL.
country.
It's like a club.
Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on,
shit, he's actually conceding blame for shit and not throwing shit to the other side.
I congratulated the Prime Minister.
Normal politics.
All the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dixon tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dixon, and I wish her all the very best, please.
I love how your software that generates subtitles.
Yeah, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party.
It's spelled that actual dick.
I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's
I think that's
led
raw
the National Party with great
subs
distinction.
from their
He's had the strength of character to
is
stand
it?
up
Yeah.
which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party, and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party? He's done a fantastic job. To Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat.
This morning will go one of two ways.
They've done.
I will kill time by making food,
just amazing,
or I will fall asleep.
Jody, Martine,
there is a
Jackie,
third option.
Selma, all of the EO staff,
Let's hear it.
my advanced team, the
I actually have one. I just
AFP,
want to
who've done an amazing job for our
Oh.
family.
Oh, that was Hannah. Okay, I was like,
do you guys know the reference, like the cat and hat? Like there is a third option. No?
I
probably would have if we were within a month of me seeing anything Cat in the Hat related. Instead, it's probably been at least 5 years.
Thank you very much.
That
leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family.
Did I say it was bad? I don't know, but I got the impression that you haven't watched it in over 6 months. I think you're overdue for a Cat in the Hat.
Dude, and of all the conclusions you drew,
everyone should watch the Cat in the Hat once a year. Okay.
Who portrayed the Cat in the Hat again? Like that
Mike
film?
Myers.
It is Mike Myers. Okay, I was like, I have no idea if that's true, but
He's so
anymore.
good as the cat.
I have
the thing is, people,
weird images from that film, man.
People often don't think about because Jeremy Renner played the Hat. People often don't
What the fuck, Jeremy Renner?
Amazing supporters.
Yeah, he played the Hat.
Dixon had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've had
Yeah,
love Hawkeye.
which is an
Love
amazing
Hawkeye.
achievement.
Yeah, Hawkeye played the hat in the Cat in the Hat.
Name recognition.
Yeah, dude. Funny.
24 years is a long time to be in public life.
Here's my
and
question: if in an
it has
election
been
one side
amazing.
concedes, and then when they count the votes,
I
that
do
side
want to say
actually
thank
won,
you to the people of
like,
Dixon who have placed
what
faith
happens?
in
Do they
me
still
over
lose?
a
They
long
conceded
period
the
of
race.
time. And we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns.
It would be very.
Ultimately, we've been able to
There would
deliver
be some
an amazing outcome for our
wrong
local
mathematical models.
to residents and to people that we've been able to help.
That's what I mean.
People
Like,
who
what if they
were
fucked up and like
with
the other
loved
party actually
ones
won?
who
Like,
were
they've already
sick
conceded the
and
race. Like, are they out of the race
stranded,
now?
I think it would be like a
projects.
too close to
There are
call
many
sort of
ways in
thing.
which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dixon, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are
looks
amazing
like such
people
an
dedicated
egg.
to their country.
He's a-
Ultimately, we
he's a-
live in
he's
the
a
best country in the
tanned
world,
egg.
and I've always believed
wait,
that.
I
I
can't do
always
that.
will. I love this country, and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll
This is
always
harder than I
stick to
thought it
them.
would be.
I want to say thank you to the
That's what
Australian
she said.
people for the faith they've
What you
placed
doing,
in
bro?
me, and thank them for the great honour of
She's
having
trying.
been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dude, who's this?
Concession.
Oh, that girl, that fucking 12-year-old is so upset. She's like crying about the election. Imagine going home and like fucking that guy.
But gracious, he
Like,
spoke to
having
the Prime
sex with
Minister.
an
He
egg.
congratulated him. He spoke
That
of
must suck.
the Prime Minister's
I'm gonna not comment on anything.
and he
Imagine
also accepted
having
defeat
to, like,
in his
to,
own
like,
seat of Dixon,
love Dutton.
noting that he'd called Ali
That must be a
France and
tough one.
congratulated her. She would be a good local
I won't say
member,
anything yet.
Peter Dutton said. It's the third time Ali
What?
France has run there in Dixon, and
I'm
this
dying.
time
What
You're
do
really
you-
trying to
he
nuke
did
this channel,
acknowledge
aren't you?
this was something he takes full responsibility
I mean,
for
look,
the coalition's
Whatever
historic
joke that
defeat
y'all
tonight.
have in your
He
head is
also
probably worse than what
offered
I'm
an
thinking
apology.
of, but it's fine.
Just see if, no, I don't think he's going to say much more there. Offered an apology to the Liberals who've lost their seats and all those who've been working and volunteering and putting in over the course
That's
of
cool.
this campaign.
That
has
was
been, well,
alright.
so
It
successful,
wasn't
this
as
evening for the coalition.
inflammatory
So, look, he's done this,
as
I think, relatively early in the
one of ours would be.
They're pretty chill. Sorry for
Yeah,
listening
we're
as
fucking
excited.
brain broken by it.
Yeah, yeah, but that's okay. Hey, you know what? It's a good reminder of what politics used to be.
An average debate in America is a crash out in Australia.
I mean, like, there was some pretty heated debates on other channels, but, like, it really is just, like, they're still respectful of each other. It's just, like, they do get intense, but it's not, like, I don't know, it's, like, it's just kind of...
The other side, in other words, Labor's, we've heard the coalition people.
It's not, it doesn't feel like American debate.
I mean, you know, the goal is to not have it be like us.
Just one note, he said that the highlight.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you all learned a little bit about Australian culture and living, and a bit about our side of the planet. And you know, it's not too bad. You know, things that could do with improving, and hopefully the new government got elected to be alright. Really good. That's yeah.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, T-Storm. They're doing the thing where like it's still like a projection of like how many seats they won tonight versus how the
But we
ones
can
that
be
they
sure
actually
of one
called.
thing, and that's
Okay.
that the Greens didn't get any fucking.
The Greens, yeah, it seems that their campaign has not been great.
But remember what I said, Mario, at the start? I was like, I'll be happy as long as the Greens don't like. Get
I
too
mean,
much
I
control.
know.
I'm a happy boy. I'm not too upset.
I mean, this is kind of like a common theme with just Green parties in general. They are kind of like that wing that is more so just trying to push the main center-left party over, just so they have like that little bit of power during like coalition building. So like, am I surprised? No, but
You should look at the map. There are 3 green sections that are ahead, though.
yeah, which is why I don't know. I'm curious about them. but
that's a good
you
thing
know,
about Australian democracy, where we can have this very.
if they're calling it, you know.
Oh my God.
Over the last 5 weeks.
The Greens are ahead in independent.
Was so gracious in his response, and I think Australia's democracy is healthy for that. In terms of your broader, we've lost the election. We're going to be looking at everything.
Pretty well timed.
That my party doesn't.
But I guess that's kind of it for our election, really.
Yeah. That was about. This is about as long as what it was in Canada too.
Actually, a little bit shorter than I expected. I thought it would run to like 10:30. I mean, I guess it is still running, but like.
Yeah, but
I'm
this is kind of a bit of a big win for Labour, so.
Oh, it's pretty massive. Like, I didn't expect it to be this one-sided. I'm pretty impressed. Like,
yeah.
I think it does maybe give me some confidence that like if this many people voted for it, I'm sure some of them are educated people, much more educated than me. So I mean, they must be doing something correct and have good plans and good policies if this many people voted for them. So I'm sure we're going to be fine.
This is interesting that you're saying this at this point.
Yeah.
It's such a heavy swing. Like it's looking to be like they'll get like 100 and something. You know, at like a very.
Is there like a popular vote thing that I can look at, or where would that be again? Oh Jesus! Look at that graph.
Pretty crazy.
That's. I think that's a winner.
Look at that map as well.
What the hell?
Yeah,
why number big?
Number big. Look at the map down the bottom. Yeah, I know, right? That's a lot of red.
Oh my goodness.
Damn.
We got 3 greens.
Retain.
You can click on them as well, and you can actually click on them and see their statistics.
I wish I can see like which one was like a switch or anything.
Yeah, you can if you click on them, and then you can see which one they were.
No.
I think it's
like this one
retain.
previously. Like you can see Richmond used to be like
From lib up gain. Oh, up gain versus win. Okay, gain. Yeah, gain.
Female candidates,
Yeah, if you click on them, yeah, it should.
No, I'm just trying to be like, where would Sydney be? On this like.
Okay, so if you look at Sydney is Okay, I'm trying to describe it. So put your mouse on the middle lower line. So select the big chunk in the middle of the 3 sort of big groups. Yep, go across. Keep going across to the right. The second from the right. One more.
Who should do the review in your opinion?
Cross one.
I don't know.
Down. You've gone around it.
Oh.
To follow the
Decision for the federal executive.
You got more details actually, and it's quite an interesting breakdown.
A review for the state LMP after the 2017 election.
This is interesting. 34% counted in here. 39.
That can't be right. In Sydney, that can't be right. How many votes are counted in Sydney?
I've given my life to the centre right. Whether in this
44.6%.
Smaller taxes, lower government.
I'm only seeing 50,000 votes here.
Smaller government, sorry, and greater freedom. It's up to everybody.
That can't be right. There should be millions of votes coming in from Sydney, unless the Sydney area is like a suburb.
Bad loss.
Oh my god! Look at the past winnings. Sydney has been Labour since 1972.
Ooh, look at that.
This is the first year. If you keep going on, this is the first year the Greens been over the Liberal.
James, could I just ask you?
Oh no,
last year. Last time, yeah.
Yes, I can see why. Yeah. So Sydney is actually not a massive section. If you look at the map, like down below, and if you actually zoom out on this, but if you zoom out on that map, so like Sydney suburbs go all the way out to like Parramatta, Liverpool. Like, look how little the Sydney area.
Yeah, that's
is
like definitely like a little bit.
It's not nearly. They've broken it up a bit more. So Sydney isn't fully representative of like the entire 3 million population city. It's like the city of London in comparison. But
not too bad. Yeah. Not too bad there.
Pretty cool breakdown of data actually. It's really cool.
You see this one.
It's something I think the review should look into rather than me.
I'm
hurting as long as and so is every other Liberal National in this country. I don't want to to ad hoc
Whoa, what happened in
comments tonight
2007?
in relation to what worked and
You know?
didn't work in the campaign. It's got to be done as an
Redistribution? Question mark.
The Conservative Party.
I think so.
We had our
Yeah.
third landslide loss in 2005, and it was
Look at that!
Cameron,
Fucking hell!
through Michael Howard, was able to
Jesus.
understand how he could modernise the party, and that's not about changing the font or going left wing. It's about making sure traditional
Casino
centre-right
is a
values,
place. Look at that on the
traditional
map.
conservative values, appeal to the modern
Casino.
to the modern country.
You need to-
And that's,
Wait, is that Meyer?
That's why I keep talking about Adrian Schrinner.
This is-
I think we have 18 out of the 25 wards in Brisbane.
no, it's not.
When Labor have most of the
Didn't.
seats, and after the self-federal.
Long bar. Why? I found it.
I found my long bar.
I found the long
if you keep going out,
bars.
if you keep going out west, there are some crazy country names.
Mm.
It's one called Pillsbury. I'm like, that's fucking funny.
Pill.
No, Pillsbury. It's Pillsbury.
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 No, just pill. That's it. That's it. That's all I need to.
I took the pill.
Mm.
Can't empreg me.
What the hell?
Hey, how you going?
Welcome back.
We had a bunch of empreg.
I don't think I'm showing empreg on the stream yet.
Oh, come on, please.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Sorry, yet?
Oh, definitely. I kind of. Yeah, we're 83 for Labor. I really do want to see. What Greens? I mean, what were the chances of them even in this election if not only just some of these seats?
Yes. They might still get some. Like, it's not over yet. But
We'll definitely take a look. This is a crazy fucking like race. Like, what do you mean lib and then green?
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I cannot believe it's going this way, frankly. But like, I mean, the thing is, like, just the amount of people who are voting for Labor, like it tells me like that people have extreme confidence in them. So they've either been like some of the best political salesmen in the world, right? Or they do have good plans that people believe in. I don't think they'd fuck that up, really. So hopefully we see some benefits out of this that we may not have, that I may not have anticipated.
Oh, it's lit. Oh, okay. Probably from Brisbane. Yeah. Is Brisbane like a kind of like a green sort of like hub? Like that's their kind of HQ?
I don't think
or?
so. I don't know. I think their hub was in Melbourne, actually.
Oh, it was in Melbourne. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually, but
that's very interesting seeing their.
Monash, no idea who's going to win Monash.
Oh, okay. There we go. Brisbane.
Bridget Archer's
kind of
Bass in the northeast of the state, covering Launceston.
Oh wow! Wait, hang on. Part of Tasmania actually swung towards Liberal. That's incredible. Because it was like a wall of red.
Teaching in the Northern Territories, moved back to Tasmania. This was the ejector seat. Bridget Archer broke the rules last time by managing to get re-elected.
What are? I
What
mean,
should be like so close that they did a recount?
Labor, 30% for Bridget
Surely not. That'd be funny.
Would be crazy if that happened.
I'm sensing cope here.
Independent there. Let's just
Me? No, I just think it'd be fucking hilarious. I just want to panic that ensues. I just want to see like the fuck. Like
Yeah. Are we?
All right, let's go to
No, there's still a lot of Labor kind of in this section here.
Yeah, Nan Urquhart's given up a Senate seat
fucking
to run
lib cards.
here. She was a long-term, so she resigned.
Yeah, there's more blue coming in actually. What the fuck? Wait, Hobart turned. Fucking not Hobart. Did fucking Tasmania turn blue in the end? That's crazy.
Like one section of it.
Transferring from the upper house at the moment, she's on 38.9. The Liberal vote has crashed by 13% on first preferences on 31.
Liberal vote has crashed. It's so funny to hear.
So something's going on in Tasmania. Let's look at lions, which is...
Oh my goodness.
That is insane. Look at that big chunky boy.
And now let's look at lions. This
Look at
is
that
in the centre of
Karen looking.
central
Still.
seat in the
They do have Karen vibes. Yeah.
Well, I love that guy. Look, Mari's representing all three of them: Mitchell, White, and Tower.
Rebecca White,
Alright, I need to go and
Yeah, I
Selena
think
just woke up, so I'm gonna
I'm probably gonna end stream here, yeah, because there it is. I mean, we got the calls, right? So
we got the calls.
We got the calls. Two Storm can probably go back to sleep or something.
Yes.
Thank you for all indulging in my local government.
That was not 1 hour of interaction.
You woke up a little too late for that, so.
Y'all said 6:30.
For now,
It was 7:30. Nah, bye.
Good night.
Bye, Mari. Bye,
Bye.
Storm. Have a good
Like, apparently 6:30 wasn't even enough either because Hana was already dead.
That's a good point.
Okay. I mean, when I guarantee having the last word.
Yeah. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Alright, do I eat or do I sleep?
Surely Jay is not live anymore, right? Like, surely they're...
And even if,
Yeah, they're dead.
Oh, someone's actually playing Tetris.
Is it Rainbow?
It's Rainbow.
It's Rainbow. Alright, let's send y'all to someone that's actually playing Tetris and only gonna be talking about Tetris. For at least a little while.
Hey, let's go. No more upside down politics.
I still keep on coming back to the Victorian
God
results where the
damn.
positions are there.
It's been interesting. I mean, I like, you know, I was looking for a Labour win here.
It appears that the Liberal Party's going backwards.
And I've heard some wonky stuff about the Liberals, so
How much responsibility is he going
so
to
it will be interesting to see how they handle. Oh, fucking Albanese is about to speak. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Yeah, but it will be interesting to see how Labour will treat farmers and farmer issues, since that is especially a close thing for Wiley.
Yep.
I have no idea who this is.